Then it's Jaden McDaniels, then it's Julius Randle, and it's Gobert in at the 5. And for the Thunder, some serious height in the middle. Holmgren, the 4, Hartenstein, the 5. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is out there with Isaiah Joe. And it's Dort in at the 3, the small forward. All right, Grant, a matchup of the elites tonight. Two Titans clashing in this one.
Oh my, BA, I mean, there's no shortage of stars on either side of the ball. These tend to be statement games, sending a message by imposing their will.
And that one's good. Holmgren.
A beautiful finish through contact. That's the dog in Holmgren.
And so it's Edwards who brings up the ball for Minnesota. Over to the left wing. Gobert passes to Edwards. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Gobert. That shot off. Great D that time from Holmgren. And we're about a minute into the first. Here's Dort. And he dunks it down.
You're making the slam look second nature. Once Dort sees the launching pad, he's ready to take off.
And the officials signal the backcourt violation. Not careful there. And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
A bit ago, Mark Dacknault and I were able to chat. I asked him directly about facing Anthony Edwards, and Coach said he's just so dynamic, right? Our hope is that we can control the pace, make this our kind of game, and he'll be a little less explosive. So the plan is to stifle Edwards by not letting him play at his tempo. Back to you.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. Defensive Player of the Year 4 times over, Stan. Rudy Gobert tied for the record.
Yeah, Brian, alongside Dikembe Mutombo and Ben Wallace, and Gobert's capable of getting another one too, assuming his countryman Victor Wembanyama doesn't start taking the reins.
And such a clever player in pick and rolls, Gilgeous-Alexander is unpredictable and understands how to attack defenses.
Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
A brilliant dunk, and he hangs up there for a while too.
Like he's posing for the camera. He's just hanging out, posing for pictures, just making himself at home. And Jaden McDaniels picks up the foul. That's his first foul. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Nifty move. Oh, and makes it with the kiss.
And the D can't allow Gilgeous-Alexander to get this positioning, because once he does, he makes you pay.
Edwards, a pass to Gobert. And the bucket counts, and he is on his way to the line. He'll try to make it a 3-point play. Minnesota shooting their first foul shot of the game, and that one falls for Gobert. And Grant, the success of teams like the Timberwolves showing that size still matters.
Yeah, in this pace and space era, that may have come into question just a bit, but size and skill combined has always been your best bet at winning.
Dort's shot is good.
And clearly Dort knows how to operate inside, making his way to a high percentage shot.
Here's Randle, the kick out to Edwards. Randle, a screen on Dort. Back to Randle. Outside Edwards.
2 minutes.
Shot clock at 6. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. And Stan, while Edwards has pushed back, it hasn't stopped others from comparing him to his airness, Michael Jordan.
And that talk is more about how his game reminds one of MJ and less about greatness. Edwards' career is just getting started.
Down low. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And it's good. 2 points. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 6.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
Well, when you are the aggressor this early, it is intimidating.
To the paint. And stolen by Hartenstein. Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. From deep. It's rebounded by Minnesota. And here's Edwards. Fires the 3. Hits the trifecta. He's got 7.
Well, it doesn't matter where he is on the court. If Edwards likes a look, he's going to take it.
Holmgren with a screen on Edwards. Randall with a steal. Outside, Alexander Walker. And he goes up strong with a one-handed jam.
Talk about taking advantage of the opportunity.
How about the anticipation right there that led to the steal? Then he goes straight to the bucket.
Turning great defense into great offense. That's the kind of stop you're looking for.
The defense gives Shea all their attention, and that leaves another guy open and ready to score.
Picked by Gobert. And that one makes him 2 for 2. He's in his rhythm.
Want to score in the NBA? Picks can really force the D to make tough choices.
Over to the wing. Back to Joe. And the foul called on Nickeil Alexander-Walker. That's his first foul of the game.
First personal foul. Second team foul.
5 ticks left in the opening quarter. Dort for 3. He can't get that one to fall. A nice first quarter of play. We've seen plenty of offense so far. Thunder out in front, leading by a point. And the second quarter is on its way. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter. We'll see what happens here in the second. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for Oklahoma City.
Well, the way they've been attacking inside is phenomenal. Consistently getting high percentage looks, and that's what great offenses are all about.
Another thing they're doing well early on is passing the ball, spreading it around the floor and feeding guys who are well set up to score.
2 Jalen Williams out there for him. Jalen with an E at the 3, and Jalen with an I at the 5. Cason Wallace out there with Alex Caruso, and it's Wiggins in at the 4. That's the lineup for Oklahoma City. Basket counts.
We talk about Williams' versatility as a scorer. He can get his points from just about any spot on the floor.
Outside, Ingles. Off the mark there with a 3. And Williams has got the ball here for the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's a 3-point game. Williams with the screen. Caruso outside. 3-pointer. Nails it from 3. Caruso's gotten himself on the board with a 3 there.
Well, when you move the ball, you open up the defense. Great job to make the unselfish play.
Pass to Dillingham. And that one is stuffed right through.
His hang time on the rim puts a sweet cherry on top, B.A.
It's a close game, and those displays of explosiveness can jumpstart a team. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Hey, Brian, Chet Holmgren said, quote, it's exciting to have this sort of success early on because it's just rare for young teams. But at the same time, we cannot let it distract us from how much better we have to get. Hopefully, we have a long runway together to figure things out. Brian?
A chance for great things, Allie. Thanks for that. Caruso, the pass to Williams. Caruso, a screen on Ingles. Shot clock at 5. Here we go, one-on-one. Here's Dillingham. No good. That would have tied it. Thunder with a lead. Grant, how about the rise of OKC? In just 2 years, transforming from a 24-win team to the top seed.
Incredible, B.A. The Thunder drafted well and gave those picks lots of playing time. Plus, they made some fantastic trades. And of course, don't forget, OKC still has a boatload of picks.
To the wing on the left. Reed for 3. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
Well, when you have a scorer as skilled as he is, you do everything you can to get him the looks he needs.
And it's Caruso penetrating, and he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
All he needed was a little separation. So effective.
Boy, cleared the path, put him in position for a prime-time dunk.
Well, give credit to the screener there. That's how you help free up your teammates.
Making sure of it with the two-hand slam, B.A.
Yeah, I don't blame him with the score this tight. You cannot take a chance here. DiVincenzo with the steal. Takes it inside, and he goes strong with the one-handed jam.
Got to give him credit for jumping on the ball and making the most at the other end.
Boy, inexcusable at this point of the game. They got to be more composed in these moments.
Well, as a coach, turnovers will drive you nuts, but sometimes that happens when you're aggressive. So there's a balance.
Here's Dillingham. Pass to Reed, and stolen by Williams. Pushing it up the floor. Here comes Oklahoma City. Now Wallace launches it, drills it from deep. And now a 4-point Oklahoma City lead.
He is such a smart player. Jalen Williams making people around him better.
Here's Dillingham. The three is up. The rebound by Wiggins.
Tried to come right back at him with the three. Not that time.
No question, this offense has some firepower.
And they're looking very confident in all that they're doing right now. He made the most of that opening, teaching the defense a lesson.
Shot to stop the runs. Boom! He jams it straight down.
Oh, I love this guy. Even when they're trailing, he works hard to put on a show.
Hey, that might be just what they need right now. We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. To the inside. Stolen by Reed. Outside. DiVincenzo. McDaniels from long range. They get it back. Out to DiVincenzo. And that's an intentional foul.
I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
Just 4 seconds left in the first half of basketball. It could go. Oh, he trades the three, but let's see. They may need to review it. I'm not sure the ball was out of his hand in time. Well, these teams are going to have to wait before heading to the locker room. They're going to bring out the monitor and see if he got it off in time.
While this call may not decide the game, you always prefer to get it right.
Alex Caruso has been leading the charge for Oklahoma City, hunting for opportunities, leading to 9 points in the quarter. And more NBA action on 2K Sports coming your way right after this.
27.
Second half of basketball is upon us, and we may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game we've seen so far. You gotta like what Alex Caruso has done in this game.
The numbers say it all. He spent the first half playing efficient ball.
Yeah, it's not like he's getting everything at the rim. He's playing smart and just taking what the defense gives him.
Kicking off the second half, here's Chris Finch's 5. Anthony Edwards out there with Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Then there's Rudy Gobert. Then there's McDaniels. And it's Randall in at the 4. Stan, you're the son of a coach. Your dad was a great coach at the collegiate level. What was the best advice you ever received from him?
Well, Brian, the one that has always stuck with me is he told me in my first season, if you think you've got all the answers, it's only because you don't know all the questions. And I think that's true in everything, not just basketball.
Gilgeous-Alexander surveying the D. Holmgren finds Gilgeous-Alexander. Gilgeous-Alexander drills a 3.
An example of the unique leadership of Gilgeous-Alexander, getting the 3 points right back for them.
Edwards with it. Joe covering. Edwards, the pass to McDaniels. Back to Edwards. This one for 3. The Thunder with the rebound. Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. 9 points in the game, and Jaden McDaniels picks up the foul. That's foul number 2 for him. The Timberwolves making a switch here. Dozier's checked in.
To the lineup for the Timberwolves, number 35.
Edwards against Gilgeous-Alexander. The drive by Shea. And slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Defenders just clearing out, and Gilgeous-Alexander came in with a purpose.
Edwards for three. Buries it from three. Edwards got 6 points in the quarter.
Well, those go down for him in his sleep.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Edwards. And stolen by Edwards. And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Alex. Oh, he packs it down.
That is incredible. And right there, Edwards shows you his ability to impact both sides of the ball.
Edwards against Gilgeous-Alexander. Dort for three. Rudy Gobert with a rebound. And so it's Edwards who brings up the ball for the Timberwolves. Trailing by two, picked by Gobert. Randall, pass to Gobert. And it's going to be a 3-second call.
Well, that one stings. In a game where every possession counts, he just gave one away.
For Oklahoma City, they've gotten 3 of 4 shots to fall so far in the third. Screen by Holmgren. Outside Joe. From downtown. Randall pulls down the board. The Timberwolves have gotten 4 of their first 5 shots to go since the break.
And Edwards makes so many winning plays, including finding his open teammates.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Edwards.
2 minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Tight defense on him. Pass to Joe. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Only one man back on D. Oh, the breakaway. Edwards gets it done on the run.
Talk about a guy who runs the floor. Edwards gets down there on the fast break so quickly.
Holmgren with a screen on Edwards. And so they choose to intentionally foul. A line change here for Oklahoma City. The Timberwolves also with a sub. Reed's checked in. So it's Oklahoma City now. 2-point game. Williams with the screen. Wiggins passes to Williams. Laid it in with a nice touch off the window.
The defense couldn't collapse quickly enough.
The Timberwolves have gone 6 of 7 and appearing confident in this half. 1:11 left in the third. Here's Edwards. Edwards muscles it inside. Wow.
Well, Edwards is such a strong player. Skilled at absorbing contact and still finishing.
Outside, Williams. Oh, he got him with a pump fake, but he couldn't finish. And here's Minnesota now. They're on an 11-2 run. Caruso against Edwards. Edwards on the move. Outside, Alexander Walker. Back to Edwards. Just 5 on the clock. Another shot. And the layup is up and in. And it's a 4-point Minnesota lead.
Well, when Edwards gets this hot, all an opponent can hope to do is limit the damage.
And it's Williams off the drive. It's rebounded by Minnesota.
That's not a bad shot at all. It just didn't go in.
Oh, a sensational slam by Ant.
And this kind of sick slam is just one of the reasons this team is in charge of this game right now, BA.
You know, there's an edge the way they played and a confidence they're not afraid to show. And so it's the Minnesota Timberwolves with a 6-point lead. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
And just a selfless decision from your 2-guard, showing his ability to get his teammates good looks.
Yeah, that's great decision making and one that embodies a team-first mindset.
Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. 2 Jalen Williams out there for him. Jalen with an E at the 3 and Jalen with an I at the 5. Alex Caruso is out there with Cason Wallace. And it's Wiggins in at the 4. That's the lineup for Oklahoma City. Caruso, the pass to Williams. Reed with the rebound. The Timberwolves lead by 6. And now we have an intentional foul. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, bizarre play, BA. Not sure what got into him.
Team foul.
Miller's checked in for Minnesota.
Substitution on the court.
Here's Dillingham. Miller, a screen on Dort. Here's Dillingham. Inside. Miller. Pass to Dillingham. Six to shoot. Miller, a screen on Dort. Dillingham with the bucket. And the Timberwolves lead by 8.
And they're putting together another quality possession, taking control of this game.
And if you're going to pull away, now is the time to do it. Time to finish the game strong.
Ingles, he's checked in for Miller.
Number 7, Joe Ingles.
Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. Taking it inside, SGA.
This is when your interior D has to be on high alert.
Minnesota has gone 4 of 9 so far from the perimeter. Here's Dillingham. Oh, a dunk and a foul! A powerhouse move! He's got a chance for one more at the line.
Personal foul.
Lou Dort picks one up.
Team foul.
And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for Minnesota.
Well, you've got to like that they're not settling. They're attacking the defense on the drive and creating great looks.
And they've also been in the zone with the mid-range jumper. The defense has given them space, and they haven't hesitated to rise and fire.
The shot by Dort, no good. Minnesota leading by 9. And a little over a minute and a half gone by in the fourth. Gobert with a screen on Dort. Edwards, the pass to Gobert. Outside Edwards. Anthony Edwards takes the contact. Stan, you've coached some great defensive anchors in your time. Who do you view as the best in the game today?
Well, Brian, you probably have to start with Rudy Gobert, but we've got guys like Brook Lopez, Jaren Jackson, Anthony Davis, and then we've got 2 young ones coming up that could be as good as we've seen in Wimby and Chet Holmgren.
Edwards, a pass to Ingles. It's tipped to the middle. Soft touch off the glass. Ingles has got his first basket.
Great dime by Gobert. Scans the floor well to find his teammates.
And he commits the intentional foul.
First personal foul. 4th team foul.
And that's out of bounds. Oklahoma City will keep it.
Thunderball.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Edwards. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. Just 5 to shoot. Here he goes. Gilgeous-Alexander powers his way to the rim.
And Gilgeous-Alexander is so assertive on the drive, confident at finishing through contact.
Edwards against Dort. Edwards, the pass to Ingles.
2 minutes remaining in the game.
The kick out to Edwards. Off target from 3-point range.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
Back to Holmgren. Big Chet throwing it down.
And before he even leaves the floor, Holmgren has the ball at rim level.
Dort against Edwards. Gobert inside. Pass to Edwards. And Chris Finch calls timeout here. He clearly wants to talk it over and make sure everyone is focused. He's checked in for Oklahoma City. Reed's checked in for the Timberwolves. Julius Randle comes in for Ingles. And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
I was able to listen in on what Chris Finch was going over with his team. He said to his guys, this one is not over yet. You have worked hard for this lead, and we are not about to give it up now. Stay focused and keep hustling. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Allie.
Oh, Obviously, Gilgeous-Alexander has the will to win. What a relentless effort.
Dort against Edwards. Pass to McDaniels. The Timberwolves need to get off a shot here. He was all alone on that one. And the Timberwolves lead by 8. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He'll bring it up for the Thunder. And stolen by Edwards. Into the lane. And Edwards slams it in.
That's an inspired ball club. They fought hard, and during the most important moments, they made big plays.
Yeah, they saved their best basketball for this home stretch, and they certainly earned this one.
Caruso against DiVincenzo. Dort a screen on DiVincenzo. And here's Caruso outside. Edwards pulls it in. And so it's Minnesota with it. 10-point lead. 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Beyond the arc. It doesn't go for him. And so it's Minnesota easily grabbing this one. It ends up being a fairly easy road win. Allie, thank you as always. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast.
Yeah, you're right, Kevin. Both of these teams love to run their offense in the half court. They'll slow things down. They'll love the setups. They'll try to manipulate a couple of the plays to get matchups they want. Neither side afraid to take it under 5 seconds on the shot clock, and that patience may pay off.
So the opening lineup for the Suns. Okogie and Durant are the forwards. Booker out there with Morris, and it's Bull in at the center. Bull finds Durant. Bull setting the pick for Durant. Here he goes. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. That's on DeAndre Hunter.
He does so many different things on the court. Durant practically forcing the defender to foul him on that drive.
And so Durant nails them both. And the Hawks have been part of the play-in tournament 3 consecutive seasons.
Yeah, since that run, Kevin, in the 2021 conference finals, it has been tough sledding for Atlanta. They've really been stuck in middling in that 7 to 10 range, which is forcing you to play some tough opponents in those early rounds. They have not overcome that. Well, pretty good setup from the team there as Hunter's able to focus in on that one.
And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Well, Quinn Snyder and I got a chance to talk for a bit. Their plan, such as it is to make Kevin Durant uncomfortable. Force him to take shots instead of giving him the ones he wants. Coach said it's obviously easier said than done, but if you let Durant get hot, forget about it. He can take over an entire game. We'll see if they can execute defensively. Back to you.
Thank you, David.
Every basket from this kind of range is going to help Hunter's perimeter game. Doesn't worry about the defense.
Booker in the post. And the dunk by Booker.
Love seeing a point guard who can explode to the rim like that.
Oh, great attitude and even a better finish.
Well, just seeking out weaknesses in the defense and then exploiting it.
Buffkin, no good. And it's Phoenix's ball. Durant with a screen on Hunter. Pass to Durant. Back to Booker. To the wing on the left. For 3, Okogie. 5 on the clock. And it goes down 2 points. Booker's got 7 points in the game.
Up the confidence of Devin Booker. When he gets a screen, he knows what he wants to do.
And just under 2.5 minutes elapsed here in the first. Capella with a screen on Booker. Here's Buffkin. And it's Phoenix with the rebound. How about this run, Craig, they're on right now? Wow.
I mean, they're just getting to their spots and executing, really keeping things simple.
Well, Morris committed to getting his guys shots. He's working to make that happen.
Young looking around. Pass to Roddy. Now here's Capella. And the dunk by Capella.
Well, take your choice. You can either foul him or watch him dunk. Well, actually, in this case, you could get both.
Atlanta foul. Roddy. His first. Team second.
.144 left to play here in the first. Here's Booker. Pass to Bull. Wants to get it to Booker and does. 6 on the shot clock. Right side, Kevin Durant. And a great assist by Booker as that one goes in.
Well, the quickness and skill set and separation here helps KD work inside.
Here's Buffkin, defended by Booker. Capella with a screen on Booker. To the middle. Oh, and the jam by Capella.
And Clint Capella having a little bit of fun out there with that dunk.
Booker outside. Pass to Bull. Count it. Good.
Well, good passing in the paint may be even more important to an offense than great passing on the perimeter. Those are areas where you got to be careful.
Here's Roddy. Scoreless thus far. And here's Young from the arc. Cans it from downtown. Young's got a couple of threes now in the first with the Hawks. Suns have gone a perfect 6 for 6 in the game up to this point. Bowles setting the pick for Booker. Rebound by the Hawks.
You're not going to see that very often. The defense in the vicinity, but still, he's not one to blow layups.
Young against Morris. Here's Buffkin. Pass to Capella. A second chance effort with the clock winding down. It's the end of the first with a tie game here. And already these offenses are clicking. And we'll be back with you. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out in the second quarter. And when you consider how Atlanta is doing, your thoughts?
Just stretching out the floor at first. They had the defense scrambling.
Pretty prime example here of how to space the floor and do it correctly. When you do it, that's the kind of thing that happens.
On the court for the Suns. Out on the wings, it's Booker and Okogie. Ole is out there with Durant, and it's Morris in at point guard. The Hawks trailing. Now Daniels. Pass to Bogdanovich. Okongwu with a screen on Booker. Atlanta needs to get off a shot here, and they pick up 2.
Well, Bogdanovich would prefer to shoot it, but the teammate's so wide open, had to give it up.
Here's the Suns with the ball. Booker looking around. Pass to Bull. And a great assist by Booker as that one goes in. Booker's got his 4th assist in this one. Daniels, no good.
Well, he had the perfect opportunity to finish that one, guys, and just flat out blew it.
Strong finish by KD.
Anticipating the contact there and toughness through that play, Durant is not afraid to attack the defense.
Outside Bogdanovich. Over to the wing. Here's Okongwu. And he banks in the layup. Okongwu's now got 4 this quarter.
Now, what a great option he gives them on every possession.
Booker against Bogdanovich. Left side Durant. Durant going to work inside. Greg, you know this. Good coaches give their players confidence. But what's the balance between affirmation and accountability?
Well, when you believe in a player, that also comes with expectations. So a coach has to boost them up and also demand that they deliver.
And Phoenix making a change here. Yusuf Nurkic, he's checked in for Bull. Royce O'Neal comes in for Josh Okogie. Beal's checked in for Booker. And it's Damian Lee in for Morris.
You can't just stop when there's a pick set up. Gotta fight over it as a defender.
That's one that the coaches will watch tomorrow with that player. You hate to see him give up in that situation.
Here's Lee outside. It's good from long range. Lee's got the lead up to 4 now for Phoenix.
Nice answer back there. Love to see the competitiveness.
Yeah, both teams finding ways to the three-point line and trying to take advantage from distance.
Nice work to get it inside and draw the contact.
And let's get your take, guys, on the scoring breakdown for the Suns.
And right from the jump, they've been working hard to establish themselves inside, using agility and power to get shots in the paint.
Well, in the early goings, the mid-range shot has also been working well for them. They've been racking up some points off of those jumpers, and those are probably being invited.
Here's Nurkic. And he tries off the glass, but it's no good. Atlanta's gone a very strong 4 for 5 from three-point land in the ball game. And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Thanks very much, Kevin. And another Kevin Durant, is the most decorated member of the Suns star trio. KD says, I believe in this team and we believe in one another. I like our chemistry. Not just the 3 of us, but our whole team. Our coaching staff is doing a great job. I'm not promising anything, but I like our chances against anybody. Kevin, they certainly have the talent.
David, indeed they do. 1:33 left to play here in the half. Beal, the pass to Nurkic. Back to Beal. Clock at 6. Fires the three. The offensive rebound. Out to Lee. Back to Nurkic. There's the steal.
And that's one of those tough areas to feed the basketball at times.
And here's Bogdanovich for three. Here's Okongwu. And he gets it to go. Now it's a 3-point Hawks lead.
And a better box out saves them 2 points there.
It didn't seem like anybody was really aware there to go and collect that rebound in the possession.
Here's Johnson. Oh, and the jam by Johnson.
Gotta take care of the ball. They'll punish you if you're that careless.
That's right, and that's severe punishment right there.
And how about the sequence in its entirety? Momentum swing, and you love the effort here.
Nurkic can't hit. The Hawks leading by 5. There's 25 seconds left now here in the second. Daniels with it. Now Beal defending. Bogdanovich, no luck. And they're running. Here's Nurkic. Good on the bucket.
Yusuf Nurkic.
Pass to Johnson. It could go. And the last shot before the buzzer is off. And a close game so far through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. It's Atlanta. Thanks so much, Dave, for the great interview. Don't go away, folks. We'll be back for the second half of basketball right after this.
Get ready for the fan half-court shot.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. We've seen Kevin Durant really having a great game.
Yeah, it's been a great performance from him, really staying focused on quality shots.
Yeah, this is showing that they're not going to play at anybody else's pace but their own.
We've got Okongwu, DeAndre Hunter out there with Trae Young, and it's Puffkin in at the 3 spot. That's the group starting the second half for Quinn Snyder. Okongwu with a screen on KD. Goes up and lays it nice and easy. Puffkin's got the lead up to 5 now for the Hawks.
Hey guys, the D has to show a little more fight on the interior than they did on that trip.
Nurkic kicks to Lee. Nurkic a screen on Young. Lee dishes to Nurkic. Out to Lee. Down to 5 on the shot clock. The Suns need to get a shot off. Nurkic can't hit. The Hawks leading by 5. Pass to Buffkin. It's Young on the wing. Second half of basketball, just over a minute played so far. Hunter with it. He's got 5. Here's Okongwu. And he hits it just before the shot clock expires. Okongwu's now got 8.
And that tells the tale here today, guys. Throughout this game, they've been able to get the ball in tight and finish.
And Beal puts up a deep 3. Suns keep it alive. Young against Lee. Back to Nurkic. And it's sent back by Okongwu. Young from outside. Beal pulls it in. And so it's Beal. He'll bring it up for the Suns. They're scoreless since the first half. Pass to O'Neal. And he drives in. Yep, that one goes in there.
A good heads up from Bradley Beal. Just spots the ready shooter.
Lee against Young. Out to the wing. Here's Buffkin. Lays it up off the glass. Buffkin's got the lead back up to 7 now for the Hawks.
And you're going to take as many of those high percentage shots as you can get.
Now here's Beal. He's tightly guarded. And Nurkic has it in the corner. Good. It's Beal picking up the assist.
Nice shot selection there. Nurkic finding a shooting window and making that one count.
Hunter the screen. And here's Young from the arc. Drills the three-pointer. He's got 9.
That's just a lapse right there. No matter what, somebody has to be there and get a hand up in the shooter's face.
Beal taking his time here. Pass to Durant. Back to Beal. At the top of the key, Durant. And a miss there on the triple.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Here's Roddy. He's covered by Beal. And Young, here we go. And blocked. That one goes careening off the glass. A chance there to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark. Oh, he really broke up that transition opportunity. Looks like it'll be a transition take foul. Phoenix shooting their 3rd free throw shot of the game. Free throw good, lead. And the Hawks making a change here. Capella's checked in. So for the Suns, 1:12 left in the 3rd quarter of the game. Booker against Young. And Booker kicks to Allen. Pass to Bull. And he makes the bucket, gets the whistle, and now a 3-point play chance here for him.
Yeah, inside, Bull does a great job just making subtle adjustments and utilizing that length.
The Hawks leading by 5. 46 seconds left to play in the 3rd. Here's Capella, and the dunk by Capella.
Oh, inflicting some punishment with the 2-hand flush.
They're going for the throat. Bull setting the pick for Booker. Young with the steal. Fast break here. Here come the Hawks. 3-second difference between shot clock and game clock. Here's Hunter. 2 points. That one goes. Hunter's got the lead up to 9 now for Atlanta.
Well, Hunter getting out in transition, finds some space, and then finishes around the rim.
And here's Booker from the arc. Booker with a 3. He is a knockdown shooter. It's stolen by Allen. And so it's the Atlanta Hawks with a 6-point lead at the end of the quarter. They're playing a bruising. 3/10 quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the 4th. And here's Daniels. So at Durant sitting on the bench. This is Mike Budenholzer's lineup. We've got Allen. Devin Booker out there with Monte Morris. Then it's Bull. And it's Okogie in at the 4. Here's Capella. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation. And here are the Suns now. They trail by 6. And the foul on Dyson Daniel. That'll be his 2nd foul of the game. Booker outside. In the corner, Bull with it. Shoots the 3. And a great assist by Booker as that one goes in. Booker's got his 7th assist of the game with that last one. Now Daniels. Pass to Capella. And he uses the glass on the lane. And the Hawks lead by 5.
Almost all of Capella's shots are going to come from that kind of range. He's a big that's not trying to play out on the perimeter.
And the foul on Dyson Daniel. And that'll be his 3rd foul so far. We're just over a minute into this final quarter of play. And Clint Capella is going to pick up a foul. That'll be his 2nd foul of the game.
And now only 1 away from being in the penalty.
Booker the pass to Okogie. Back to Booker. 6 to shoot. In the corner, Bull with it. Off target from outside.
Hard to figure out how he doesn't knock that one down. No defender in sight.
Johnson sets the screen for Bogdanovich. And slam dunk by Johnson.
Well, Bogdanovich can score, but where he gets real dangerous is when he becomes a playmaker like that.
Johnson against Booker. Pass to Allen. Ricochet with the steal, and they're moving it up. Lob pass to Capella. Takes the alley-oop pass and dunks it down.
I'd draw that one up again. Throw it up, Capella jump, you slam it through. That's an easy 2.
Here's Booker, and Capella sends it back. And it's Bogdanovich in the corner. Kicks it out to Johnson. On the wing, Daniels fires the 3, connects from 3-point range. And now a 12-point Atlanta lead.
Yeah, letting it rip. They're just having fun right now.
Yeah, some of these nights you got to enjoy yourself. Not too much at the expense of the other team, but right now this team is balling.
The shot's good.
Got the screen, the dish was perfect. Morris making guys look good.
Atlanta's gone 6 of 11 when they've taken the 3-point shot tonight. Very respectable. Chalk up 2 there.
At this point, I don't know what you can do to slow this team down.
Well, nothing that they're doing seems to be making an impact. And there are some nights where you just run out of options, whether it's by personnel or by tactic.
It's stolen by Morris. Allen with it. Now guarded by Bogdanovich. Booker with no one around. Knocks down the 3 ball.
And from the corner, Booker is not a player you can forget about.
The Hawks leading by 9. Daniels kicks to Capella. And so they choose to intentionally foul.
His first. Team first.
Poke loose. For 3, Booker. The break finished off by Devin Booker.
Wow, look at the damage this young man is doing from deep. And there's another one.
Game is on the line. He wants the ball. No one on D stepped up to stop him.
Here's Capella, and the dunk by Capella.
This might be one of the nights for Clint Capella where his teammates actually try to get him more involved than they normally do.
Booker outside. Here's Bull. Good. A nice assist from Booker. And that's 17 points for Bull.
Well, that's how you draw it up right there. A screen to shed the defense, a quick move to the bucket, and you get the lay-in.
Pass to Bogdanovich. And Bogdanovich throws it down.
And giving up some inches inside, but makes up for it with an aggressive style.
Yeah, the big man not going to slow him down from getting that deuce.
And the dunk by Bull.
And guys, this is kind of Bull's role. He's out there to score, and he does it in a variety of ways.
Okongwu's checked in for Atlanta. Kevin Durant, he's checked in for Phoenix. Beal comes in for Morris. Basket here, and this game may be all over.
Yeah, but the main priority, Kevin, has to be taking care of the basketball and using the clock.
And Daniels up top, defended by Booker. Shot clock at 6. Johnson outside. Off target with his three. Shea with the steal. And that one, good. And the Hawks lead by 7.
Well, Shea has decent size, and he uses it well that time to put points on the board.
The shot by Beal, no good. Here's Johnson over Durant. And off the left side of the rim, and it swirls in for him. And it's a 9-point Hawks lead. And so the Hawks take the win. A confident win and one. All right, David, thank you. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now.
two J's, Brown at the 3 and Tatum at the 4. Lonnie Walker is out there with Derek White. And it's Porzingis in at the 5. And for Minnesota, Julius Randle out there with Rudy Gobert. Then there's Anthony Edwards. Then there's McDaniels. And it's Alexander Walker in at the 2. And Grant, having a lengthy bench, so important in the NBA.
It really is. I mean, there's always the risk of guys getting hurt throughout the season. So the teams know the value of having a very deep rotation, and they make the most of their bench, which is smart.
And here's White. Outside Porzingis. Clock at 6. And here's Brown for 3. Oh my goodness! He'll go to the line with a chance at a 4-point play. Jaden McDaniels picks one up. Boston shooting their first free throw in this game. Free throw good. Brown.
You think about what Jaylen Brown brings to the table. Elite athleticism, three-point shot making, attacking the rim in transition, so much to like.
And there's the whistle. Illegal screen is the call.
One of the trickier plays to judge, but it would be hard to argue against the call.
It is really difficult to get your feet completely set, to stay completely still. It's almost surprising to me that it isn't called more often.
And it really feels like the chemistry of this Timberwolves team has taken a step forward.
And B.A., you know this. Winning always enhances that energy and chemistry. But beyond that, this is a roster full of players that have had individual success, and now they're hungry and thirsty for team success, because that's the true measure.
And he comes up with a bucket.
Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
You know exactly what that takes. It takes energy, it takes activity, it takes intensity.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Anthony Edwards. That's his first foul. First quarter of play with about a minute and a half gone by. The kick out to Walker. 5 on the clock. Oh, he misses the dunk. Now here's Edwards. About 2 minutes gone by in the first quarter. To the inside. Randle can't hit.
Boy, that's one he wishes he could have back, especially against soft defense.
Here's Tatum, and finished off by Tatum.
I love that Jason Tatum not settling for a jumper. He goes to the rim with authority.
And the call will be against Jason Tatum. That's his first foul of the game. The Timberwolves have gone 1 for 3 so far. Oh! And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
How about Anthony Edwards, the bounce? Go ahead, Ant.
It's White with the drive. And there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
Woo! Defensively, you can't afford to let him get to the rim that easily.
Well, that might be why their deficit is what it is right now.
That's how you can't get stops if you're unwilling to put in the work.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Brian, it's great hearing Celtics coach Joe Mazzulla talk shop. He said everybody tries to break basketball up into offense and defense, but it's one game. Your spacing, decision-making, and shot selection set up your defense. That transition happens so fast, so the game is constantly changing. It's all connected, Brian.
No question. Thanks, Allie. Good stuff there. Doris, you look at the tools McDaniels has on defense. He can be special.
He can. There's incredible length, the reach, the strength. McDaniels very much able to be a shutdown defender against the best offensive players in the game.
Back to Tatum. Drives to the hoop. Oh, Tatum slams it home.
Don't sleep on Jason Tatum's athleticism. This guy attacks the basket with ferocity.
On the wing, Alexander Walker. And the 3 off target.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Here's Porzingis. And a slam dunk by Porzingis.
Just fundamental basketball from Kristaps Porzingis. Establish yourself inside and finish with the jam.
Gobert with a screen on White. And Edwards puts up a deep three. Gobert, no good. Here are the Celtics with the ball. They're on a 14-6 run. And the foul called on Nickeil Alexander-Walker. That's his first foul of the game. There's 47 seconds left in the first. A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good. Fast break, Minnesota. And slammed it home, and a foul. A chance at another point at the line. That one on Tatum.
If there is something that defines Julius Randle's game, it's the ability to score through contact, give him the N1.
You know, part of what makes Julius Randle so effective is that spin move, Doris.
He does like to use that on the interior against taller players to get enough separation. But the number of finishing moves that guy has off the spin, it is really an effective tool.
5-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Edwards, no good.
He hasn't been able to find his touch this quarter.
Well, not at the offensive end, certainly. He cannot buy a bucket right now.
Oh, rejected by McDaniels. Pass to Alexander-Walker. Fires the three. McDaniels, that's good. McDaniels got 5. Well, we've seen some great shots in the first quarter. No shortage of offense. Boston out in front, up by 4. And back to the start of the second quarter in just a moment. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for Boston?
Well, we've seen them take advantage of the lanes given to them so far. The defense isn't plugging it up, and it's being exploited.
And their assist total, also impressive early, creating with the pass and playing for teammates.
We've got Dante DiVincenzo, Jaden McDaniels out there with Naz Reid. Then there's Dillingham, and it's Ingles in at the 3 slot. So that's the lineup for Minnesota.
You know, one thing you got to love about Jrue Holiday is he's a true two-way player in this league. He puts in a lot of work to make a big impact on both sides of the floor.
Holiday hits them both. All right, Grant, which U.S.-born player do you think has the best chance to supplant LeBron as the face of the league?
Oh, man, you're putting me on the spot, B.A. Well, the conversation has to be between Jason Tatum, Ja Morant, and Anthony Edwards. They're the best young talent that the U.S. has to offer, and they're only getting better.
Second personal foul. Second team foul.
Outside, Brown. It's rebounded by Minnesota.
Oh, an easy look, but he decides to be a crowd pleaser. I'm sure he's upset for attempting that one.
Woo! When you finish like that, you deserve to brag.
Impressive, no question.
How about that from your point guard, gentlemen? Playing big at the rim, okay?
Yeah, what vision from Holiday. Seems to have a knack for getting it to his guys in great spots.
Here's Dillingham. He's covered by Holiday. Reid sets a screen. Here's Dillingham. The 3 is up. And Reid with a basket on the assist from Dillingham.
This guy reads situations so well, and he knows how to execute.
And for some reason, he decided to foul there.
Yeah, B.A., that's an odd move. Maybe there's something else behind it. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
We're about a minute and a half into the second quarter now. Timberwolves trail by 3. Here's Dillingham. Inside, here's Reid. Porzingis grabs the board. Boston leading by 3. And here we go, the Celtics on the run. Here's Brown. JB on the break. Sensational.
Well, how about Jaylen Brown in transition, a phenomenal finisher in the open floor.
The kick out to Ingles. Pass to Dillingham. Here's McDaniels. Six to shoot. Ingles, a screen on Tatum. Outside, Ingles. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got his fourth rebound in this one. Here's Tatum. Ooh, rugged finish from Tatum.
Well, the increasing strength of Jason Tatum is making it harder to knock him off his path. That is nice.
Pass to Dillingham. Outside, DiVincenzo. Minnesota again missing. And so Brown will bring it up for the Boston Celtics. 7-point differential. Brown downhill, and Brown with the stuff.
And they're building on their lead, doing whatever they can to blow this game open.
One of the things they're doing is identifying favorable matchups and then going at them.
Outside, Ingles. Brown with the steal. Tatum passes to Walker. On the wing, Holiday. Ingles against Brown. Pass to Tatum. Oh, rejected by McDaniels. For three, DiVincenzo. Ooh, once again, off the mark by Minnesota. Celtics lead by 9. On the wing, Holiday. Reed defending. Holiday, that one's good. Holiday's got 5 points now this quarter.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
One thing we've learned in the NBA, the game is never over. So you've got to continue to score, continue to build your lead.
And Holiday powers it home.
I mean, what an athletic play for Holiday. Showing up the defense with a jam.
For three, DiVincenzo. Boston pulls it in. Porzingis has got 5 rebounds tonight. Walker for 3. Good. And Brown gets the assist. Brown's got 3 assists in the game.
Well, you know, it's already tough to play like this at home, but it's even tougher to do so on the road.
Boy, just sheer dominance, the ability to step into enemy territory and flat out take over. This is impressive.
Dozier's checked in for the Timberwolves. So Boston going with almost an entirely new group here. Cornette's checked in for Kristaps Porzingis. Horford comes in for Tatum. Hauser, he's checked in for Brown. And it's Springer in for Walker. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair.
Well, he started as a perimeter threat, but Joe Ingles outstanding at finding a way to the cup inside and forcing the issue.
And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. Celtics lead by 17. Here's Holiday. That one is off.
Well, it's a make-or-miss league. Sometimes the Jays just don't fall. It wasn't a bad shot.
The kick out to Ingles. Nails it from beyond the arc. Ingles has got 5 points now this quarter. And out of bounds, Minnesota will have it.
A sloppy turnover. When you're not locked in, pay the price.
Just knocked down the buzzer beater.
And credit him for understanding the situation and coming through.
And to me, the way you end quarters impacts how you end the game. It can go a long way between a W or an L.
And so it's Boston now holding a 12-point lead at quarter's end. They put in work down low, getting in close and scoring in bunches. And don't go far. We'll be right back. Just about ready for the second half here. A big comeback is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. Jaylen Brown having a dominant impact in this game.
Yeah, he's kind of been the floor general for them tonight. A lot of assists for him.
I don't know that you necessarily think of him as someone who's going to create for others, but boy, all night he's been willing to make the extra pass.
Kicking off the second half, here's Joe Mazzulla's 5. We've got Drew Holiday, Luke Cornett out there with Al Horford. And it's Hauser in at the small forward position. Edwards rises up and powers it down.
Oh, guys, the agility, the hops, everything about Anthony Edwards, so good athletically.
Well, Doris, we've heard Anthony Edwards declare himself as the best player in the league.
Well, BA, when you got the game to back it up, you don't mind putting yourself out there. And Anthony Edwards has charisma, highly skilled, and he's fearless when it matters most. Look out for the Ant-Man.
Shot clock at 2. Oh, drew the foul and almost hit the three-point. And they want a second opinion on that call. The signal for the coaches team.
The play is under video review under NBA rules.
Close calls in every game. The NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Ready to go, everyone. Let's hear it for you.
And he knocks down the first one. And the second free throw is good. And he makes all 3. Timberwolves trail by 16. Edwards for 3. Hauser grabs the board. Boston has gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup. Holiday with the ball. He's got 10. To the right side. Lets it go from deep. They get it back. 3 on the clock. Springer passes to Hauser. Hits the three-pointer. Hauser's got his first 3 points of the game.
Well, the defense deserves to get burned. Absolutely no excuse for lethal.
Oh!
No, he didn't.
Punch it home.
Filthy. I mean, just the arena is stunned.
He's got a deep bag of tricks to dig into. And the basket by Holiday.
In the paint, Holiday's agility makes him tough to contain. He just needs a little space to go to work.
Here's Alexander Walker, and he goes in for the dunk.
Just magnificent. I mean, he punishes the D for lackluster effort.
They look a little disorganized there. The result is an emphatic jam.
Yeah, sometimes aggression can overcome certain offensive limitations. You saw it right there.
And it's all from three-point range. Boston leading by 17. Springer passes to Cornett. Pass to Springer. Back to Cornett. Just 5 to shoot. Cornett sets a screen. Three-pointer. And the basket by Holiday. Holiday's got 15.
I mean, you watch Holiday play this game. He just explodes off the screens. Very good in pick and roll.
Edwards, the pass to Gobert. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
There is an imagination, a creativity. This guy's passing drives the offense.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
We hear players proclaiming their love for the game, but former sharpshooter J.J. Redick said there's a distinction between loving the competition itself and loving the game and everything that goes into that. Guys say, I just want to play. Well, do you want to do all of the necessary things that lead up to that? Hey, Brian, 15 NBA seasons for Redick. He'd know.
He certainly would. Thanks, Allie. And it's Edwards with the ball for Minnesota. Clock keeps going. 3 minutes into the second half now. Pass to Randall. Back to Edwards. Shoots over Horford. And it's Cornett with a rebound.
Well, he's a quality mid-range shooter, but he can't get that one to go.
And of course, Boston winning 8 consecutive titles from 1959 to 1966. Doris, you think we'll ever see a streak like that again?
BA, I think that's almost impossible in this day and age. With free agency, with more salary cap restrictions, it's just hard to win 2 in a row these days, let alone 8. My goodness.
All alone from mid-range. You gotta think he's kicking himself.
And they're on the break.
Anthony Edwards plays with joy, and you love to see him get his teammates involved. Pretty pass.
Celtics lead by 18. Here's Springer. Rebounded by the Timberwolves. Edwards looking for an opening. The 3. Edwards making it look so easy from deep.
Boy, what a good-looking stroke. Ready on the catch, Anthony Edwards. That jumper is nice.
Down low. Here's Horford. And Horford powers it home.
Well, this is the kind of pass that gets everyone excited. It's also how you build great team chemistry.
Edwards against Holiday. Edwards, a pass to Alexander Walker. Here's Randall.
Oh, wow! Incredible!
Wow, Julius Randle with a little flavor on the finish.
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Good on the bucket. Horford's got 6 points.
Just what they wanted from that possession. A quality look in tight.
Holiday against Edwards. And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That's foul number 2 for him.
And just wasn't able to set up in time.
Substitution on court.
We've got 13 seconds left in the third. Out to DiVincenzo. Pass to Reed. Back to DiVincenzo. Outside Reed. 3-pointer. And so it's Drew Holiday making things happen for Boston. He put together 10 points in the quarter. We'll be back in a moment. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
And when you're the beneficiary of a pass that good, you better deliver, and he did just that.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. We've got Naz Reid, Dillingham out there with Dante DiVincenzo, and it's Minot in at the power forward position. So that's the lineup for Minnesota. Boston leading by 15. Pass to Tatum. The kick out to Walker. That falls. Nice feed that time from Tatum.
Yeah, the evolution of Tatum as a passer is evident. This guy more committed than ever to making the right play.
DiVincenzo on the wing. Randall on the screen. DiVincenzo against Porzingis. Pass to Randall. 4 on the clock. Tried to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Boston has gotten 6 of 11 threes to go in this game. The offensive rebound. The kick out to Walker. Now Brown. And there's a defensive 3-second call. And a moment now to quickly take a look at the offensive approach for the Celtics.
The fearlessness they've shown going strong inside has been impressive. The defense hasn't been very effective against them.
I also like how they've played in the painted area. They've made an effort to work on the inside and convert those chances.
And you love to see the aggressiveness, using the height advantage to hammer it home. Wow. I'll tell you, such an advantage having a playmaker who can get up to the rim and finish.
Now that is what every team wants.
Well, you love it. Fearless, aggressive, leaving no doubt whatsoever.
White, good.
Well, Jason Tatum has proven he can score at the NBA level, but you want to see him share the basketball. Pretty pass.
And here's Dillingham from the arc. Here's Reed, And blocked with his palm. What a defensive play. It's Brown on the wing. Fires the three. That falls. Nice feed that time from Tatum.
They are unconscious from outside. And so far, the defense has had no answer.
Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? If you space the floor well enough, it's almost impossible for the defense to account for everyone.
A monster finish with authority.
And he hangs on the rim for a little extra spice. They kick it out to Porzingis. And a slam dunk by Porzingis.
Boy, doesn't get any easier than that. What a size advantage, and just goes to work.
Outside Walker. Oh, and that one had the right spin on it. It's good. Walker's got 5 points now this quarter. Randall with it, and Walker picks him up defensively. Oh, deflected. Here's Brown. And Brown with the stuff.
As of this moment, they look absolutely unstoppable.
Boy, it looks like their confidence is at an all-time high, just feeding off each other right now.
White for three. It's rebounded by Minnesota. Left side McDaniels. Here's Reed on the take. And Naz Reid has proven to be a matchup nightmare for opposing big men doors.
He has, BA, and the reason is he's bigger and stronger than most four men. Traditional fives are too slow to stay with him. He can space you out to the three-point line, or he can punish you on the inside. Naz has got big-time game.
Walker in the post. Checked by Randall. Brown, a screen on DiVincenzo. Oh, a deep three from Tatum. Randall pulls down the board.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
Walker against DiVincenzo. Pulls up. Reed for three. Walker pulls down the board. And it's the Celtics ball. They're on a 17-6 run.
And let's face it, this one was never really in question. They came out with purpose and just overwhelmed the opposition. A great win for the Celtics.
And it was a big-time performance across the board. They looked like they were having fun out there, Grant.
Yeah, BA, it was almost like watching a cat play with a mouse. I mean, they did pretty much anything they wanted to do out there today.
And as it was happening, as it was building, you knew this was a monster game for Jaylen Brown.
Boy, whatever was needed, he provided it. He was the jack of all trades. Big bucket on one end, big defensive play on the other. I thought his influence was felt all over the floor.
He drops it from range.
Showing us that killer instinct right now. No letting the foot off the gas for them.
And you want to save your best for last. Tonight, they've done that and then some. Well, he's such a good athlete for a center. It's how he's able to succeed despite being one of the smallest fives in the NBA.
White. And the layup is good off the glass.
And they knew it wasn't going to be easy to win on the road, but they've controlled the pace on this one.
And sometimes when everyone's rooting against you, it seems to bring the unit closer together. It certainly did tonight.
Here's Dillingham. Pass to Reed. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. Kristaps Porzingis picks one up. And he makes the first. And so Reed nails them both. There's 10 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. Now White. So we see the Celtics taking the W here. This one wasn't even close. The hometown crowd was waiting for a miracle that
To be a low-scoring affair.
But it should be an entertaining one, Kevin. And if you're a fan of high-intensity, high-energy defense, there's a lot to love about this matchup.
Now the opening lineup for the Oklahoma City Thunder. We've got Lou Dort. Isaiah Joe is out there with Gilgeous-Alexander. Then there's Holmgren. And it's Jang in at the 4. And so it's the Suns getting on the board first. Joe with it. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. And Ball sends it back.
And that massive wingspan coming into play there. Ball uses it to perfection to block shots. And hitting the mid-range jumper here early gives the defense just another thing to think about.
And you don't see many teams take these shots as often anymore. It's nice to see them take advantage in this area.
Here's KD. After the made shot from Chet Holmgren. 6 to shoot. That one goes. Counted. Durant's got his second basket.
There's that cleverness of Durant, knowing when to go with the little floater.
And as disappointing as the Suns' first-round exit was last year, RJ, this team, I think, still has a window open. How about you?
Yeah, Kevin, I've often said it takes teams a second year. That first year is really the adjustment period for star players. The Suns core group had some growing pains in that first season, but look, this year, I think this is the year we're going to see the best version of the Phoenix Suns.
Here is Durant after Oklahoma City gets the 3. And he converts the layup. Durant's got 6.
I love the confidence that Durant plays with. The closer he gets to the rim, the more dangerous he becomes.
Pass to Jang. Now Holmgren. And stolen by Bull. KD looking around. Takes it inside. And he drops in the layup off the glass. 8 points for him.
And you see those long strides of Durant eating up ground in a hurry.
Outside, Dort. Pass to Holmgren. His shot is good, making him a perfect 2 for 2 from the floor.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Yeah, as soon as these guys feel contact, they are just disappearing like they're not even there. You got to show some fire and keep defending.
Now, here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Holmgren. Over Bull. Holmgren can't hit. Suns leading by 4. And now we'll go to David Aldridge, who had a chance to talk with head coach Mike Budenholzer.
He immediately mentioned that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, of course, is at the top of their scouting report. He told me the key to stopping SGA is defending without fouling. Easier said than done, but try to keep him off the free throw line. And try, emphasis on try, to make Shai a jump shooter. A very tall task. Guys?
Thanks, David.
Don't underestimate Booker's passing ability. He's getting better and better at making plays for others.
Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Dort. Gilgeous-Alexander sets the screen for Dort. And the dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Taking matters into his own hands.
Yeah, we didn't expect to see that kind of finish.
A point guard getting up like that? Boy, that is special.
Now here's Booker. Still yet to score. And the rejection by Holmgren. Morris looking over the floor. Out to the right wing. 4 on the shot clock. Good D by Holmgren. Thunder trailing by 4. Pass to Dort. 36 seconds left in the first quarter. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. That one is on Bull.
6'3", 215 pounds. Lou Dort is one strong guard. Hard to handle for defenders.
And so he's able to get one of two. Phoenix leading by 3. Morris passes to Bull. Here's Okogie. Bull, a screen on George. Bull, that's good. Bull's got his second bucket.
Yeah, inside, Bull does a great job just making subtle adjustments and utilizing that length.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Makes a fantastic move and nails the shot.
He just makes it look so easy on offense. Like, who takes pleasure in torturing defenses? He does.
Oh, Kevin, not a petty, not a Manny, but a facial.
Oh, bounce to the ounce, Greg? Yeah, showing off the bunnies. And so it's Kevin Durant making headlines and highlights for the Phoenix Suns. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And a moment now to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for Phoenix.
They've started the game the right way, penetrating the defense and attacking the rim. They're just not settling.
You also have to admire how they've challenged the defense inside, getting a lot of points in the paint.
So for Oklahoma City right now, Cason Wallace is out there with Alex Caruso. Then it's Jalen Williams. Then it's Aaron Wiggins. And it's Hartenstein in at the 5.
Just allowing the play to develop. Beal, so calm and collected in these sets.
Pass to Williams. There's the triple. That one's in, his first shot this game.
When he gets a quality look like this at the perimeter, he can almost be automatic.
Here we are sizing up GA Jalen Williams, and his shooting has got to be his biggest strength.
Absolutely. He's great at spacing the floor for his teammates with his catch and shoot abilities, but he's equally gifted shooting off the dribble.
Now here's Williams. Rebounded by Allen. Here's Beal. And the layup's good off the glass. Beal's got 4 points in the quarter.
Powering through contact, Beal with the strong finish.
Caruso against Lee. Wallace with a screen for Caruso. Good on the triple.
You can't lose a shooter like him on the court. The ball will find its way to him, and he will drill a 3 each time.
Nurkic a screen on Wallace. Durant in the corner. That's good. And so Beal with the assist. KD's got 13.
What a ruthless move by Durant, dealing a big blow to the opponent's morale with that 3-point answer.
Caruso kicks to Williams. Up and in, off to an efficient start. 2 for 3 from the field.
Well, check out that assist. That's a pair of teammates that are clearly on the same page.
KD on the wing. Covered by Wiggins. Tough 2 from Durant.
If you feed KD, this man is going to do this all night long.
Thunder trailing by 6. Wallace the screen. Caruso looking for an opening. Inside, Wiggins, and Wiggins throws it down.
Those plays can make a difference in a game like this.
Well, you know it's going to fire up, Greg, everybody on that bench.
And you can feel the jolt of energy that he sent through his team. That is a huge boost in a tight game like this.
We know the 90s were a different era, Greg. Either win the game or win the fight. Remember that? Do you miss that physicality?
Well, I would say, Kevin, it made for some great stories, but I don't think we're missing much without all the extracurriculars. And I think we have a beautiful game now.
Now, here's Caruso. His 3-pointers off the mark. Outside, Beal. Here in the second quarter, just under 3.5 minutes played. Durant kicks to Beal. KD, a screen on Caruso. A 15-footer. He shoots again. Nobody near Nurkic. That's good, and a nice assist from Durant. Nurkic has got the lead up to 9 now for Phoenix.
Nurkic doesn't take a lot of bad shots, so when he decides to pull up off the dribble, you know he's feeling it.
Now here's Caruso. Fires from deep. Can't hit that one.
Not quite enough defense that time around. Just lucky he was off.
Nurkic setting the pick for KD.
A physical big. Nurkic embracing, going up and attracting the contact when he's trying to score. And you don't like to concede the free throws, but it's better than getting flushed on.
He doesn't get the second one. Thunder trailing by 10. Here's Caruso. Count that one. Caruso's got 5 points in the quarter.
And those are the kind of nice inside looks they've gotten here in the first half.
Outside, Beal to the paint. And that basket's going to count, folks. Gets the goaltending call right there.
Yeah, that's a tough call for the refs to make there. I'm not sure it was on the way down, but that's how they saw it.
And so Caruso will bring up the ball for the Oklahoma City Thunder. About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And it's Wiggins missing. Phoenix leading by 10.
And no need to rush this. Let the clock run down.
Yeah, you don't have to be quick. You just have to be deliberate.
And a wide open look for Lee. Bangs home the trifecta. Lee's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3. There's Williams with the 3. And he recovers it over Allen. And the last second attempt does not go in for him. And so it's Phoenix. 13 points up at the end. Thank you, David. And we'll be right back after halftime to start the third quarter. See you in just a bit. And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it has been a runaway. What a game we're seeing from Kevin Durant.
He's done a fantastic job of finding open space to operate within the first few quarters.
I like how they came into this one with a game plan, and they're just going out and executing it. Terrific job.
Thunder trailing by 13. We've got Bull. Monte Morris is out there with Booker. Then it's O'Neal. And it's Okogie in at the power forward position. They're the group for Mike Budenholzer starting the second half. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Kevin, Lou Dort makes his bones at the defensive end. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander says, I always try to test myself against him in practice because he's the best of the best. And Coach Mark Dagnall said, I look at him more like he's an artist. We can shift him anywhere. There's no one he can't guard. Kevin?
David, he is a beast. Wow, thank you for the report. Suns leading by 15. And the All-Star, Devin Booker, an incredible scoring guard.
Since the moment he got drafted by the Phoenix Suns, he has been a beacon of consistency. Every single year he gets better. Every single year he adds something to his game. That's why Devin Booker is one of the best guards in this league.
Here's Jang. Bull making his last shot. Now Jang. Here's Holmgren. And the dunk by Holmgren.
And given that Holmgren is 7 feet tall, he's a threat to throw it down at any time.
Bull, a screen on George. Down low. Holmgren with the steal. George against Booker. From deep. Rebound by the Suns. Here's Bull. He's got 8. It's going to be out of bounds. The Suns will retain possession.
Yeah, gets a finger on it, but just can't quite come up with the steal.
That's fine. You love the effort, not making things easy for the opposition on offense.
Now here's Booker. He has yet to score. Plays it up and banks it in. And the Suns lead by 17.
calls the play, and Booker executes to perfection.
Inside. Here's Holmgren. And a great assist by Gilgeous-Alexander as that one goes in.
And he can time his passes so perfectly. Wow, what an assist.
Dort against Booker. To the inside. Here's Bull. It's not going to go for him. Good D by Holmgren. It's Gilgeous-Alexander with the drive. And Gilgeous-Alexander throws it down.
And moving with such speed, the quickness of SGA's drives, something to admire.
Bull setting the pick for Booker. And the dunk by Bull.
The D just kind of stepping aside and letting him get to the rim.
There's a reason, GA, the lead is what it is right now.
Yeah, it's going to take better rim protection than that if they're going to climb out of this hole.
Money in the bank. Gilgeous-Alexander is more than happy to try his luck from that spot.
And the basket by Okogie. Okogie's got 5 points so far.
When you allow good scorers to get uncontested shots at the rim, no wonder you're losing.
That's a great possession. Put your best players in a position to succeed.
Now, here's Holmgren. 8 points for him.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
Morris against Gilgeous-Alexander. And the dunk by Bull.
That's just too easy for Ball. Once he gets the right position, his focus there is on the finish.
Dort finds Gilgeous-Alexander. Back to Dort. And a great assist by Gilgeous-Alexander as that one goes in. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 3 assists in the game. And he's going to get whistled for that foul, G. That was intentional, but not exactly logical.
How about pointless to foul there? I mean, I don't know where his head is, but it's not in the game.
And the Thunder going with a whole new group out there. Now here's Booker. They set the pick. A 3-ball. Wiggins with the rebound. Thunder trailing by 14. Now here's Caruso. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
Yeah, just nice strength there and then just off with the shot.
For Oklahoma City, they have converted 1 of 2 free throws so far today.
And one of the highlights last year for this group was the fact that they were so efficient from the charity stripe. That's a huge factor.
And the Suns with a completely new group on the floor. Now here's Durant. 18 points for him.
And you can't allow Nurkic to get that kind of position. When you do, he is going to rattle that rim.
Pass to Wallace. The tray. Good on the 3-point shot. And here are the Suns now. 11-point game. And out of bounds as the Thunder gain possession.
City ball.
Williams scanning the floor. Hartenstein with the screen on Allen. Williams for 3. No good that time. And so it's the Phoenix Suns. Their lead at 11 points to end the quarter. Their shooting has been the big key. Their percentage from the field so far has been terrific. We'll get you. Here now a chance to show you our assist of the game. And it's presented as always by State Farm.
And he sliced the D wide open with his speed. They had no chance to prevent that basket.
That's an unguardable pass, flat out. Give him credit for possessing that type of vision.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. And Oklahoma City, looking who they've got to start the 4th quarter. Wiggins is out there with Williams. Then there's Cason Wallace. And it's Alex Caruso. And it's Hartenstein in at the 5, roaming the paint. Wallace, good.
It's been this way since halftime. Tremendous production from beyond the arc.
In the modern NBA, you have to hit threes to win games, and they've made that adjustment since the break.
Beal, the pass to Durant. Durant soaring in for the deuce.
Okay, normally the guy is a sleeper, but those were two loud points there by Kevin Durant.
Caruso against Lee. Caruso, the pass to Wiggins. And the layup is good after a nice lead pass.
You love how each side has risen to the challenge throughout this one.
Man, this has been a fun one, but look, who doesn't love a high-scoring game?
Here's Durant, and the jam by Kevin Durant.
Just no chance there for the defense. Major size disadvantage. He's got no business trying to stop that slam. Just get out of the way.
Hartenstein with the screen on Lee. Caruso, no good.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Beal taking his time here. From past the arc. That's good. And a nice assist from Durant. KD's got his 4th assist in this one.
It's the confidence of Beal. He lets it fly from range when he really likes the look.
Here's Caruso. And he makes no mistake on the slam dunk.
And cutting into the lead with the big one-hand throwdown.
That's how you get your team back into it.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Catching up on the changes for Oklahoma City. Holmgren, he's checked in for Hartenstein. Dort comes in for Aaron Wiggins. And Shea Gilgeous-Alexander subbed in for Cason Wallace.
He's just stretching him out. The defense has got to do a better job of staying attached to him.
And the lack of defensive pressure on shots like that is a big reason they're down by double digits.
Oh, strong take by SGA. 6'6" with point guard skills. What a nightmare matchup he is.
Just a little under 2.5 minutes have passed now here in the 4th. Lee goes down!
Whoa! My gracious, way to get up.
Oh, fantastic dunk. And he hangs around up there just for a little camera time.
Yeah, maybe he didn't want to land awkwardly. Who knows? But there he is, and we see it very clearly.
And playing up-tempo, pro-level ball can be hard for some guys, but Holmgren has easily made the transition.
Booker, he's checked in for Lee.
To the line for your sons, number 1, Devin Booker.
4th quarter keeps moving right along. 3 minutes gone so far. Caruso with the ball.
2 minutes remaining in the game.
Pass to Holmgren. Lost contact on the shot, and now a 3-point play chance as he'll head to the line.
Yeah, I mean, take that. Holmgren, he knows defenses want to rough him up a little bit, and he welcomes the challenge.
1:58 left in the 4th quarter. KD sets the pick for Booker. Allen with the ball. Back to Booker. 3-pointer. That shot, no good. And Gilgeous-Alexander's got the ball here for the Oklahoma City Thunder. They trail by 9 points. The kick out to Williams. Here's the 3. That shot is off. Suns leading by 9. Booker, right side. And the rejection by Holmgren.
Long 7'1" with that 7'6" wingspan. Holmgren can alter a block just about every shot in his vicinity.
No one near him. And good, as it just snugs right down through the net.
Well, I guess we could give him credit for not getting discouraged. They're still playing hard. He's doing his job out there.
And an intentional foul right there.
Wiggins first personal foul. 2nd team foul.
There's 49 seconds left in the 4th quarter. And the Suns miss again. And here now the Thunder. 7-point differential. At 3 off the mark. Allen for the 3. It's rebounded by Oklahoma City.
Not enough ticks left on the clock to save them tonight.
Yeah, they got to be disappointed with this result. 4 minutes remaining in the 4th quarter. And the Suns miss again. 49 seconds left in the 4th quarter. And the Thunder 7-point differential at 3 off the mark. Allen for the 3. It's rebounded by Oklahoma City. Not enough ticks left on the clock to save them tonight.
Yeah, they got to be disappointed with this result. Gilgeous-Alexander kicks to Holmgren. Count it! Oh, and that cuts the lead to just 5.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
16 seconds left in the fourth. And it's Beal in the corner. No good, unable to end this run. Williams passes to Caruso. Knocks down the 3.
I understand we're seeing some high-powered offense, but you've got to put up a little more resistance than that.
Shoot, this defense is giving me hope. The way I look, I could sign a 10-day and put up a few buckets on this squad.
So the first one drops, and that makes it a 3-point lead. And so both free throws are good, and it's a 4-point ballgame.
Calm and cool, and his free throw put a bow on this one. Nice way to finish the game.
Time called here. The Thunder decide to talk it over. They're trailing by 4. What's your take, guys?
Well, it's going to take a miracle for them here, or actually a miracle three-pointer and a foul. This one's over.
Thank you, David. And that'll do it, folks.
Oh, yes, they are, B.A. I love playing in these type of games. I mean, the fans are extra loud. The players are fired up. This will be fun.
And now the Atlanta Hawks starters. We've got Trae Young, Clint Capella out there with DeAndre Hunter. And it's Bufkin in at the small forward position.
An authoritative play by Porzingis, dominating the glass and getting the second chance look.
Here's Young. After the basket by Boston. Yep, count it.
Hey, take it right to the defense. Not a bad way to start this game.
And so it's White with it. He brings it up for Boston. Right side, Walker. To the paint. Here's Tatum. Pass to Porzingis. Can't hit. 1 for 2 now.
Oh, you gotta finish at the rim right there. You hate seeing those opportunities go to waste.
Hunter, a screen on White. Now Hunter from outside the arc. And the three-pointer goes.
And Young isn't just a scorer. He also takes pleasure in creating opportunities for others.
Despite ups and downs, the Atlanta Hawks have remained in the hunt season to season, Stan.
Well, Brian, this team has a lot of resilience. They're scrappy, they're hardworking, and it's helped them stay on the margins, at least, of the playoff picture.
Yeah, defensively, if you come off someone, Young will find him.
Now let's send it over to Allie LaForce, who was able to talk with Joe Mazzulla.
We talked about star guard Trae Young, their biggest problem tonight. Coach said Young is one of the most explosive offensive guys in this league. We want to make him a volume scorer. Force Trae into lower percentage looks. Should be a fascinating matchup, B.A.
All right, appreciate it, Allie. And Atlanta with possession here, following the bucket by Boston. Young against White. Puts the move on. Young misses. For Boston, they've gone 2 for 5 here in the first. Hunter against Tatum. Young, the pass to Capella. That one's good, and it's Young with the assist.
Inside, Capella's physical ability makes the difference. He can get vertical, bump with you, whatever it takes.
Here's White, and he banks in the layup.
Pounding it inside early and often, setting a physical tone.
Atlanta leading by 3. And Young, here we go. And that one drops.
The quicks off Trae Young. He gets to the rim at will. Better come with help side defense.
There's Tatum with the 3. Knocks it down from distance. Tatum's got 5 points.
You don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
For Atlanta, they've gone 5 of 6. They're rolling. Roddy, the pass to Young. Pass to Capella. And stolen by Porzingis. Outside Walker. The 3. Rebounded by the Hawks. And first quarter, we're about 3.5 minutes in. For close to a decade now, Stan, Clint Capella has been a double-double machine.
Well, Brian, I think the key to Capella is he knows who he is. He's a great rebounder, rim runner, and shot blocker. And then he doesn't force things offensively, and that's why he's had one of the highest shooting percentages in NBA history.
KYG, know your game.
One of the tallest guys in the league. Give Porzingis the ball there and just let him work.
To the wing, right side. Screen by Capella. Young, the pass to Capella. The kick to Hunter. Just 4 to shoot. With the fadeaway. With the clock winding down. No, stopping him there. Jams it in, and he's fouled. An opportunity in a three-point play. Kristaps Porzingis picks one up. Atlanta shooting their first free throw this game. Stan, you look at the Celtics, as high-powered as they come offensively.
No question, Brian. They can space the floor at every position, and any one of their starters is able to give you 20 on a given night.
Atlanta leading by 5. 4 seconds separating the shot and game clocks.
Celtics foul.
Atlanta shooting their second and third free throws tonight. The first free throw is good. So 1 for 2 that time at the stripe. Boston's gone 1 of 4 from deep.
It's a foul. Buffkin, first personal foul, first team foul.
There's 14 seconds left in the first. And here's White. Beyond the arc. And so it's the Atlanta Hawks with a 6-point lead at the close of the quarter. What has them in front right now, by and large? Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Hawks?
Well, the way they've been attacking inside is phenomenal. Consistently getting high percentage looks, and that's what great offenses are all about.
They've also been quick to set up their teammates, wasting no time making the extra pass for the open look.
The two Jays, Brown at the 3 and Tatum at the 4. Derek White out there with Walker, and it's Porzingis in at the center position. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Celtics.
Inside, Daniels really uses his agility, getting nimble to find himself a shot.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Hey, Brian. Jalen Johnson is developing the complete game. He said, I watch the guys who do everything. That's my mindset. I want to be at least solid in every department and then keep building on that, adding bits and pieces here and there. Brian, his versatility is already drawing attention league-wide.
Yeah, there's no question about that, Allie. Thank you.
So smooth off the catch. Porzingis is excellent at judging when to take quick shots.
Daniels, that one's true.
They're punishing those late defensive rotations, getting good looks inside throughout the half.
Here's Tatum. And the shot is good after hitting off the rim. Tatum's got 7 points.
At 6'8" with a nice release point, Tatum's jumper is a tough one to disrupt.
Pass to Bogdanovich. Okongwu with it. Outside Bogdanovich. Clock at 4. Okongwu, a screen on Walker. Okongwu has the open look. And again, it's Atlanta.
This team looks to him to score the ball. They feel good when he's taking the shots.
Now Porzingis. It's Brown on the wing. And now the Hawks on the break. Outside Bogdanovich. Johnson on the wing. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Daniels. With nobody on him, he buries that jumper.
3 points.
And it's a 10-point Hawks lead. Well, despite the effort to create super teams, the league has a lot of parity right now, Grant.
It really does, and I like it. It's not quite like the 80s Celtics and Lakers or the 90s Bulls, partly because of the salary cap. It's so hard to pay more than 2, maybe 3 stars at a time.
Atlanta leading by 8. Here's Daniels. He has 7. Picked up by Okongwu. To the left side wing. From deep. Offensive rebound. Bogdanovich on the wing. Defended by Porzingis. Goes back up. That's good from Okongwu. On the assist by Bogdanovich. And the Hawks lead by 10. Outside, Brown.
2 minutes remaining in the first half.
There's a minute 59 left to play in the first half. And it was still over the rim. Offensive basket interference. The Hawks have gotten 5 of their first 6 attempts to fall in the second. Bogdanovich against Walker. Out to the right wing. Now here's Okongwu. Tightly guarded. And from the field after that one, 3 for 4 now.
You're not going to get stops against him unless you give an effort.
White looking it over, driving inside.
And just a lack of fight right now on the defensive end.
Right? At least on that slam it was. That's one way to let a team back in the game.
Yeah, but also credit the offense there. That's making a play when you really need it, and they need more of those.
Okongwu against Porzingis. Shot clock at 6. Outside Johnson. Atlanta gets it back. Okongwu, the pass to Johnson. Back to Okongwu. Shoots over Brown. Rebound Boston. Outside White.
Atlanta foul. Daniel, second personal foul. Second team foul.
There's 37 seconds left in the half. Porzingis with a screen on Johnson. There's Tatum with the 3. Rebounded by Johnson.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Keeps it alive. It's good on the putback.
Johnson.
And White has got the ball here for Boston. A 12-point game. Here's Tatum. Rebounded by Johnson. Out to the right wing. Johnson on the wing. From the arc. Sinks the tray. Johnson's got 5 points now this quarter.
And this is what you want to do when you've got a big lead. Must stay aggressive.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless. Building this lead in every...
All right, Allie, thanks for that. We will see everyone right back after this break. Ready for the second half. And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the rout that it's threatening to be. You look at Kristaps Porzingis. What a contribution.
The numbers say it all. He spent the first half playing efficient ball.
Yeah, it's not like he's getting everything at the rim. He's playing smart and just taking what the defense gives him.
Getting underway in the second half. Here's the 5 for Quinn Snyder. They've got DeAndre Hunter. He's out there with Clint Capella, and it's Young in at the 1. Well, Coach, we know how good Young is offensively, but he gets heavy criticism for his defense.
Yeah, look, and at 6'1", 164 pounds, he has some obvious limitations, Brian, but he's shown improved effort as a defender, and it shows in his defensive rating.
And you have to have that scoring ability on the floor. And here's Hunter for 3. That's in! Coming off an assist from Young.
For 3.
Young's got 5 assists in the game. On the wing, Holiday. Guarded by Young. Let's go with a 3. The shot by Holiday, no good. Atlanta leading by 20. Here's Bufkin. Offensive rebound. Pass to Young. Screen by Capella. Just 5 on the clock. And Young is good for 3. Young's got 7 points in the game.
Yeah, Trae Young can change the course of a game with his outside shooting.
Horford passes to Springer. Back to Horford. To stop the run. And he sinks the layup. Horford's got his first points in this one.
Yeah, that's what they want to see. He has to start asserting himself. They need him to take command of this game.
Hunter, a screen on Holiday. Young from long range. Horford pulls it in. Celtics trail by 21. And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Hey, BA, the Hawks are figuring it out. Coach Quinn Snyder said growth isn't linear. We want to just keep improving. The players have bought in. They're working. They're practicing hard, hitting the film. Everybody has been absolutely coachable. I think we're learning. Guys, it's all about the journey here.
Yeah, I'm trying to take that next step. That's how it's done. Thanks, Allie. Bufkin. Again, Atlanta. The Celtics have got 2 of 3 from the floor in this third quarter. Holiday passes to Cornet. Young against Holiday. And Holiday powers it home.
Well, if you give Holiday a crease, that'll happen. I mean, he just blew the doors off the defense.
A little over 2.5 minutes off the clock in this final half of play. Drills it from deep.
They are unconscious from outside, and so far, the defense has had no answer.
Look, when the three is falling like this, there's not a whole lot you can do defensively.
Here's Horford. That one falls. Nice feed that time from Holiday.
Yeah, the moment Horford has the rock down low, good night. I mean, just too many moves from the vet.
1:51 left to play in the third quarter of basketball. Here's Bufkin. No good on the triple. Celtics trail by 20. Hauser passes to Springer. That's tipped. Now Young with a steal. And a fast break now for the Hawks. Ooh, anticipated the pass. It's a turnover. 1:19 left in the third quarter here.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Here's Bufkin. 5 points in the game. To the middle. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Celtics.
Unforced turnovers. They'll drive your coach insane.
1:03 left to play in the third quarter. Cornet sets a screen to the inside. And he takes the fantastic lead pass up strong for the slam.
I mean, Holiday is a master of the fundamentals, using the tried and true pick and roll to create for his guys.
Here's Bufkin. Young from long range. Capella finds Young.
Boston foul. Luke Cornet. First personal foul. First team foul.
They swipe it. 30 seconds left in the third quarter. And the basket by Springer. The Hawks lead by 16. Right wing. Screen by Capella. Out to the right wing. And the slam dunk by Capella.
Yeah, at the offensive end, more often than not, you'll find Capella at the rim.
Holiday with the ball. The basket drops, and he gets fouled on the shot. One free throw coming his way.
Honestly, I don't know how he pulled that off.
He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here. That's good from Holiday. Here's Bufkin. No good. Would have counted had it gone. And so it's the Atlanta Hawks up 15 points as this quarter concludes. Building this lead up in large part because of how well they're shooting it. And more NBA action on 2K Sports coming your... And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
You have to love his unselfishness and ability to make those around him better.
Well, he really just helps tie this team together. They know they can count on him to set them up.
And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may already be out of hand. Al Horford out there with Luke Cornet. Then there's Drew Holiday, and it's Hauser in at the 3, small forward. That's the Boston 5.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Substitution on the court.
And Atlanta with possession here. Earlier they held a 23-point lead. Here's Okongwu. Sinks it from just inside the baseline.
Assist.
And the Hawks lead by 17. Will stand in this league. The opportunity always exists to make a name for yourself.
It certainly does, Brian. And guys that maybe haven't gotten their opportunity, if they're ready when they get it, then they're going to burst onto the scene, and they'll no longer be under-the-radar guys. Look at a guy like Jalen Brunson, second-round pick, bench guy in Dallas for a long time, and then now an all-star.
Walker against Bogdanovich. And Walker, here we go. Count that bucket. Walker's got his first bucket in this one.
Where's the rim protection? That's just too easy for him.
Bogdanovich finds Johnson. Tries the spin move. Fires for three. Boston pulls it in. On the wing, Tatum. JT to the hole. Oh, Tatum slams it home.
Looking like a runaway freight train, Tatum taking it to the rack with a purpose.
Here's Johnson. And Porzingis with the block. They recover it. Okongwu against Porzingis. 6 on the shot clock. Johnson a screen on Porzingis. The Hawks need to get one up here. The three from Rizashay. And they turn it over. Shot clock violation as the buzzer sounds. And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth here. And that's out of bounds. Boston will retain possession.
Almost had the steal. You have to love the pressure defense.
Yeah, deflections are a stat that a lot of teams track, disrupting the offense's rhythm and flow.
White for three. Oh, how about White from the next time zone?
They've been aggressive during this run, but they've also played under control.
Yeah, you know, I like how they're not relying on just one guy to get it done. They're sharing the ball and keeping the defense guessing.
And Rizashay gets it to go.
It's always good to see Rizashay mixing it up down low.
And so it's White with it. He brings it up for Boston. Trailing by 10. And it's Walker off the drive. And the jam by Walker.
This is anyone's game now, and they have the momentum.
Yeah, taking away the lead is never easy. But a rally like this is how you do it.
Tatum a screen on Johnson. They kick it out to Porzingis. And it's good. Fought through contact, hit the shot, and will go to the line. And taking a quick look here at the hustle stats for the Celtics.
Well, they've shown just outstanding effort defensively, and it's resulted in several forced turnovers.
And they've also been so active defensively, getting deflections, forcing turnovers, and scoring off of them.
Johnson with a bucket.
And coming down the stretch, both teams still playing fantastic offense.
Yeah, in hopes that your opponent is just going to go cold. That's not going to happen, it doesn't look like in this one. This might go down to whoever has the last possession.
No luck on that one. The Hawks lead by 8. Outside Bogdanovich. Johnson inside. Now here's Okongwu. Shot clock at 5. There's a screen from behind the arc. Walker pulls down the board. Boston on offense. They're on a 14-5 run. Misses the three. For Atlanta, they've gotten 3 of 8 shot attempts to find the net here in the fourth quarter. 58 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. From deep, Johnson. And Atlanta misses again.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Counted from distance.
I like the unselfish approach from Brown there, willing to give it up to his open teammates.
Oh, and Johnson slams it in.
Gotta love how they've just maintained their intensity, even when they're this far up.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, just protect the ball, make smart decisions, don't give them a chance to get back in the game.
And it's Porzingis at 7-3, a monster to go to late in the game.
Johnson on the wing. There's the three. Connects from downtown. And the Hawks lead by 8.
And for the defense, that is a heart-sinking moment. And you see him that wide open from beyond the arc.
Here's Atlanta with the ball. Earlier, they held a 23-point lead.
Jalen Johnson.
And Boston has possession. And it's Walker on the drive.
Lonnie Walker, the fourth.
Oh, the dunk by Okongwu.
4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Holmgren and Hartenstein. Gilgeous Alexander out there with Isaiah Joe. And it's Dort in at the small forward. And for the Timberwolves, Anthony Edwards out there with Nikhil Alexander-Walker. Then it's Julius Randle. Then it's Jaden McDaniel. And it's Gobert in at the 5 spot. Hey, Clark, in tonight's game, what are you watching closely?
Well, the thing that jumps out at me, Kevin, is the guard matchup. I mean, both teams have tremendous backcourts, and I really think whoever is able to win or control that battle is going to win the game.
And so it's the Minnesota Timberwolves getting the first points of the ball game. Out of bounds, Minnesota takes possession. Here's Randall. Edwards looking it over. Pass to Gobert. Hits the layup after the sweet pump fake to freeze the D.
With his size, Gobert can make this look really easy. It's almost unfair.
Outside, Gilgeous Alexander. And Gilgeous Alexander throws it down.
Taking matters into his own hands.
Yeah, we didn't expect to see that kind of finish.
And you know, guys, when your point guard is making explosive plays at the rim, I really do think it sets the tone for the rest of the team.
They grab their own miss. Gobert finds McDaniel. Randall from outside. It's rebounded by Oklahoma City. You know, Greg, when you look at the Timberwolves' history, the first round had been a problem for them. But not last year, as they swept the Phoenix Suns.
And you got to look at it as being a tremendous success, right? Because going into the season, I don't know that anyone thought they would have made it to the conference finals. But, boy, that young group gelled well together, and the sky's the limit for the future.
And the Timberwolves with possession here. The Thunder making the shot. And finished off by Gobert.
Stay clear of Gobert on the dunk now. The force he goes to the rim with is mighty.
Gilgeous Alexander kicks to Dort. Gilgeous Alexander sets the screen for Dort. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Gilgeous Alexander. He clangs that one off the back iron, and down it falls. Gilgeous Alexander's got 6. For Minnesota, they've gone 3 of 5 shooting the ball so far. Edwards drives in, and Edwards slams it in.
Well, I tell you what, once Edwards accelerates, I mean, he looks like he's playing at a different speed than those around him.
Gilgeous Alexander against Edwards. And the dunk by Gilgeous Alexander.
And one step ahead of the defense with that solid screen.
And then, Greg, the monster dunk to finish it off.
Boy, picture-perfect teamwork that time, guys. One guy sacrificing for the other. That's how you succeed in this league.
Gobert, the pass to Edwards. And contact on the shot. And yep, we thought we might see it. And the coach's challenge has been triggered on the personal foul call.
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's...
The previous play is
of technology, we've seen replay reviews so effectively and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this.
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in air. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. He wants to talk to his guys. And the Timberwolves making a change here. Reed's checked in.
And for the Wolves, number 11,
We've got 1:55 left in the first quarter. Oh, that was terrific!
Watch out now. Look out below. Edwards rising to the rafters.
Pass to Joe. Beyond the arc. And the three ball is good. And this game is tied up now.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. You got for us, DA?
Kevin, thank you. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is an elite scorer. Coach Mark Daigneault said the sign of a good player is being a source of reliable offense. At the same time, he's learned to impact the game in other ways, and that's why he's a really good player. He's not just a hired gun scorer. Kevin?
Totally agree, DA. He is a franchise cornerstone type of guy. And we thank you for the report. All free throws good from George. And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Trailing by 2. Fires for 3. Randall dishes to Edwards. Off target from three-point range. For Oklahoma City, they've gotten all 5 of their shots to go down in the first quarter. Terrific start. Oklahoma City shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game. First free throw is good.
And this guy just does everything. Scores, passes, good rebounder. Just an all-around terrific basketball player.
And the Timberwolves making a change here. Ingles is checked in.
Making it look effortless. Send this guy to the stripe. He's going to cash in more than not.
Now here's Edwards. Randall a screen on George. For 3, Edwards trains it from beyond the arc. Edwards got 7 points.
The challenge with defending Edwards, he's a 3-level scorer.
Holmgren with a screen on Edwards. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren. Gilgeous-Alexander against Edwards. Pass to Hartenstein. Just 5 on the clock. From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. Reed with the rebound. Outside Edwards. Here's Ingles. And the rejection by Holmgren. The first quarter all wrapped up, and it's been an exciting game so far. Oklahoma City out in front. They're up by 1. And we'll get it going after this from the Target Center. And getting going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. What stands out to you from Oklahoma City in this one?
Well, the offense is clicking, and they seem to have seized the momentum here early on.
Yeah, you know, I agree. No warm-up needed. They came in on fire and have already built a nice lead.
So for Oklahoma City right now, both Jalen and Jalen Williams are out there. One at the 3, the other at the 5. Cason Wallace is out there with Alex Caruso. And it's Wiggins in at power forward. Here's DiVincenzo, following the score by Oklahoma City. To the middle, and stolen by Williams. And now it's Wallace running. He can go all the way.
Well, that's why they're in front. Aggressive play at both ends. Nicely done.
DiVincenzo against Wallace. And that one is stuffed right through.
DiVincenzo's got major bounce now. This kid is a big-time leaper. He can play at the rim and above it, too.
Oklahoma City leading by 3. Quarter number 2. We're about a minute in. Caruso sets the screen for Williams. And Williams slams it in.
Wow, and that sort of showmanship is just deflating right now to a team trying to get back into a game like this.
Ouch, Greg, that is definitely an emphasis jam. A big apostrophe or exclamation point, maybe even a question mark.
And guys, I know there are a lot of questions right now defensively for this team. There's no doubt about that.
Here's Reed, and Reed throws it down.
Great teamwork, punctuated by a strong finish.
That is the perfect fast break, guys. Getting a hoop before the defense can get set.
When Naz Reed is out there, Clark, spacing the floor is a real asset for him.
For sure, and, you know, he really puts a lot of pressure on the defense because he can score from anywhere on the floor, and he's got great size and strength. And he does the little things, too. I mean, you look at his points and rebounds, but this guy gets deflections. He goes after loose balls. He gets you extra possessions on the glass. He steps in and takes charge. I mean, he does all the little and big things.
Now here's Williams. Pass to Caruso. Over Dillingham. Can't connect from 14 feet out.
Well, you know he wants that one back. I mean, more often than not, he'll sink that mid-range jumper.
In the corner, it's DiVincenzo. Taken away by Williams. Here's Wiggins. Count it. And the Thunder lead by 7. All right, well, look at how the hustle game has been going for Oklahoma City.
They've really been disruptive on the defensive end, forcing turnovers and turning those turnovers into points at the other end.
And so far, just a great job forcing turnovers and creating opportunities in the open floor. The defense at the heart of that.
Agile play to get his hand in there and get the steal. Intelligent play to immediately start the break.
DiVincenzo against Wallace. To the left wing, Dozier kicks to Reed. A three-pointer is right on target. Reed's got 5 points so far.
And his presence as a scorer, it just has a calming effect for the rest of the team. He's a fallback option whenever they need him.
Caruso, rebound Minnesota.
Those are chances almost always you can rely on him to get you 2 points, but the D, just enough to keep him out of rhythm.
Dillingham with it, defended by Caruso. Back to Reed. Takes it off the glass. Now just a 4-point Thunder lead.
Really nice job moving the ball around that time, picking apart that defense.
Wallace, the pass to Caruso.
First personal foul. First team foul.
1:11 left in the first half. Wiggins, a screen on Ingles. Wiggins outside. The three. Reed with the rebound. Minnesota's gone 3 of 7 tonight from three-point territory.
And those plays can make a difference in a game like this.
Well, you know it's going to fire up, Greg, everybody on that bench.
Making a statement for sure. I mean, we'll see if they can maintain that aggressive approach, guys.
And so here is Oklahoma City after the basket by Minnesota. And good that time. Williams has got 10 points now just in this quarter.
I mean, the number of points they've scored in the paint already here is eye-opening.
DiVincenzo finds Ingles. Here's Dozier. Nice ball movement by Minnesota. Driving in. Pass to Dillingham. Just 4 to shoot. Kept alive. Dozier passes to Reed. Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. An intentional foul committed, but for what purpose, Greg, I'm not sure.
A scene of confusion right there. I can't imagine why he thought it was a good idea to foul there.
Dillingham with it. And the slam dunk by Dillingham.
Kevin, he is tough to stop when he gets to the rim.
Yeah, Greg, he can get up a few notches higher.
Well, and that's exactly how the game is played in the paint inside, guys. I mean, if you can play over the top, I think you've got a big advantage.
And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Thunder lead by 2. Stay with us, folks. We'll get back just after halftime to start the 3rd quarter. And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander really making a difference here.
In that first half, he was a hot knife, and the defense was butter, sliced right through them.
Well, you know what, guys? My question is this. Who's he going to posterize in this half? You know, we've already gotten a number of filthy dunks out of him.
Nickeil Alexander-Walker out there with Edwards. And it's Rudy Gobert. Then it's Julius Randle. And it's McDaniels in at the small forward position. That's Chris Finch's 5 as we get into the second half.
And this is SGA's role. He's out here to score and score often.
And Greg, it didn't take long for Anthony Edwards to prove himself in the NBA.
There's so much to like about his game. As outstanding as his offense is, his defense cannot be overlooked. He is a lockdown presence when he needs to be.
Here's Randle, and Randle throws it down.
So impressive, the fortitude, the will to battle back, but it did take a lot of energy to get here.
Yeah, you know, battling back is about staying the course, and their attitude never changed.
First team foul.
Stolen by McDaniels. And here in the second half of play, we're just over a minute in. Gobert dishes to Edwards. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. And he slams it down right on top of Chet Holmgren.
Boy, great take by Edwards, making the correct decision in the pick and roll there.
Hartenstein with the screen on Edwards. It's hauled in by Edwards. And so Edwards will bring it up for the Minnesota Timberwolves. A 2-point game. Randle outside. This one for 3. And the rebound goes to the Thunder. On the wing, Gilgeous-Alexander. And that's an intentional foul.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
The classic combo guard, Gilgeous-Alexander, is effective in the two-man game, especially on that first option, taking it himself.
And Randle throws it down.
Boy, nice timing on these jumps. He's somewhat on the small side for a power forward, but he just never gives up.
Holmgren sets the screen for Gilgeous-Alexander. And the dunk by Holmgren.
I mean, sneaky. When he moves around the floor, Holmgren takes you out of the play, slips past, and just rolls to the hoop.
With some arc, the muscle from Edwards. And Clark, on average, free throw attempts are down a fair bit in the last 20, 25 years.
Yeah, I mean, from a fan perspective, I think you compare a field goal to a couple of free throws. It's obvious, though, which is more entertaining to watch. You want to see guys score the ball in live action.
Reed, he's checked in for the Timberwolves. On the wing, Gilgeous-Alexander. He's got 14.
Yeah, but the defense was determined not to give him an inch of free space.
Minnesota in the lead. Left side, Edwards. A beautiful finish inside by Ant.
Edwards is rolling right now. If I'm his teammates, he's getting the rock every time.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Edwards. Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Tight defense on him. And the dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Just the kind of play they need in a game this close.
You know, that's the kind of aggression they want from their floor leader.
And it just forces the defense to pay more attention to him, guys, which we know can open up things for others.
Miller's checked in for Julius Randle. And a new group getting ready for Oklahoma City. Wiggins is checked in for Chet Holmgren. Jalen Williams comes in for Dort. Cason Wallace, he's checked in for Isaiah Joe. And it's Alex Caruso in for Gilgeous-Alexander. And we've got a timeout called from Chris Finch. Wants to regroup and go over the strategy. And some changes here for the Timberwolves. Joe Ingles is checked in for Miller. Dante DiVincenzo comes in for Alexander Walker. And Dillingham subbed in for Edwards. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Ingles with a screen on Caruso. And the slam dunk by Dillingham.
And one step ahead of the defense with that solid screen.
And then, Greg, the monster dunk to finish it off.
Boy, picture-perfect teamwork that time, guys. One guy sacrificing for the other. That's how you succeed in this league.
Outside Williams from downtown. That one is good again. He's 6 for 8 for the floor with the basket.
You have to love the unselfishness on display there. Excellent passing.
Now Dillingham driving inside. And the slam dunk by Dillingham.
Taking matters into his own hands.
Yeah, we didn't expect to see that kind of finish.
And you know, guys, when your point guard is making explosive plays at the rim, I really do think it sets the tone for the rest of the team.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You got to be tougher defensively.
Ingles with the screen for Dillingham. Pass to Ingles. Here's Dillingham. Defended by Caruso. Lets the 3 fly. Doesn't go for it. And the game still closely contested as we end the third quarter. The Timberwolves on top, up by 1. From Target Center, back in a moment. And let's go back to a terrific pass that we're calling tonight our State Farm assist of the game.
And he may not be known as a pass-first guy playing out of the 2-guard spot, but he shows here that he can dole out an assist or 2 when he needs to.
That's right. I mean, that's not his primary duty, but when the situation calls for it, he can do it and does it well.
Well, this has been a great contest so far, and I imagine the fourth quarter could have even more action in store for us. And Oklahoma City, looking who they've got to start the fourth quarter. Hartenstein is out there with Wiggins. Then it's Williams. Then there's Wallace. And it's Caruso in at the 1 spot.
Big finish by Gobert, getting the hoop and going to the strike.
And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for Minnesota.
Credit them for not settling. I mean, they've been in attack mode off the dribble all game long, and thus far, it's paying off.
They brought the hard hats and the lunch bells with them, too. Done some great work down inside.
And Mark Daigneault calls timeout. There was no hesitating. He wants to talk to the team right now.
Come on, get up for your temple.
Williams is checked in for the Thunder. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
During that last break, Coach Mark Daigneault talked to his team. Coach wants them to do a better job defending the perimeter. He said we're late on our rotations and they're getting great looks because of it. We got to fight through it. We got to take away the 3. We're good, guys.
All right, thank you, David. Here's Dillingham, defended by Caruso. Pass to Dillingham. Ingles with the screen for Dillingham. No good off the front iron. Thunder trailing by 4. An intentional foul committed, but for what purpose, Greg, I'm not sure.
A scene of confusion right there. I can't imagine why he thought it was a good idea to foul there.
Here's Caruso. And the 3 off target. Timberwolves leading by 4. Here's Dillingham. Gobert with a screen on Caruso. The Timberwolves need to get a shot off here. Gobert can't hit. And here's Williams now. He'll bring it up for the Thunder. On the wing, Wallace, defended by DiVincenzo. And it's Wallace penetrating, and Wallace slams it in.
Just the kind of play they need in a game this close.
You know, that's the kind of aggression they want from their floor leader.
And it just forces the defense to pay more attention to him, guys, which we know can open up things for others.
And we've got a timeout called from Chris Finch. He's clearly intent on wanting to lock in and make sure everyone's on the same page. A new lineup here for the Timberwolves. And a new group in here for the Thunder. Holmgren, he's checked in for Aaron Wiggins. Dort comes in for Jalen Williams. Isaiah Joe, he's checked in for Wallace. And Gilgeous-Alexander is subbed in for Alex Caruso. Gilgeous-Alexander deciding where to go with it. It's Joe on the wing. The shot's good. Gilgeous-Alexander making the play. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 3 assists in the game. Goes straight through the defender for the dunk. Draws the foul. He'll go to the line. Then one on Dort.
At every level, Edwards has been the go-to guy for his team. It's in his DNA.
And you just knew he wasn't going to miss that one. Not with so much riding on it.
For those just joining us, fourth quarter here. We're just over 2.5 minutes into it.
And good work inside. SGA will make more room for himself on the perimeter when he can be effective down low.
Edwards kicks to Reed. Back to Edwards.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Reed with a screen for Edwards. Edwards with a tough shot.
Edwards just doesn't allow defenders to bottle him up. Great focus and persistence.
Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Anthony Edwards. That'll be his second foul of the game.
Second team foul.
And we're about 3.5 minutes into the fourth quarter. And Gilgeous-Alexander, here we go. Pass to Holmgren. And here is Dort. Holmgren with a screen on McDaniels. Just 5 to shoot. Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander.
The mixture of power and balance really makes Randall a threat defensively.
Holmgren can't hit. Edwards against Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Randall, and Randall throws it down.
Calm when it counts. Randall has that clutch DNA.
Holmgren the screen. Joe passes to Holmgren. Good! And he has brought them to within 2 points.
And you can't get a bigger bucket than that.
Well, that was 1-2. He wanted the ball. Nobody else was taking that shot.
Here's Edwards. Tried to bank it in, but he misses.
Well, that's a good player missing from point-blank range. That's one you got to convert.
A 3.
The length of McDaniels, a big factor at both ends.
Edwards against Gilgeous-Alexander. Holmgren with a screen on Edwards. And Gilgeous-Alexander, here we go. Here's Holmgren. Just 3 to shoot from outside the arc. And it's Gilgeous-Alexander missing. Minnesota with the ball. The lead is 2. There's it.
Relentless in their approach, even with the game firmly in hand.
And, you know, until that final buzzer sounds, I mean, you've got to treat every possession like it's crucial.
There's 10 seconds left in the game. From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. The rebound by the Timberwolves. So it's Minnesota taking the W in a close one. Probably a little closer than they would have liked it, but a win nonetheless.
Yeah, but I really got a sense that the fans gave them that emotional boost that was needed down the stretch. This crowd, man, they were electric.
And a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge, standing by courtside. David.
Thanks very much, Kevin, with Julius Randle. And Julius, you get it done at multiple ends.
Thank you for that, David. And that about wraps it up. For Clark Kellogg, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge.
Rating their half-court sets. They don't feel the need to push the tempo all the time.
Now Atlanta's starting five. We've got Trae Young, Clint Capella out there with DeAndre Hunter, and it's Bufkin in at the 3 slot. Now here's Young inside, and the slam dunk by Capella.
Using his length that time, Capella up top to slam it down.
Outside Booker. Pass to Bull. Back to Booker. Here's Bull. Morris outside. Here's Booker. And that comes off the assist by Morris.
Devin Booker will score by any means necessary, and that time over decent defense, getting the contact.
And the bucket is good.
Reliable approach, getting the ball in the paint and going to work.
On the take, Capella with a block. Young against Durant. Young, the pass to Hunter. The kick out to Young. Takes a 3. Pure from 3-point range.
Well, Trae Young's dangerous because he's got that confidence and he's ready to shoot anytime he gets it.
Man, Brent, when Trae Young is on the floor, his teams put up ridiculous offensive numbers. What makes Trae a difference maker?
Well, I think Trae's relentlessness as an offensive player is hard to defend. I mean, he is so quick with the basketball. He gets into the teeth of the defense and causes so many problems, BA. He sometimes has those stretches where he becomes an offense unto himself.
The Hawks have gone 3 of 3 so far from the floor. Here's Roddy. Booker defending. Right side Hunter. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
Good move for Hunter to get to the inside, and he just navigated the defense well.
Now here's Booker. Tight defense on him. Nails it from beyond the arc. Booker's got 5.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, right now I don't see any let up. I think he's going to just keep putting his foot on that gas pedal tonight.
Rejected by Bull. And it's Kevin Durant with the foul. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
Out of bounds. Hawks ball as Atlanta keeps possession. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Mike Budenholzer and I got a chance to talk for a bit. I asked him about how difficult it is to game plan for someone like Trae Young, and Coach said to me, I told our players to play up on him. The more he moves and runs around, the more likely he is to get into a rhythm, so we need to stay aggressive against him. Sounds like this might be a very physical game, guys.
And Allie, thank you for that. And Booker with the jam.
Booker sometimes can come up with those. He could be an impressive dunker.
Here's Young. Pass to Bufkin. They set the pick. To the inside. Here's Capella. And the slam dunk by Capella.
It's a nice pick and roll there. Capella slicing with purpose after he sets the screen and ready for the ball.
To the paint. And finished off by Bull.
2 teammates connecting right there. Slick feed.
For Atlanta, they've gotten 5 of 7 shots to fall. A minute 35 left in the first. And Young, here we go. Good work there as it goes. Young's got his second basket.
Defenders just too worried about Trae pulling up on the shot, so he took advantage and just flew by him.
Booker, the pass to Bull. And it's going to be a 3-second call.
3-second violation. Atlanta ball.
The Hawks leading. Now here's Young. He's got 5. Into the lane. Pass to Capella. Over Bull. Capella can't get it to go.
You're not going to see that very often. The defense in the vicinity, but still, he's not one to blow layups.
And now we've got an intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Hunter against Durant. He takes it in, and it's slammed in by Durant.
Well, long legs of Kevin Durant. They're galloping down the lane. I don't know how you catch up there.
Here's Buffkin. Booker defending. Capella, screen on Booker. Up top, Capella, and stolen by Booker. And now the Suns fast break. And down it goes. Jam that one home.
Just another part of Devin Booker's amazing offensive game. He finds wide open guys.
Young, the pass to Hunter. This one for three. Hits the trifecta. Hunter's got 5 points.
He's a go-to guy for them because he's that consistent. Time and time again, he delivers.
Good if it goes. And that's not going to go. Well, it's been a high-scoring, competitive game through the first quarter of play. And some good action in the books as we get back to a game that's been pretty close so far here. And a moment now to quickly take a look at the offensive approach for the Hawks.
The way they just continue to drive right at the defense, they've really been overwhelming them when they do this.
I love the passing that they displayed at the start of the game. Great ball movement that's opening up some chances without really getting deep into the execution.
Beal and Allen are out on the wing. KD and Nurkic are the big men for him. And it's Lee in at the point guard position. That's the Suns' 5 as we get into the second quarter.
He's going to punish you if you leave him open. He's more than willing to take the open three when he's got it.
A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Hey, Brian. Well, Kevin Durant steadily climbing up the top 10 of the all-time scoring list. He said, I've been in the league for half of my life now. It's a blessing to be playing on this platform and doing what I love to do. I just want to continue to keep putting in good work and keep adding to what I already did.
One of the greats, Allie. Thank you.
You love how sudden Durant can be with that attack. And he sliced up the defense. They were unprepared.
To the wing on the left. Johnson for three. And Atlanta misses again. The Suns lead by 4. Durant with it. He has 6. Rebounded by Johnson. Bogdanovich from long range. Drops in the 3. Bogdanovich has got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3. Beal against Bogdanovich. Durant with a screen on Bogdanovich. Pass to Nurkic. All alone. And he buries that one. Back rim and in. Nurkic has got his first basket. Well, you hear team execs say all the time, you're either selling wins or you're selling hope. How true is that, Brent?
Well, if you're an executive BA, just be right about whatever it is that you're selling. And you got to be realistic. I mean, fans are smart. They understand where your team is. Are you a playoff competitor? Are you young and growing? So that's hope. If you're going deep into the playoff run, you want the wins.
And here are the Suns now. After the Hawks picking up a basket just moments ago. 6 to shoot. Beal. And then Beal with the dunk.
Well, mixing it up just a little bit, Beal gets himself some room to work with using that screen.
And a little under 2.5 minutes gone by here in the second quarter. Here's Johnson. Oh, and Johnson slams it in.
Now that's how you capitalize on a screen.
Yeah, good positioning, too. Gave him a clear path to the hoop.
Really not enough help there. Lack of communication on the backside.
Oh, and Johnson slams it in.
And that's gotta hurt. A turnover for a free run at the rim.
And now we know who has the momentum.
Execution with pace. That's a bad turnover that simply was telegraphed.
Beal outside. Let's go with a 3. Sinks the tray. Beal's got 5 points.
You got to get out on Beal. He's just too dangerous as an outside shooter.
Picked up by Okongwu. And a little under 3.5 minutes elapsed here in the second quarter. And they go to the intentional foul.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Bogdanovich with it. Beal picks him up. Johnson a screen on Beal. Outside Johnson. Clock at 6. good with time running down on the shot clock. Give him 8. For Phoenix, they've gotten 5 of their first 6 attempts to fall in the second. And then Beal with the dunk.
Such a big-time move for Beal, a big-time player.
Picked up by Okongwu. Here's Daniels. Oh, there's a killer two-hand slam.
Wow. I'll tell you, such an advantage having a playmaker who can get up to the rim and finish.
Now that is what every team wants.
Like to see that assertiveness, especially from the guy who's going to orchestrate your offense.
Bogdanovic against Beal. Nurkic a screen on Bogdanovic. Beal the pass to Lee. Three-pointer.
Bogdanovic pretty good at making some things tough for his man. Very active on the defensive end.
Here's Rizachet. Allen defending. From deep, Johnson. And that one goes. He's now recorded his 5th bucket in 8 tries.
That's just a lapse right there. No matter what, somebody has to be there and get a hand up in the shooter's face.
That's been the story of their offense so far, getting a number of looks from point-blank range.
Here's Bogdanovic. After the basket by Phoenix on the other end. 3 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Johnson a screen on Nurkic. The kick out to Johnson. Ooh, Durant with a steal. Puts up a 3. And the three-pointer is good for Durant.
This game has been like a seesaw. Both teams going back and forth at one another.
Yeah, everybody trying to get away from one another, and the threads are keeping them close. This has been highly competitive.
And the first half comes to a conclusion in a game that's been very close so far. Suns ahead. They lead by 2. And we'll be back with you shortly.
And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drums. They're measuring up the shot.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. One of the stories here, Kevin Durant. He's getting it done today.
When he got good position and they got the ball to him, he was automatic.
Yeah, we'll see if the double teams start to come here in the second half to make them adjust offensively. But he's going to keep going at it.
And the Hawks, looking at who they've got. Clint Capella out there with DeAndre Hunter. Then it's Trae Young, and it's Bufkin in at the 3, small forward. Atlanta shooting their first free throws. First trip to the line in this one.
You have to love Trae Young's relentlessness on the floor. His focus, just giving the game 100% of himself and not messing around in any regard.
Here's Morris. No made baskets yet. They set the screen. Takes it inside. And a nice finish on the layup. And the Suns lead by 2.
Great finish on the drive from Morris. This is what happens when you give him the lane.
Outside Young. Pass to Hunter. That's in. Coming off an assist from Young. Hunter's got 7 points.
And look at that. The vision is why Trae Young can get you double-digit assists.
Morris against Young. There's a screen by Bull. Here's Morris. Oh, and a slam dunk by Morris.
Woo-wee! What a big finish out of the backcourt.
That might be exactly what they needed at this point of the game.
Defense has got to be better. Flat-out effort was not there.
Atlanta shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw shots of the night. And so he hits both. Second half of basketball, just over a minute played so far. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, guys, the Suns are going for it. All-star guard Devin Booker said everybody here is on the same page. We're in win-now mode. We want excellence. We know it's not going to be easy, but when you give up that much, we're trying to win this year and years to come. Brian, this front office has been aggressive.
They are all in, Allie. Thank you. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Here's Booker.
feels like DeAndre Hunter can just swarm anybody shooting the ball. That time, no options.
Here's Buffkin. Pass to Capella. Tries from 6 feet. And that one drops. He has 6.
I just think that's trouble. You're gonna let that guy shoot layups. You're asking for it.
To 3, Booker. Oh yeah, Booker dialing long distance.
Dangerous at all times from range. Booker shoots threes at will.
Well, Grant, if you talk about consistent top-level scores, Devin Booker is near the top of that list.
Yeah, and going back to the 17-18 season, Devin has averaged at least 25 points every year. Book can create his own shot and finish. It's hard finding guys who can do both.
Lowell finds Booker. What balance from Booker.
And Booker just keeps taking him. He's a scoring machine.
Here's Buffkin. Pass to Capella. Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense given the situation.
Clock keeps going. 3 minutes into the second half now. Here's Capella, and he banks in the layup. Capella's got 8.
Almost all of Capella's shots are going to come from that kind of range. He's a big that's not trying to play out on the perimeter.
Bull, a screen on Young. Morris for 3. Capella with a rebound. Capella's got his 4th rebound in this one. Outside Young. And it's Phoenix with a rebound.
The D giving him that shot, and that's probably not a good idea, but I guess they knew what they were doing that time.
Left side Bull. Pass to O'Neal. And that one's on target from the wing. These teams just keep trading the lead.
Yeah, you wonder what it's going to take for someone to pull away.
Outside Young. Screen by Capella. Young, the pass to Capella. And the slam dunk by Capella.
And no question, Trae Young is a very special passer and playmaker on the floor.
And Booker's got the ball here for the Suns. It's a 1-point game. Pass to Bull. Wide open look. Rebound, Trae Young.
You won't see him miss that one too many times.
Yeah, that happens. Important thing is for players, just don't beat yourself up and make a miss like that cost you another play.
Hunter, the screen. 32 seconds left in the third. And here's Capella. Bull grabs the board. Down low. Here's Okogie. Ooh, the lead pass was in the perfect spot to set up the layup.
Assertive move. You can tell the game's heating up a bit.
Now Young. He has 7. Fires from deep. That is Trae's shot. The 3.
Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
That's one that the coaches will watch tomorrow with that player. You hate to see him give up in that situation.
And we've reached the end of the third quarter. Just a terrific game thus far. Atlanta on top. They're up by 2. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
You talk about painting a magnificent picture with that dime. Just a great decision and a perfect delivery.
Yeah, those are the kind of plays that you want to put on a canvas. Just beautiful basketball.
And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. Allen and KD are the forwards. Damian Lee out there with Bradley Beal, and it's Nurkic in at the center position, filling out the middle. So that's the lineup on the floor for the Suns.
Not bad. Nurkic with a nice shot there, especially off of that assist.
Here's Daniels. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. This is the very definition of a back-and-forth contest.
Yes, neither side taking its foot off the gas. I'm expecting a spectacular finish.
And here's Allen. Here's Lee. Good setup. Led him to the rack perfectly for the layup. Lee's gotten his first points in this one.
Well, if you came here looking for a scoring battle, I think you made the right choice.
Yeah, both of these teams locked in on the offensive end. Going to be a high-scoring affair tonight.
Okongwu, high post. Shot clock at 6. Here's Johnson. Buckets. He's now 6 of 10 from the field.
And that was the right decision. When you're in need of a bucket, you go to your most trusted guys.
Yeah, whether it's teammates or the coaching staff, hopefully a combination of both, but gets close, he's getting the ball.
Instead of risking something on the perimeter, he just works it inside.
And no reason to settle in that situation. If they're going to give that up, he's going to take all of it.
Okongwu, a screen on Durant. Now here's Johnson. Good! Now 7 for 11 on the night.
Smart play call to get him something at the rim.
Well, taking advantage of that opportunity, it does not get any more high percentage than that one.
Durant, the pass to Nurkic. The kick to Durant. Nurkic, a screen on Johnson. Back to Nurkic. It's stolen by Okongwu. On the push, here comes Atlanta. Throw it down on the breakaway jam.
And leaking out well in transition. I mean, I like seeing Daniels get rewarded for hustling.
Beal outside. Jacks up a 3. Gets the 3 to fall.
He's a guy that lives for a big moment like that. Great focus and courage in the clutch.
Outside Johnson. Lets the 3 fly. The Suns clear it. Beal outside. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Bogdan Bogdanovic. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Okongwu.
Nice deflection there. Really trying to disrupt their offensive flow.
Yeah, appreciate the work right now on the defensive end.
Beal finds Nurkic. Rejected by Okongwu. Johnson against Allen. Now here's Johnson. He's guarded closely. Okongwu up top. Just 5 on the clock. Back to Johnson from the arc. And it's Phoenix with a rebound. Nurkic has got 4 rebounds now. Right side Durant. It's Beal on the wing. Durant with a screen on Bogdanovic. Pass to Nurkic. He puts up a 3. Okongwu with the rebound. The Hawks have gotten 4 shots out of 6 attempts to drop so far in the 4th. Outside Bogdanovic. 1:16 left in the 4th quarter. Got it. Good job in the low post.
Bogdanovic showing how much he believes in himself right there.
And then Beal with the dunk.
And that's a huge bucket at the hands of Bradley Beal.
Atlanta's gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the 4th quarter. Bogdanovic. And then Bogdanovic with the dunk.
Yeah, Bogdanovic gutsy with that one.
It's Beal on the wing. Defended by Bogdanovic. Durant with a screen on Bogdanovic. Beal finds Durant. Ooh, the defense just making it easy for Durant.
Wow, that takes steady nerves right there.
Not backing down from this moment here. When the game is close, he kicks it up a notch.
Outside Johnson. They set a pick.
Durant covering a lot of territory with his length.
Okongwu, the pass to Daniels. Misses the 3. And the timeout called by Mike Budenholzer. Great time to call his guys into the huddle at a very tense moment in this game. He's checked in for Phoenix. We'll Booker comes in for Lee, and the Hawks making a change here as well. Clint Capella, he's checked in for Congo.
Second personal foul. Second team foul.
Big possession. They have a chance to take the lead.
It'll be interesting to see what they run.
And so they foul intentionally.
Second personal foul. Third team foul.
Ooh, he knocks down the clutch free throw. Can knock it down, and they really needed that one.
They come away with the lead, but I'm sure he's kicking himself over that last miss.
Capella, screen on Booker. Johnson on the wing. Takes the three. He's off from three.
players.
And it's bound to be a fun one, right? There is elite talent on the floor. In this kind of a powerhouse matchup, both teams are looking to make a statement.
And the starting lineup for the Timberwolves. Conley and Edwards are the guards. Julius Randle is out there with Gobert, and it's McDaniels at the 3. Now here is Conley. Randle with a screen for Conley. Shot clock at 5. Goes up the baseline. Offensive rebound to the left wing, and Gobert kicks to Randle. Walker against Edwards. Second chance shot, and Boston with the rebound. And foul call. Looks like they had a clear path to the basket. He'll be shooting 2 free throws. And they'll retain possession. The Celtics shooting their first free throws of the game.
And a season ago at the charity stripe, this is a group that shot an impressive 81%.
And so Walker nails both of them. Greg, this is some kind of note. Last year, Minnesota had, for just the second time, had ever won a series in the postseason.
Yeah, they've been bounced in the first round, 10 of 12 appearances. But last year's team was different. Their elite defense fueled the conference finals run.
Here is Edwards, following the basket by Derek White. Edwards looking it over, and Edwards with the stuff.
Oh, my goodness. The athleticism of Anthony Edwards on full display.
And here's Brown. He'll bring it up for Boston. Over in the corner, Porzingis. Here's Tatum, and slam dunk by Tatum.
I love the Jason Tatum not settling for a jumper. He goes to the rim with authority.
Let's send it over to David Aldridge, who caught up with head coach Joe Mazzulla. David.
Now, we talked about the tall task of facing Anthony Edwards. Coach said he is so physical. Ant looks more like a linebacker than a wing, so we can't foul Edwards too much. That's playing right into his hands. So they'll try to play him tight without sending him to the line. Not easy to do. Back to you guys.
Thanks, David. Now, here's Brown. Rudy Gobert missing his last shot. He gets that one.
Well, good things happen for this team when Jaylen Brown gets into the paint. So efficient inside.
Edwards drives in.
And he wanted everybody in the building to feel that ferocity.
And we did. Yeah. And we felt it. Even over here, we felt it. On the wing, Walker. It's stolen by Edwards. Here's McDaniels. And finished off by McDaniel.
Assisted. Well, Anthony Edwards showing you that I've got some playmaking in my toolbox. Nice pass.
White against Edwards. White drives in. Yep, that one goes. White's got his second basket of the game.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
I think defensively, that is not the way you want to start. Giving up high percentage looks, that doesn't typically end well.
Okay, 2 hands for safety. That's what they say, right?
That's right. He was ultra safe with that dunk, no question. And when you look at Alexander Walker, Doris, so consistent from year to year.
This is a young man who knows his role, finds ways to help the team within the context of what the Stars are doing, and those are exactly the kind of role players you need in order to have a quality basketball team.
Hands it from downtown.
And guys getting into a nice groove here, starting to feel it.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
And not the prototype power forward, but he has tremendous athletic ability.
Pass to Alexander Walker. Gobert, the screen. And a miss there on the triple. Boston leading by 4. Brown the pass to Tatum. Shoots the 3. And it's McDaniels with the rebound.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Got a piece of it. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Walker.
And he made the right read on that play, but just couldn't secure the steal.
Yeah, the anticipation was there. The hustle was there. Very close to picking that one.
And the Timberwolves making a change here. Reed's checked in. Now, here's Reed. And once again off the mark by Minnesota.
all by himself, trying to step up. He's got to be frustrated with the miss.
Nice shot by Porzingis.
But he's got the green light. Porzingis understands. Be ready on the catch.
Now 8 seconds separating the two clocks. Randall finds Edwards. Randall with a screen for Edwards. Pass to McDaniels. Lets it go. Reed the pass to Alexander Walker. Drops it in from 11 feet.
Boy, a strong finish down low. The defense was there, but he was not going to be denied.
Tatum down low. And slam dunk by Tatum.
Oh, Kevin, not a Petty, not a Manny, but a facial.
Oh, bounce to the ounce, Greg, yeah. Showing off the bunny. And so it's Boston, bringing the quarter to a close with a 7-point lead. We're shooting the ball so well in this one. A great performance from the field. And we've got more on 2K Sports. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Celtics.
These guys have been so quick off the dribble, finding great lanes to attack and getting themselves to the basket.
I think the other thing they've done a great job of is making their presence felt inside, converting tons of paint opportunities.
And so in the game for the Timberwolves, they've got McDaniels, Dante DiVincenzo, who's out there with Dillingham. Then it's Julius Randle, and it's Reed in its center. To the middle. Sweet move. He muscles it in through the contact, and they call the foul. He's on his way to the free throw line.
And those are the kind of nice inside looks they've got here in the first half.
And that one falls for Reed. And Greg, you talk about toughness, a compete factor. How does a team create that culture?
Call it critical mass. When you have the entire organization and enough players committed to that kind of effort, everyone has to meet that level.
Tatum against McDaniel. He takes it in. Porzingis with the block.
Porzingis 7-3 says not here and not now.
Right side to Walker. Porzingis sets the pick for Walker. The three-pointer no good. Timberwolves trail by 6. Porzingis with the steal. White, wide open, he fires. Good, and it's Tatum picking up the assist. White's got 7 points in the game. It's Randle with the drive, and Randle throws it down.
We know that Julius Randle loves to put it on the deck. Off the dribble drive, boy, he can be tough to deal with.
GA, these Boston Celtics are unquestionably a top-tier offensive unit.
Stupendous shooting, excellent instincts with the ball. Yeah, they are a model offense in many ways, making it tough for many teams to keep up with them.
Randle a screen on White. Randle outside. Just 5 on the clock. It's stolen by White. Porzingis at the elbow. Back to White. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
First personal foul.
Exactly what good offensive players do. Lean into that defender. A level of physicality puts you at the free throw line.
And we talk about Derek White. Doris, how impressive has his rise been?
Kevin, it's been both impressive and sometimes feels improbable. He was not highly recruited. There were no expectations on him when he arrived in the NBA. This guy has turned himself into one of the premier defenders from the guard spot, an excellent shot blocker, and so rock steady as a ball handler on the offensive end. Well, that's not exactly the most solid screen you'll see, but it still works.
DiVincenzo passes to Ingles. Dillingham with it, and stolen by White. And it's in there. White's got the lead up to 14 now for Boston.
That's what you call speed, being the difference in transition. Off the steal, Derek White so heads up.
And even with good coverage defensively that time, he has confidence to drill the three.
And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. You got for us, DA?
Kevin, the last few years we saw teams giving up bounties worth of draft picks and trades for star players, but with teams now possessing more roster spots to develop prospects and about 3/4 of the tradable picks hoarded by just a third of the NBA teams, we may not see so many picks given up moving forward. Kevin?
You're exactly right, David. Something certainly to keep an eye on. Porzingis with the block. White looking around. Fires the three. Miller grabs the miss.
You will not see this guy miss many of those. He's one of the keys to their floor spacing.
Over to the left wing. Back to Ingles. Miller with a screen on Brown. Looking to end the run. Ingles can't get it to go.
No matter what looks they get, they just can't convert to stop this run.
And I think you can start to feel their frustration mounting. With every missed bucket, it becomes more and more desperate. How good a playmaker are we watching? Always leading, always trying to create for others.
Reed. That one falls, his second basket of the game. He's now 2 for 3.
And they've repeatedly probed inside in the first half, guys, and it's paid off.
Here's Brown, and he comes up with the deuce. Brown's got 9.
Well, this is where the powerful frame and explosive athleticism of Jaylen Brown becomes a problem for the opponent. Nicely done.
DiVincenzo hits the bucket.
Well, that's a nice play. You've got to read the situation and go to your floater game when necessary.
Tatum against Miller. Fires away from way outside. Tatum's shot is off. From downtown, that one doesn't drop. And so it's Boston, holding a big 18-point lead to close the quarter. They've had such great ball movement and shot selection, and it's led to a terrific field goal percentage. And a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge, standing by courtside. David.
Thanks, guys. Here with Jason Tatum. You have been rolling early. How did you...
All right, Dave, thank you. And time now for the halftime break, with the third quarter soon to follow, right here on 2K Sports. And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. Without question, Derek White displaying his skills today.
No problems fighting his way to the rim in this one. A lot of points in close.
And part of that has to do with his mindset. He has been looking to push the action at every opportunity, and he has been in attack mode all night.
We've got Holiday, and it's Cornette in at the center, filling out the middle. That's the Boston 5. Now here's Edwards. He's tightly guarded. It's good.
And that strength and concentration from Anthony Edwards. Yes, there's contact. Doesn't bother him.
You hear, Doris, people now calling Anthony Edwards one of the faces of the NBA. I'm assuming you'd agree.
100% agree, because the skills are extraordinary. The development in his decision-making has gone leaps and bounds from where it was. Beyond that, Kevin, he's a lockdown defender, one of the best competitors, fearless in the big moments, and one of the most charismatic young men in the league today. This guy is spectacular.
DB, ever since winning the most improved player back in 2021, Randall has stayed scoring at an incredible clip.
Yeah, Kevin, what makes this guy such a difficult matchup is his size and the ability to drive it. And now what you've seen is this evolution into a legit threat from three-point territory. He is such a difficult cover.
And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. That one on Horford. The Timberwolves have been perfect at the line so far, albeit just 2 for 2.
And just to mention, a season ago, they were very comfortable at the line, hitting about 78% of their free throws.
So it's the Celtics now. They led the game at 1 point by 20. Holiday, the pass to Horford. It's good. Horford's got his first bucket in this one.
Well, this guy's such a polished player from this area of the floor. Al Horford, it doesn't get any easier than that one right there.
Here is Edwards. He has 6. From 12 feet out. That shot missing. And so Holiday will bring it up for the Boston Celtics. They lead by 14. Out to the right wing. The 3. Julius Randle with the rebound. For Minnesota, they've gone 2 of 4 here to start the second half. Conley gets the bucket.
Wow, how about the concentration from Mike Conley? Wow, that is big time.
Here's Springer. No scoring in this one. Driving the lane, and that one drops for him. And the Celtics lead by 14.
Oh, what a mid-air adjustment. You know, he had to alter his release point, but didn't let it throw off the shot.
No one near Edwards as he lets it fly. Drills it from outside.
Well, the work that Anthony Edwards is putting in as a shooter is there. That range shot so important. Nice three-point look right there.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
Randle outside. Pass to Edwards. Shot clock at 6. And Edwards slams it in.
Well, as usual, this guy cooking on the offensive end, but right now, the other guys on his team have got to step forward.
Doris, some great shooters on this Boston team, but at times, don't you think they settle from the perimeter?
Well, Kevin, obviously, this is a coaching staff that puts a heavy emphasis on three-point shooting. They led the league in makes, they led the league in attempts. But obviously, your two best players, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, with their size and athleticism and driving ability, you want to try to find the right balance. They do a great job of that.
And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporters, David Aldridge. David?
Kevin, well, like a lockdown corner in football, teams just try to keep the ball away from Jrue Holiday. He says, I feel like they're not afraid of me, but like, okay, get him off the ball. To me, that's respect. I don't need other people telling me how good I am. You can see it by their actions. Kevin?
So true. He can be intimidating, David, and we thank you for that report. Driving to the basket.
The D just kind of stepping aside and letting him get to the rim.
There's a reason, GA. The lead is what it is right now.
I tell you, you can't get stops if you're unwilling to put in the work.
And what you love about Edwards is how intense he is. Guy plays hard every minute he's on the floor.
And Edwards drops them both.
You want to contest this guy's shot, but you absolutely don't want to send him to the line. He will make you pay.
Here's Holiday. The rebound by the Timberwolves. Gobert's got 7 rebounds in the game. Down low. Out to Conley. Stolen by Holiday. And the layup's good off the glass. Holiday's got 4 points now in the quarter.
A really smart player. Holiday can find the spaces inside and exploit them for points.
Outside for Randle. Gobert with a screen for Randle. Inside. And finished off by Gobert.
And no doubt they'd love to see him get a lot more of those opportunities.
And that deficit will go away quickly if he does, Greg. It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Nailed from three-point land. Horford's got 5 now.
Well, this guy's got such big-time mobility for a big man. Al Horford specializes in finding the gaps in the defense. Nice catch and shoot.
I love the spirit he's shown tonight, particularly on the offensive end.
To me, he's just playing smart, efficient basketball, really helping his team hang around this one.
And so it's the Boston Celtics. 13 points up at the end of the period. Their strategy has been clear tonight. Work the ball inside, get shots in the paint, and now they are scoring with ease. Right back after this break. And let's go back to a terrific pass that we're calling tonight our State Farm assist of the game.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feed.
Nothing better than chemistry, right? Working together to create a bucket.
And there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. And so Joe Mazzulla calls for the timeout. Clearly, he's got something his players need to hear, and immediately. With a short break in the action, gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, able to listen in on what Joe Mazzulla was going over with his team. He told them, don't look at the scoreboard. We have to play like we're tied. They want their team to sustain that level of effort, and we'll see how it works out. Kevin?
Thank you, David. On the court for Minnesota, Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniels. Reed is out there with Julius Randle. And it's Conley in at the point guard position. Reed. A three-pointer off the mark.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
Oh, he really broke up that transition opportunity. Looks like it'll be a transition take foul. And what's your take, guys, on the hustle steps for the Celtics?
They're looking to attack in transition every time down the floor. Just wearing the defense thin at this point.
Another thing I thought they did well was pressure. They forced a ton of turnovers, turned those opportunities into points.
Dante DiVincenzo, he's checked in for the Timberwolves. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. You know, Doris, few teams have tried to invite Brown to be a shooter. He's punished them each and every time.
And he's had to put in the work, Kevin, to make himself a legit perimeter threat. And listen, the defense has to make choices. Athletically, this is one of the most gifted players in the league. If you're going to concede anything to Jalen, it would probably be the three-point shot.
Here's Randall. And he lays it straight in.
Well, that's Randall working in his comfort zone. You can see how confident he is on his ability to score inside.
Walker looking for an opening. Pass to Tatum. Five on the clock. Oh, Tatum won't be denied.
How about that? The quick feet, quick thinking makes the play an easy one in screen and roll action for Jason Tatum.
Edwards inside, guarded by Walker. A second chance effort, and it's laid in by Edwards. Edwards got 13 points in the second half.
Well, it's easy to say. This guy wanted it more, creating the second chance opportunity and cashing in.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
Inside, Edwards finishes strong.
Anthony Edwards has got his rhythm, and he's got a well-rounded offensive game. Look out.
DiVincenzo against White, and foul on the shot. He'll shoot two at the free throw line. And the first one at the line is good.
And no matter what, one of the big positives they can take away from this game is how well they perform at the line.
We talk about high-effort players. Well, Derek White embodies that very description. Always working hard, always looking to outwork his opponent.
Edwards. A rebound by the Celtics. White's got his fourth rebound with that last one here tonight. From deep, Walker. Randall grabs the board. Randall's got his fifth rebound right now in the game. And here is DiVincenzo. Randall a screen on Walker. Here's DiVincenzo, and he jams it with authority.
And credit the screen for giving him the space he needed to get to the rim.
For sure, GA allows him to come in with the sledgehammer.
Boy, that's a play you just practice time and time again, and that's the result of the work put in.
Porzingis can't hit.
Well, we love his ability to attack the rim. He just loses a little bit of focus and misses the chippy.
Wow, came this close to a 4-point play. He'll head to the line for 3 free throws. It goes on Jason Tatum. The throw dropped for DiVincenzo. And he's good on the second. Last one's off, and they'll settle for 2 points. Guys, a good chance for them to slow it down.
Yeah, they definitely should use some clock here.
Hits it from 3-point range.
He's not always assertive on the catch, but Derek White rise and fire from 3-point, and it is on target.
Edwards making a statement.
Just powered it down with both hands. You know, he's not going to mess that one up.
Oh, no, not this fella. He is a superb finisher.
In that height, with that much of an advantage height-wise, there's just not a lot the defense could do.
Such a wide-open look. DiVincenzo's got 7 now in this quarter.
Well, unselfish play by Anthony Edwards. Teammate is wide open. He puts it right where it needs to be.
And finished off by Brown.
Oh, fellas, that was vicious two-hand monster slam.
Guys, I don't think there was anyone who could have stopped him on that one. And White with the stuff.
A sneaky good scorer. I don't know that you define Derek White as a scorer. He's sort of jack of all trades, but boy, he's cooking right now.
Pass to DiVincenzo. Randall with a screen for DiVincenzo. Outside for Randall. Offline with his 3. Boston leading by 13.
And there's no doubt about this one. Playing with a lot of confidence tonight. It's a statement victory for Boston.
This was a very efficient offense tonight.
And they found a way to get their shots to go down. A little luck didn't hurt. A lot of their 50-50 shots fell their way.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance from Derek White.
Well, I think his contribution clearly came at the defensive end, right? He came up with a bunch of huge steals. He was a menace all night long.
41 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Guys, they have a really solid lead at this point.
Definitely, and they haven't faced much resistance.
And it's Walker that time on the assist by Tatum.
Saw the opportunity to put this away and did not turn it down.
Yeah, playing with great energy and great effort. And as a coach, you'd love to see this from your team every single night.
And so the Celtics now can just hold on to the ball. The 3 from Tatum. That shot, no good. Outside Edwards. And so it's Boston easily grabbing this one. And the outcome of it, all right, David, thank you. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our
And these games were a grind to play in. You're fighting for every bucket. So the little things, like an extra possession here or there, those will be huge.
Now let's take a look at Phoenix's opening lineup. Kogi and Durant, they're the forwards. Devin Booker out there with Monte Morris. And it's Bol in at the 5, roaming the paint. This past offseason, OKC decided to move on from their former first-round pick, Josh Giddey.
Yeah, the 6th overall pick in 2021. Giddey is a talented player with good upside, but fit is so important in the NBA, and the Thunder knew his talents would be better suited elsewhere.
Now here's Booker. Fires for 3. Here's Bol. And good work on the boards as they picked up the second chance points.
Stayed with it, and his effort is rewarded with the second chance bucket.
Gilgeous-Alexander looking it over. Dort for 3. And it's Phoenix with a rebound.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Outside Durant. Here in the first, a little over a minute played so far. Comes up empty down low. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
I had a chance to catch up with Mark Daignault, and he let me in on their strategy for Devin Booker. He said no easy shots for Booker tonight. We only want him taking off-balance, tough looks. At least that's our hope. Sounds like they'll be throwing everything they can at Booker defensively, BA.
Appreciate the report, Allie. Now here's Booker. From downtown. And it's Holmgren with a rebound. Oklahoma City has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. There's a screen by Jang. Gilgeous-Alexander, good.
And such a clever player in pick and rolls. Gilgeous-Alexander is unpredictable and understands how to attack defenses.
Booker, the pass to Durant. Ooh, it's stolen by Gilgeous-Alexander. And a fast break now for the Thunder. Here's Joe. Off target with the 3. Phoenix has gone 0 for 2 from outside. To the middle. Dort with a steal. Pushing it up the floor. Here comes Oklahoma City. Outside Joe. The 3. Kevin Durant pulls it in. The Suns trailing. Here's Booker. Jang pulls it in.
A rare miss for him at point-blank range. That's one he'd like to have back.
And looks like an illegal pick was set. That gets the ref's attention.
The screener was leaning a bit right there. His feet may not have been planted. Pretty obvious call by the officials.
Look, guys get away with this all the time, but on this occasion, he got caught.
Now here's Booker, down low. That's good from Bol on the assist from Booker. Bol's got 6.
Great decision-making from Booker, realizing one of his guys is open and whips the pass to him.
Left side, Gilgeous-Alexander. And slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander. Already 5 lead changes here.
Speaks to how evenly matched these teams have been thus far.
You know, Booker gets a lot of praise for his scoring. But how about his skill as a passer, Richard?
Oh, he's a good decision-maker, BA. He's able to read defenses and dissect them with his passing. He's shown he can be a traditional, quote-unquote, point guard.
And the Thunder in possession here. After the basket by Phoenix on the other end. And Gilgeous-Alexander, here we go. Throws it down, and the official calls a foul. It may be a three-point play. It goes on Bol, and something that makes SGA so dangerous on offense, his elite drive and kickability.
Now you have to load towards him when he comes off a high pick. He just draws so much attention and can find another cutter or spot-up shooter. He has so much gravity to his game.
When you come out to an NBA game, that's what you want to see. Devin Booker putting on a show.
Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. Slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Gilgeous-Alexander lifting off and hammering it down with all he's got.
Here's Booker. It's rebounded by Oklahoma City. it outside. Gilgeous-Alexander against Booker for three. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, that one's good. 12 points for him.
Outside, inside, in between, it doesn't matter. SGA is lethal.
Durant with the bucket.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Booker surveying the D. Pass to Morris. Back to Booker. Up in time. He got it up in time, but it would not fall for him. What a performance for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He has been... Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after this first quarter of play. And what do you guys think about the Thunder here in this one?
Well, their offense is clicking so far, capturing the momentum here early on.
Credit the game plan coming in. They've identified some weaknesses, and they are exploiting them.
Well, the last few years, Richard, the Suns have had some all-time greats, but this is Devin Booker's team.
No doubt. Drafted in 2015. Book's been here his entire career. His first few seasons, the team was, let's just say they were rebuilding, but Devin stayed loyal and enjoyed some stellar seasons since then.
On the court right now for the Suns. Allen and KD are the forwards. Monte Morris is out there with Bradley Beal, and it's Bol in at the 5 spot. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Hey, Brian, the Thunder have some grit. Coach Mark Daigneault said we compete, and on nights we aren't, we get back to that very quickly. The competition level and the willingness to do it together is the foundational piece. Brian?
All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thank you. The shot by Dort, no good. Suns trail by 5. Here's Durant. Durant, so effective inside.
I love the confidence that Durant plays with. The closer he gets to the rim, the more dangerous he becomes.
Pass to Holmgren, the 3. And that comes off the assist by Gilgeous-Alexander. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 3 assists now in this one. The Suns shooting a nice 50% for the game. Not sure why he committed the intentional foul. No purpose.
I think everyone's a little confused, but weird plays happen. I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
So Oklahoma City ends up going with a new group. Yusuf Nurkic, he's checked in for the Suns. Lee comes in for Morris. Out to Beal. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Lee. And once again, off the mark by Phoenix.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Wallace's shot is good.
Just outstanding distribution. This is the kind of team chemistry that you love to see.
Now here's Beal. The D's right on him. Gets his second attempt to go. Now he's 1 for 2. And you played for several different coaches with very different philosophies, Grant. Did you have a favorite system?
Well, you know, BA, I did. I played 19 years, a number of different coaches, but the 8 seconds or less offense back when I was with the Suns as a player, you want to run. And honestly, it's so much fun getting up and down the court like that.
Suns trail by 6. To the inside. Here's Durant. Oh, his shooting remains on point. 3 for 4 thus far.
They're punishing those late defensive rotations, getting good looks inside throughout the half.
Nurkic against Caruso. Pass to Williams. Puts up a deep 3. An absolute bomb from 3-point range.
This team looks to him to score the ball. They feel good when he's taking the shots.
Beal, the pass to Nurkic. Back to Beal. There's a screen by Nurkic. Oh, misses the dunk. Thunder leading by 7. You know, over Bradley Beal's career, he succeeded in a few different roles, RJ.
Yeah, he played with the ball-dominant guy. Then he became the sole star on his team. And now he's playing with multiple stars. Evolution is a part of success, and Bradley Beal is doing it.
The Suns have gone 3 for 7 here in the second quarter. A minute 31 left in the first half of basketball. Here's Beal. Got a piece of it. Now Hartenstein. Yet to see a basket. Wallace outside. Back to Hartenstein. Outside, Williams. Pass to Wiggins. Here's Wallace. A chance to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark. Beal outside. Allen inside. Williams defending. And the foul on Alex Caruso. That's his first foul of the game.
First personal foul. Second team foul.
43 seconds left to play in the first half. Here's Beal. Yep, it finally drops after rolling around the rim. Beal's gotten 4 this quarter. Hartenstein with a screen on Allen. Here's Williams. And he was fouled in the act of shooting. Opportunity for a three-point play here.
Oh, I love the ferocity on the drive. Williams doesn't lack confidence tearing towards the rim.
He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here. Suns trail by 8. Here's Lee. That one goes. Now he's 1 for 2. And it's the Thunder with the ball.
And they can run out the clock here. No need to rush it.
Yeah, you don't have to be quick. You just have to be deliberate.
Williams against Allen. Pass to Hartenstein. Using his post moves to get the 2 points. And the Thunder lead by 8.
Smart decision to kick it out to another guy once the defense is fixated on him in the paint. Yeah, he was able to sneak it to the rim. Had enough room to get just like an easy layup.
And so it's Oklahoma City leading by 6 as we wrap up the quarter. Their key to consistency has been their dominance in the paint. They've been the more physical team. Time for a quick break, then back to the action. And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard. You know, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been exceptional here, guys.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
Oklahoma City leading by 6. They've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's out there with Isaiah Joe. Lugans Dort out there with Holmgren. And it's Jang in at the power forward. That's the group from Mark Daigneault starting the second half.
And the D can't allow Gilgeous-Alexander to get this positioning, because once he does, he makes you pay.
Here's Booker. And he can't get that one. Ooh, some solid defense from Gilgeous-Alexander. Ever since Phoenix changed ownership, they've been all in on winning now, Richard.
They've traded a lot of picks away and young talent to assemble a team of superstars. Some of the best shooters in the history of this league. And they were willing to go deep into the luxury tax to sustain it.
Now here's Booker. Here he goes. The slashing ability of Booker. Wow.
I like how sudden Booker can be on the drive, charging into a gap before the defense sees it's there.
Booker against Gilgeous-Alexander. Over to the left wing. 4 on the clock. Holmgren finds Gilgeous-Alexander. Launches a 3. Okogie pulls down the board. Suns trail by 9. Right around a minute and a half played in the third quarter. Booker against Gilgeous-Alexander. Nurkic. And Nurkic throws it down.
Oh, too easy for Nurkic. A big man who goes up strong. Have to meet him at the rim and counter his aggression.
Gilgeous-Alexander, good.
And just totally relentless. only increasing the intensity level.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is.
Booker for three. He buries it from three. Booker's got 9.
He doesn't shoot from the corner three often, but Booker looked fearless sending that one up.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander, and slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
And he just driving the stake in him there.
He's a guy who just never lets up.
And that finish shows you how dangerous he can be as a passer and a finisher.
Ooh, bouncy. That should give him a nice lift.
Good timing. They needed that one.
And they need more where that came from. They're not out of this hole yet.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. 19 points in the game. And the officials whistle a foul on the shot. The bucket is good, and he'll go to the line.
Gilgeous-Alexander is just that good, finishing the play through the foul.
And a new group getting ready for Oklahoma City. Hartenstein, he's checked in for Holmgren. Wiggins comes in for Jang. Williams is checked in for Dort. And it's Wallace in for Joe. Here's Booker. He's got 9. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line. It goes on Aaron Wiggins.
And Booker is so active on offense, which really forces the D to act with aggression at times.
Caruso, he's checked in for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Both free throws good from Booker.
Now he's perfectly comfortable doing work at the line.
Thunder leading by 8. Wallace outside. Oh my goodness! He'll go to the line with a chance at a 4-point play. That one's on Monte Morris. Oklahoma City shooting their 5th free throw of the game here. Now here's Hartenstein. They lead by 11, largest margin of the game.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
Caruso against Booker. Hartenstein a screen. And here's Caruso outside. Can't get it to drop.
Yeah, no, he usually makes you pay from that range.
Booker for 3. Hartenstein pulls it in.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
And Monte Morris is going to pick up the foul. That's his 3rd foul so far.
Personal foul. 13 foul.
Just over 3.5 minutes through the 3rd. Hartenstein with a screen on Booker. Caruso, the pass to Williams. 6 on the shot clock. The Suns clear it.
No clue how he misfired on that shot. You don't see that from him very often.
And it's flushed down. A nice jam.
And what an aggressive move to the rim. He's really trying to fire up his teammates right now.
Boy, it's not hard to feel inspired after a teammate makes that kind of finish.
And that could be the spark they needed to make a little run as they try to even this thing up.
Here's Hartenstein. After the basket by Phoenix on the other end. The Thunder with another miss. Now here's Booker. He's got 11. Nurkic, a screen on Hartenstein. Booker, the pass to Nurkic. Caruso outside. Off target from outside. Suns trail by 9. Pass to Booker. About 3 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Ooh, Booker doing Booker things.
Plays hard in every facet of the game. Nothing that Booker can't do.
The Thunder have gotten 6 of 11 attempts to fall so far in the 3rd. Now here's Williams. He's covered by O'Neal. It's deflected, and they get it back. Booker fires from way outside. No good on the buzzer beater. What a performance for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He has been the story. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
You've got to admire the vision just as much as the accuracy. Not many players can even spot that pass.
The 4th quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. And so in the game for the Suns, they've got Royce O'Neal. Josh Okogie is out there with Yusuf Nurkic. Then there's Bradley Beal, and it's Lee in at the point.
Kevin Durant. Brace it out.
Now here's Beal. Defense is right there. And he drops it in from the low post.
Powering through contact. Beal with the strong finish.
And so the ball out of bounds. Caruso touched it last. Suns trail by 6. And here's Beal. And he makes it on the layup.
Good work from Beal. He gets inside and finishes the play.
Oklahoma City's gone 7 for 17 from three-point range so far in this matchup. And it's Caruso on the take. And Hartenstein gets it to go.
He finds a shooter in motion and is confident he can thread him with the lead pass. Well done.
Beal outside. Outside Bull. Pass to Lee. 5 to shoot. The Suns need to get off a shot. Bull. The Thunder pull it in. Hartenstein's got his 5th rebound in this one. Thunder leading by 6. Williams with the screen. And Williams punches it home.
And we see the speed and power. And Williams shows off on that one.
There's the foul. It's on Cason Wallace. That's his first foul. So Oklahoma City ends up going with a new group.
Substitution on the court.
Here's Durant. Oh, KD! Filthy!
And it doesn't get any easier for Durant. With his size and length, dunking just comes, pretty easy for him.
Gilgeous-Alexander with the ball. Guarded now by Bull. Here's Jang. Banked it in off the glass. And the Thunder lead by 8.
They're going at it on offense. Neither team backing down.
Man, this has been a fun one, but look, who doesn't love a high-scoring game?
There's a screen by Bull. Out to Beal. Pass to Lee. 6 to shoot. And they're going to count that bucket, and they'll send him to the line. It could be a three-point play.
I like Beal's vision. Makes a great read on this pass.
Let's get a quick check of the scoring breakdown here for the Thunder.
The name of the game in the modern NBA is making threes, spacing the court, and that's exactly what they are doing tonight.
And another thing that's impressed me has been their consistency with their two-point jump shots, getting it done from the mid-range. I tell you, a little extra pressure on D when you're up against a point guard who can elevate.
It doesn't make it easy, does it?
Yeah, hard to strategize for a guy who can make a pass or a play like this right in your face. Woo, let him know, Beal. That is a huge shot.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Gilgeous-Alexander, a screen on Beal. Gilgeous-Alexander up top, hounded by Beal. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Sajang. Lets it go from the wing. Gilgeous-Alexander no good. Suns trail by 5. Durant surveying the D. And now they decide to foul intentionally. Oklahoma City making a switch here. Williams is checked in. Nurkic is checked in for Phoenix. Booker comes in for Lee. Gilgeous-Alexander against Booker. Rejected by Holmgren.
Wow, I mean, the 7'6" wingspan coming in handy. Holmgren loves swatting away shots just like this.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Joe on the wing. Fires the 3. The shot misses. For Phoenix, they've gotten 5 of their 7 shots to fall in this final quarter. Nurkic a screen on Gilgeous-Alexander. To the paint. And stolen by Holmgren. It's a one-on-one situation.
Oh, wow. Tort just going off. Making a big show of how athletic he can be.
Beal outside. The 3 is up. Count it! And now they trail by
This is what Beal is capable of, delivering a bucket anytime you need it.
And Gilgeous-Alexander's got the ball here for the Oklahoma City Thunder. They've led by as many as 11. Dort's shot is good.
And they just continue to attack, even late in the game, while they're up big.
If you want to be great, you have to have that killer instinct.
Oh, he nails it! Oh, and that cuts the lead to just 5.
Big-time players make big-time shots. Durant, he lives for these opportunities.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Outside, Williams. And there's the call on Yusuf Nurkic. That'll be a second foul of the game.
Second personal foul. First team foul. Coming onto the floor for your Thunder.
And he commits the intentional foul.
Alex Caruso. Suns foul.
He gets the first, and that increases the lead to 6.
Second team
and so he drops them both, and it's a 7-point game.
I'm not going to lie, that's big, making all of those, giving them a little bit more breathing room.
And Beal puts up a deep 3. So we see Oklahoma City get the win here. This one was in the balance right until the final seconds.
NBA, they showed their character when it mattered most, sending those fans home happy.
Power forward, the star pair of Brown and Tatum. White is out there with Lonnie Walker. And it's Porzingis in at the center position. And for the Hawks, they've got Hunter. Also Clint Capella out there. And it's Roddy in at the 2 spot. Well, both these teams, of course, Greg, strong and rebounding. Should be a battle out there.
Nothing easy in the paint, Kevin. Both front courts will be fighting for every possession when they miss.
Now, here's Capella. Capella sets a screen for Hunter. And looks like the illegal pick was set. Yep, that's right. That'll get their attention.
And not the most common call you'll see in the NBA, but hard to argue that pick wasn't illegal.
Yeah, and that's maybe something that should be called more. We see a lot of moving screens in today's NBA.
Here's Brown. Walker in the corner. Pass to Brown. 6 to shoot. No good with the triple.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Buffkin, no good. And so Brown will bring it up for the Boston Celtics. Here's Hunter. That one's in, his first shot this game.
With a number of moves and shots to choose from, Hunter is scary. Nice bucket there.
And this past offseason, Stan, was pivotal for the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, they've been at a crossroads, Kevin, every offseason since their Eastern Conference Finals run in 2021. But after missing out on the playoffs last season, changes seemed inevitable.
And now let's take a look again at that incredible rejection.
And making a statement right away, letting them know they won't get any easy ones when he's around.
Now here's White. Out to Porzingis. There's the triple. It's hauled in by Clint Capella.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
Hunter with a screen on White. Young passes to Hunter. For the 3. It's hauled in by Porzingis. Boston's gone 0 of 2 from deep here. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Well, I was able to speak with Quinn Snyder just before the game. Now, we talked about the difficulty of trying to contain a player like Jaylen Brown. Coach said we can't let him gain confidence and feel like he can do whatever he wants. That's when you get into trouble. Now it's up to the players to make sure this doesn't happen. Guys?
Okay, David, thanks. Now, Tatum. After the missed 3 from Trae Young. And slam dunk by Tatum.
Tatum good for at least one highlight finish a night. This guy is box office.
Young with the ball. He's picked up by White. Young against White. Hunter sets a screen for Young. Jacks up a 3. Sinks the triple.
And that corner 3 isn't a huge part of Young's game, but his accuracy can make it work.
White goes in. The 3 from Porzingis. Rebound by the Hawks. High post Young. Tatum on him. Young inside. Guarded by Walker. Shots good from Young. Young's got 5 now.
Oh, crafty move there by Young, finessing his way around the contact.
Up top, Brown. And there's the foul. It's on Jaylen Brown. That is his first foul of the game.
And really just a great play to sacrifice his body and take the charge.
1:41 left in the first quarter of the game. And Greg, we were talking Jaylen Brown making the 2023 All-NBA second team. That was big for him, wasn't it?
Yeah, Kevin, it made Jaylen eligible for the Supermax, signing for that 5-year extension in July of 23. At the time, the
and it's a great finish! Oh my!
Love the selflessness. Tatum willing to give it up whenever he sees an open teammate.
And Young, here we go. Capella kicks to Young. Hunter with a screen on White. Pass to Hunter. Clock at 6. The basket good. Off the assist from Young. Hunter's got his second basket.
And the defense has to recognize this. Hunter is a legit threat to shoot off the catch.
Right side, Porzingis. Solid play in the low block, and that one's good.
And because he can score from all over the floor, Porzingis can find space inside. That's not the case for most 7-footers.
Capella finds Young. Hunter sets a screen for Young. Pass to Hunter. Porzingis with the rebound. And here's White. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
And their post play has been really solid right off the bat.
And timeout is called by Quinn Snyder. Looking for a breather and maybe just one or two things to talk about.
It's time for some t-shirts.
On its way from Young for two. So at the end of one quarter of play, still a close game. Boston up. And if you're just tuning in, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. And the Celtics guys, what jumps out to you stats-wise?
Way to set the table. Offensively, they dominated on the interior.
Well, if they're going to be that ferocious inside, this defense is in for a long night.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
And the Hawks making a change here. Daniels has checked in. In the post, it'll be Johnson and Okongwu. Bogdanovich on the wing. He's paired with Ricochet. And it's Daniels in at the point guard position. That's the group starting the second quarter for the Hawks. And Bogdanovich picks up the foul. That's his first foul.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
Celtics leading by 3. White wide open. He fires. Hits the three-point bomb. White's got 5 points so far.
Well, the defense can't lose track of him. He's just too talented offensively.
Daniels passes to Johnson. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Tatum. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. I asked Quinn Snyder what he enjoys most about coaching, and the Hawks coach said the opportunity to compete in such an intense way. Also, the tactics of the game and the intellectual part of player development. It's rewarding to see and have a part in someone's growth and improvement. Kevin?
David, that's coaching, right? Growth and development. A mind for the game for sure. I've always respected Coach Snyder. And looking at that replay again, just a big-time block right there.
And guys, that is lockdown defense at its finest. Going right at the shot and then able to knock it away.
And the foul on Dyson Daniels. That is his first foul of the game. We've got some talented defensive big men in the league today, Coach. But in your opinion, who would you say is the best rim protector?
Well, Kevin, I would have said Rudy Gobert because people didn't even want to go to the rim and challenge him. Right. Anthony Davis is great. But I'm telling you, the young guy, Victor Wembanyama, I think is the best we've got now.
Isn't he something else, Stan? We've never seen anything like him.
We never have, and I'm not sure we ever will again. And for the defense, that is a heart-sinking moment. You see him that wide open from beyond the arc.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range.
Okongwu with a screen on Brown. Okongwu kicks to Bogdanovich. 6 on the shot clock. Back to Okongwu. And Okongwu slams it in.
And he's an automatic finisher when he gets into that area.
He is, and he picks the simple one-hand stuff to get the 2 points. Here's White. Throws it down as the official calls the foul. It may be a three-point play. That one on Rizashay.
And Tatum is all about doing what's best for the team. Superb as a ball mover in terms of finding his teammates.
And Coach Derek White spent his first 4.5 seasons with the Spurs and Coach Greg Popovich, who did a lot to boost his confidence.
Yeah, Kevin, White was a late first-round pick. He's a humble guy, very hardworking. I don't even think he realized he could be this good.
And let's get your take, guys, on the scoring breakdown for Boston.
Well, I like how they're going right at the defense, creating high-quality looks with that penetration.
And they're also hitting that mid-range shot at a high clip. A big key will be to continue that success throughout.
Knocks down the three ball. Johnson's got 8 here in the quarter.
Well, it's a three-point shooting league. Guys like him are so important for spacing.
And the foul on Dyson Daniels. That'll be his second foul of the game.
Team's fourth.
Brown deciding where to go with it. From the arc. Goes back up. And the shot goes in from Kristaps Porzingis. Porzingis has got 6.
And that's what Porzingis has to do. Use his size and length on the offensive glass.
Daniels passes to Johnson. Stolen by Tatum. And there is White, and that's good on the assist by Tatum. Tatum's got 3 assists now in this one. Daniel from outside. Walker with the rebound. Celtics leading by 5. Here's Okongwu. And Okongwu slams it in.
That's a stomach punch, guys. Turn it over and give him a free run to the bucket.
Oh, you're so right. No question who has the momentum now.
A sequence like that really does sting. I'll tell you that much.
And just over 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. Oh, and a fast break for Atlanta. Moving it up. And Okongwu slams it in.
Just great anticipation and awareness to come up with the steal and then trigger the fast break.
Now Brown, pass to Cornette. Fires the 3. Busted. No good that time either. Daniels kicks to Okongwu. And Okongwu slams it in.
And he shows us all what the breakaway rim was invented for.
Can you believe he almost brought the whole thing down by hanging on that long? The Hawks have been perfect at the line so far, albeit just 2 for 2.
And as a team, excellent. A season ago, about 80% when they got to the line.
Horford the pass to Holiday. Here's Cornette. Halt the run. Okongwu grabs the board. 2 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Daniels with it, and Holiday picks him up defensively. Connects from 3-point range. Bogdanovich has got the lead up to 5 now for Atlanta. And here's Holiday, who will bring it up for the Celtics. Driving in, and Holiday throws it down.
Oh, going high to throw that one down.
Sky high. Fantastic one-hand jam. Johnson from outside. Oh, and he just knocked down the buzzer beater.
Well, that's a gut punch to him to have. Just demoralized.
And so it's the Atlanta Hawks with a 6-point lead at the end of the quarter. And they've done a phenomenal job down low. So many of their points coming right at the rim. We'll return shortly.
And thinking about the shot.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. Jalen Johnson with a strong contribution so far in this one.
Well, we'll find out if they were able to find find an answer for him over the break. He was scoring with ease in that first half.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they drew up in the locker room, because you're right. He's the problem right now.
On the court for the Celtics, Jaylen Brown out there with Horford. Then it's Holiday, and it's Cornette in at the 5. For Boston, they have gone 1 for 1, making their previous attempt at the line.
And a season ago at the charity stripe, this is a group that shot an impressive 81%.
Stan, you talk about a stacked roster. It's hard to find many weaknesses for the Celtics.
Yeah, Kevin, there's a reason the Executive of the Year award went to Boston's front office last season. The Celtics are built right, and they're built to last.
Pass to Cornette. The tray. Rebound, Atlanta. Young looking around. And here is Capella. And out of bounds as the Celtics gain possession. Celtics trail by 6. Outside Holiday. Here's Cornette. Capella covering. Puts it up. And Cornette gets it to go. Cornette's got his first points of the game.
Important points there. Got him on a nice play, getting the ball inside and right to the bucket.
Young, good.
And that's just too easy for Young. The D has to guard him a lot better than that beyond the arc.
Springer the pass to Cornette. Here's Springer. Here's Cornette. Pass to Springer. Clock at 6. Down low. Off target at the rim. The Hawks leading by 7. And Young kicks to Hunter. Launches a 3. And it's rebounded by Drew Holiday. For Boston, they've gone 1 of 3 since starting the second half. Left side, Horford. Young against Holiday. And the dunk by Capella.
And the long arms of Capella, using them to perfection as a target for his teammates on that alley-oop.
Here's Holiday. And the bucket is good. 3-point play chance here for him. Well, Stan is a former coach. I imagine it has to be hard for you to watch basketball as a fan.
Well, it is. It's very hard, almost impossible. I'm almost always watching from a coach's standpoint, an X and O standpoint. But I will say, even when I was standing on the sidelines, NBA players are so good that you have fan moments even while you're coaching.
It seems like every game we see something we've never seen before, right?
I can remember turning around to my assistants and saying, "Can you believe that?"
Here's Horford. Gets the bucket and the foul.
Defensive foul.
That's on DeAndre Hunter.
And folks, this is Horford hit his zone. He wasn't going to let that opportunity slip away.
The Celtics have been solid at the line so far. 4 for 4. Here's Young, and there's the drive. Good for another field goal. Number 5 in the night. 5 for 10 shooting.
Well, you love the unselfishness. Makes the next pass and enables his team to capitalize on the possession.
Pass to Cornette. Takes a 3. Rebound, Atlanta. Their biggest lead of the game was 9. Young with the ball. And Holiday picks him up defensively. Now Capella. And the dunk by Capella.
And how about his athleticism for a big man? Capella is able to make plays above the rim.
Holiday inside the line. And another miss by Boston.
Yeah, well, that's a shot the defense is probably going to let him keep taking.
And one of the most respected players in the NBA is Drew Holiday.
Yeah, Kevin, he's a 3-time Teammate of the Year award winner. He's also a Sportsmanship award winner. He is a pro's pro.
Team first.
We've got 1:08 left to play in the third. Capella with a screen on Holiday. 6 to shoot. Young drives in. Back to Capella.
Off the foul. Drew Holiday.
And a moment here to take a look at some hustle stats for the Hawks.
Well, they've shown just outstanding effort defensively, and it's resulted in several forced turnovers.
And not just that, they're also forcing turnovers at a high rate and taking advantage in transition.
So Boston ends up going with a new group.
Yeah, really good defensive play to cut him off there and square up.
Atlanta leading by 8. Off target there, that would have pushed the lead to double digits. To the paint, here's Porzingis, and the dunk by Porzingis.
Really unacceptable letting Porzingis get that kind of positioning. Once he's established, it's over.
They time it right, they can end this quarter with a 2 for 1.
And that's how you want to end the quarters.
Here's Buffkin, and they pick up 2. And the Hawks lead by 8.
Well, that's what you're looking for. Shots from point-blank range.
That's a 2-pointer from Walker. It's hauled in by Clint Capella. Capella's got 6 rebounds here tonight. 6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Hunter with a screen on Walker. Here's Buffkin, and it's good off the back rim and in. Buffkin's got the lead up to 10 now for the Hawks. And White kicks to Porzingis. Rebounded by Capella. Capella's got 7 rebounds in the game. And here's Young from the arc. And the last second attempt does not go in for him. And so it's Atlanta with a 10-point lead. Some breathing room heading into the break. Their lead is where it is because they've gotten good shots. A lot of good shots. We'll take a quick... And a quick look now at the State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass. Put it on a platter for him.
Yeah, that's high-level playmaking. He makes it look easy, but it's not.
The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. DeAndre Hunter out there with Clint Capella. And it's Young, and it's Puffkin in at the 3. So that's the lineup for Atlanta. And the Celtics with possession here, down by 12. Over in the quarter, Porzingis, outside White. Drives to the hoop. Good for the 5th time in 5 shots. He remains perfect.
And giving up some inches inside, but makes up for it with an aggressive style.
Yeah, you got to love that kind of effort. Getting in there and fighting through the defense.
Here's Buffkin. Five to shoot. From the line, it's hauled in by Brown. And so Brown will bring it up for the Boston Celtics. That bucket in no time at all. White's got it back down to a single-digit deficit for Boston. Young drives in. Down goes basket number 6 for him this game. He's taken 12 shots and made half of them.
Creativity and shot-making ability to spare. Trae Young is getting loose tonight.
Under the screen. Here's Buffkin. And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
Just rubbing it in their faces with that dunk.
He is never going to take his foot off the pedal.
Yeah, they're not pulling any punches here. Even the guards are attacking the basket.
Brown, no good. Over to the wing. From outside the arc. The rebound by the Celtics. Here we go, one-on-one. Tatum finds Porzingis. To the inside. No stopping him there. Jams it in as he's fouled. Chance now for a 3-point play. That's on Clint Capella.
Well, if you're going to let him get that close to the rim, that's what's going to happen. Leaving no room for error with the slam.
And the Hawks with a completely new group on the floor. And that one's good. Reza Shea.
Possessing good size and impressive versatility, the rookie Ricochet looking comfortable operating inside.
Basket good.
And it's all about the release when you shoot the floater.
The Hawks leading by 9. White with it. Walker the pass to White. And White with the stuff.
Yeah, this is when they need to lean on him more. Get him the ball and let him build some momentum.
On the wing, Johnson. Guarded by Tatum. Offensive rebound. Out left to the wing. Outside, Bogdanovich. And the officials calling for a 3-second violation.
Celtics ball.
Celtics trail by 9. Outside, White. Going inside, and White slams it in.
If you came to watch a scoring battle, you're in the right place.
Yeah, and how great have these offenses been for these teams tonight? Just fantastic execution.
Johnson, good.
Late reaction defensively. He quickly takes advantage, grows their lead.
Yeah, look, the truth is, he doesn't need much space anyway. But that one was too easy.
I mean, that's a tough break for the D. I mean, he took the hit and drew the whistle.
There's 1:26 left in the game. It's stolen by Johnson. And Derek White picks up the foul. That is his first foul of the game. We've got 1:18 left to play here in the fourth. Okongwu with the screen for Bogdanovich. The turnaround jumper.
And it looks like just playing the last bit of this one out in what should be a nice win here for the Hawks.
When you shoot this well from three-point range, you're really hard to stop. The defense didn't rotate out fast enough to stop the hot shooter.
Exactly, Kevin. They were lethal from deep.
And you know, looking back at all the contributions tonight, it was a really phenomenal all-around game for Trae Young.
Well, he came out with great energy and effort, doing everything he could possibly do to help his team.
Here's Boston now. On the wing, Walker. He's covered by Daniels. Screened by Porzingis. That's a two-pointer from Walker. Okongwu grabs the board.
And I'm sure next time he sits down, coach is going to have a few choice words for him with that shot selection.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't the shot they were looking for. You got to keep the ball moving in that situation.
Porzingis with the steal.
Jason Taylor. The assist. Taylor Brown.
And here's Daniels. The putback. It's good on the putback. And so the Hawks take the win. Some good moments throughout this one, but they have the clear advantage down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I love the way they execute.
Much appreciated, David. And that about wraps it up. So now for great...
ball at them. They both feast on the defensive side, so don't expect any scoring records broken in this one.
Let's check out Minnesota's starting lineup. Nikhil Alexander-Walker out there with Anthony Edwards. Then there's McDaniels. Then there's Rudy Gobert. And it's Randall in at the 4 slot. Now here's Gobert. Got a piece of it. Shot clock at 5. Outside Edwards. From outside the arc. A rebound by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it.
Inside. Alexander-Walker with it. Now Gilgeous-Alexander defending. Outside, Alexander-Walker. Oklahoma City grabs a miss. Pass to Hartenstein. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
And the D can't allow Gilgeous-Alexander to get this positioning, because once he does, he makes you pay.
And here's Edwards outside. Nails it from 3.
He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He'll bring it up for OKC. And the layup is good off the glass.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Now here's Edwards. Launches it. And it's Holmgren with a rebound. Edwards has gone 1 of 3 shooting so far. You know, after sitting out his first pro year due to a foot injury, Chet Holmgren was well worth the wait, Grant.
Yes, he was. And Chet was actually guarding LeBron during a summer Pro-Am game when he hurt his foot. But Chet was a monster his rookie year, already an elite shot blocker.
And so it's Minnesota with it, following the bucket by Oklahoma City.
Well, I tell you what, once Edwards accelerates, I mean, he looks like he's playing at a different speed than those around him.
A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
A bit ago, Mark Dacknault and I were able to chat. He knows it'll be tough to score in the paint tonight. Gobert locks down the lane as well as anyone. He blocks shots, and then when you count up the numbers of shots he alters, you get a full picture of his dominance at the defensive end. Guys?
Great work, Allie. Thanks. Here's Dort, following the score by Minnesota. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. And now the T-Wolves on the break. And Gobert with the stuff.
Gobert plays as tough at the rim offensively as anybody in the league.
Holmgren with a screen on Edwards. And an intentional foul right there.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
It's good.
Pounding it inside early and often, setting a physical tone.
2 minutes remaining in the first. 2 minutes.
Edwards looking for an opening. Pass to Randall. And it's Randall with the jam.
Boy, what a throwdown by the well-built 6'9" Julius Randle with power.
And first quarter, we're about 3.5 minutes in. Gilgeous-Alexander, good.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
Anthony Edwards.
Great job on the back end of the play.
Yep, finished with both hands, making sure of it.
Yeah, highly efficient. Nothing extra special there. Just effective.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He's got 6. Count the basket.
And Shai's playmaking is really exceptional. Highlighted there with the perfect pass.
Dort against Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
Show us what you got, young fella. Anthony Edwards. Love to see you operate like that.
He had the right idea, just couldn't come up with the swipe.
You know, fellas, 1 second quicker, and that's going the other way.
56 seconds left in the first. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Anthony Edwards. That's his first foul of the game.
Second team foul.
Right side, Gilgeous-Alexander. Up top, Hartenstein. Shot clock at 6. Outside Gilgeous-Alexander, and stolen by Gobert.
They've got to tighten up the ball control. That pass was just too easy to defend.
Randall finds Edwards. We've got 22 seconds left in the first. And it's Randall with the jam.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
What, you mean the throwdown at the end? I'll tell you what, fellas, I mean, the highlight shows are going to pain them even more.
Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Dort, and here's Holmgren. The three ball drains the triple. Holmgren's got 5 points.
Whatever the defense gives, that's what he takes. A sign of a skilled offensive player.
Plenty of offense in this closely contested first quarter of play. Timberwolves ahead, up by 2, and back. And getting it going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. The hustle stats for the Timberwolves.
Well, their hands resulting in plenty of steals in the early going, keeping the opposition there off balance.
You know, another point I'd like to add is that they've had tremendous success early on converting turnovers and turning those into points.
So for Minnesota right now, Julius Randle out there with Naz Reid. Then there's Dillingham. Then it's Dante DiVincenzo. And it's Ingles in at small forward.
Credit their discipline. They've been working for high percentage shots.
NBA scoring has been climbing over the past decades, Grant. Is the league too offensive at the moment, do you think?
Well, we know that people like scoring, the fans, players, everyone, but the league needs to make sure there aren't hamstringing defenders too much. So I think allowing some more physicality incentivizes the defender to defend, and now we have competition on both sides of the ball.
Caruso outside. Takes it up with both hands and rips it down.
Trading the lead back and forth, neither side is willing to back down.
Yeah, and the lead has changed hands, and it just hasn't stayed in those hands very long when it's changed. Back and forth we go.
And the chess match continues.
7 lead changes already, and we're still in the first half.
Now here's Wallace. DiVincenzo covering. They push it up 4 on 3. Ingles against Caruso. Nice start for him. Sinking his first shot.
Good find that time by DiVincenzo. An unselfish player always looking to make the extra pass.
Williams a screen on DiVincenzo. Wallace dunks it hard with one hand. Wow, he makes it look easy.
And one move ahead of the defense. A solid pick.
And then the monster dunk to complete the play. Well done.
Boy, picture-perfect teamwork that time, guys. One guy sacrificing for the other. That's how you succeed in this league.
Good play call and good execution. The offense running on all cylinders.
Wallace, the pass to Williams. Back to Wallace. Lets it go from deep. Gets the 3 ball to go. Wallace has got 5 points.
He is such a smart player. Jalen Williams making people around him better.
Pass to Ingles. Here's Dillingham. Outside, DiVincenzo. Laid it in with a nice touch off the window.
Well, I like to see when guards come inside. DiVincenzo trying to send a message with that hoop.
Knocks it loose. Now Caruso. Wallace outside. And there's the drive. Rebound Minnesota.
Man, I can't believe he blew that gimme, guys. Well, I know he's frustrated about that.
Here's Reed. The rebound by Wiggins. For Oklahoma City, they've gone 4 for 7 in the second quarter. And for some reason, he decided to foul there.
Yeah, B.A., that's an odd move. Maybe there's something else behind it.
On the wing, Caruso. A minute 42 left to play in the half. Sparing his second of 3 attempts.
Nice offense here. Close in. Great bet to go.
Here's Randall. Lays it up and banks it in. He's got 10.
Yeah, and anytime there's contact in there with Randall, he usually gets the best of it. You know, a reliable veteran like Julius Randall is so valuable. He provides a foundation for everyone else to play off of because they know he'll be there to score and help out. He makes it easier for other players to succeed around him.
And the foul on Alex Caruso. That's his first foul.
These calls can be so difficult for officials to make.
Yeah, but in this case, I think he got it right. The defender was still moving there and never really had good legal guarding position. He wasn't set.
The Timberwolves making a switch here. Dozier's checked in. Driving inside. And he gets that one. And here's Caruso. 56 seconds left in the first half. The shake. And you can count it. He'll go to the line with a chance at a three-point play.
Honestly, I don't know how he pulled that off.
And that was not a soft foul he had to get through. I mean, he had to really power that one up and in.
And that one drops, so now they lead by 1. The Timberwolves have gone 7 for 8 now in the second quarter. And here's Dillingham from the arc. Williams grabs the board. And for Oklahoma City, they're shooting a sensational 78% from the field in this game. We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. 2 points. That one goes. And now a 3-point Thunder lead.
We talk about Williams' versatility as a scorer. He can get his points from just about any spot on the floor.
Outside, Ingles. No good from outside. Williams with it. Pass to Caruso. Three-pointer off the mark. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. It's the Thunder. They lead by 3. And we'll be right back after halftime for the start of the third quarter. See you in just a bit. And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. Julius Randle has been sensational.
You just love his patience offensively in the first half. Waited until he got the looks he wanted.
Well, you know what, guys? It was all about efficient offense, not rushing things, taking your time, finding the best shot on every possession.
Dort and Holmgren, a lot of defense at the 3 and the 4 for him. Isaiah Joe is out there with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And it's Hartenstein in at the 5, roaming the paint. That's the group for Mark Daigneault starting the second half. Edwards, a pass to McDaniels. Gilgeous-Alexander against Randle. Clock at 6. Edwards fires from way outside. Oklahoma City grabs a miss.
It's never easy from that distance, but we see him drill those and shoot around all the time.
Well, that looked to me, guys, like a heat check. It was maybe a step out of his range.
Defenders just clearing out, and Gilgeous-Alexander came in with a purpose.
Randle, a screen on Dort. It's McDaniels on the wing. He drops it from range.
If you want the title of 3-and-D player, you've got to make threes. McDaniels has really worked on that shot.
And Anthony Edwards has stated that his goal is to ultimately surpass Michael Jordan.
Hey, look, that is a lofty goal to run after. I don't know if he'll catch him, but I like the fact that he's ambitious enough and confident enough to put it out there. His ability speaks for itself. This guy's a star already, and his star continues to shine. His work ethic and confidence give me belief that he's going to have a chance to at least get close to that. We know about 25 years ago, there was a guy named Kobe Bryant who sought to do something similar to what MJ did, and he got pretty close to matching.
And Hartenstein slams it in.
The defense gives Shea all their attention, and that leaves another guy open and ready to score.
Outside Edwards. Edwards rises up and powers it down.
Making sure of it with the two-hand slam, B.A.
Yeah, I don't blame him. With the score this tight, you cannot take a chance here.
I get the feeling, guys, that he may be sensing that this is a critical time in this game.
Gilgeous-Alexander finds Holmgren. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. It's rebounded by Anthony Edwards. The Timberwolves trail. Just under 2.5 minutes into this third quarter now. Randall, the pass to Edwards. For the tie, going inside. Edwards, so good inside.
Edwards is rolling right now. If I'm his teammates, he's getting the rock every time.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Anthony Edwards. That'll be a second foul of the game.
First team foul.
Whistle blows. It's going to be on Anthony Edwards. That's his third foul of the game.
Second team foul.
Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. Guarded by Edwards.
You're making the slam look second nature. Once Dort sees the launching pad, he's ready to take off.
And it's Edwards with the ball for the T-Wolves. Get up, Anthony Edwards!
Oh, man. He got fancy with that finish.
He may be trying to provide the spark they need to break this one open.
And I like it. I mean, some coaches might want to see just a sure-handed lay-in there, but for me, I don't mind a little extra.
And clearly Dort knows how to operate inside, making his way to a high percentage shot.
Edwards against Dort. Edwards with some muscle.
He is absolutely putting on a scoring clinic, guys. If it wasn't for him, they would not be in this game.
Dort, a screen on Edwards. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander, and slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
And this is Shea's game. Attack, get to the rim, and finish.
Pass to McDaniels. Now here's Alexander Walker. Gilgeous-Alexander defending. Randall, a screen on Dort. No good. Great D that time from Holmgren. Thunder with a lead. 43 seconds left in the third quarter here. And it's in there. Hartenstein's got 4 points now in the quarter.
And great awareness. Holmgren's so good at reading the movement of his teammates. A very heady passer for a big man.
A line change here for Oklahoma City. And a new group getting ready for the Timberwolves. Reed's checked in for Rudy Gobert. Ingles comes in for Julius Randle. DiVincenzo, he's checked in for Alexander Walker. And Dillingham subbed in for Edwards. Here's Dillingham. And he got the whistle on the way. And in a game this close, they're going to challenge the call. Coach does not agree with it, and he wants them to take another look at the monitor.
People were worried that this would slow the action down.
Previous play is under review.
Smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back.
After review, the ruling on the floor stands.
And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
First one falls. And good on the second, so he makes them both. 30 seconds left in the third quarter. For Oklahoma City, they've gotten 7 of their 9 shots to fall. Quality shooting in the second half. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Naz Reid. That's foul number 2 for him.
And just wasn't able to set up in time.
Yeah, and as quick as players are at this level, in this day and age, I mean, you've got to be perfect in your anticipation to draw the charge.
Williams' shot is good.
Good passing to set that up. Teamwork on display.
Caruso against DiVincenzo. Here's Dillingham with the drive. Oh, it's blocked by Williams. And he recovers it. Points coming in bunches as we wrap up the third quarter. It's been a good one. Oklahoma City ahead. They lead by 4. And let's take this opportunity to show you our State Farm assist to the game.
You have to love his unselfishness and ability to make those around him better.
Well, clearly he's the guy that stirs the drink for him, and that's how he does it, with his dynamite passing skills.
Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. And a look now at the 5 for the Timberwolves to start the fourth quarter. Jaden McDaniels out there with Joe Ingles. Then it's Dante DiVincenzo. Then there's Dillingham. And it's Reid in at the 5.
Woo! Defensively, you can't afford to let him get to the rim that easily.
Well, that might be why their deficit is what it is right now.
You know, you look at it, the communication is lacking, as is the trust. They can ill afford those types of breakdowns. It won't work. You can't win with those kind of breakdowns.
Good on the shot.
This has been the story of the game, a battle fought on offense.
Any lull in the action so far has been short-lived because there have been nothing but buckets in this one.
A bit undersized, his hops make him a legit small ball 4.
Timberwolves trail by 6. We're just over a minute into this final quarter of play. Left side Reid. And so they choose to intentionally foul.
First personal foul. First team foul.
And here's Dillingham from the arc. Williams against Reid. There's the triple. Williams misses. Minnesota's gone 0 for 3 here in the fourth. And stolen by Williams. Pushing it up the floor. Here comes Oklahoma City. Oh, rejected by McDaniels.
The length of McDaniels, a big factor at both ends.
That one falls.
Transition basketball, the most reliable way to generate easy looks.
Yep, exactly. And if there's any opportunity for early offense, you've got to push it and push it every time.
Caruso outside. Puts the move on, and he goes in for the dunk.
Now that's how you use the screen right there.
And it leads to a thunderous finish. That was nice.
And, you know, not enough help from the defense there to compensate. He gets a clean look, and that's exactly how you draw it up.
From behind the arc, it's tipped. And that's out of bounds. Last touch by DiVincenzo.
Substitution on the court.
Just under 2.5 minutes gone by now in the final quarter. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Oh, the determination from Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, and Gilgeous-Alexander is a fighter. Someone that challenges the defense and bullies his way through contact.
It's McDaniels on the wing. Pass to Dillingham. Driving to the basket. No, stopping him there. Jams it in, and he's fouled. An opportunity in a three-point play. It's going to go on Chet Holmgren. And Minnesota with some changes. Gobert's checked in for Reid. Julius Randle comes in for Ingles. And it's Alexander Walker in for DiVincenzo. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander, and blocked. That one goes careening off the glass.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. It's going to be on Isaiah Joe.
Plays with nice force. I mean, Randall heading to the line now.
Good on the first. And And that shrinks the margin to just 4. And Randall drops them both.
This is what makes him special, his ability to come through in these spots.
The Thunder have got 4 of 8 shots to drop here in this final quarter. Gilgeous-Alexander. SGA doing his thing in close.
Oh, obviously Gilgeous-Alexander has the will to win. What a relentless effort.
Dillingham with the bucket. Dillingham's got 9 points now in the second half.
A super high percentage shot there. You just can't allow him to get that close.
Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. SGA on the move. And slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Gilgeous-Alexander lifting off and hammering it down with all he's got.
Here's Dillingham. And no good. Ooh, some solid defense from Gilgeous-Alexander. Holmgren, the pass to Dort. Good. And the Thunder lead by 7.
Good decision making. Scopes the situation, puts the pass right on the mark.
Here's McDaniels. Unable to get that one. And it's Dort with the ball for the Thunder. Here's Holmgren, the 17-footer. And it's Gobert with a rebound.
Boy, that's got to be terribly frustrating there. I mean, with the defense not hustling, and he still misses. Boy, he wishes he had that one back.
Gobert with the double. Gobert against Hartenstein. Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander. Three-pointer. Sends it home from three-point land.
Their home crowd has energized them all game. Now they're closing it out.
And I think they can start that celebration right now. I mean, what a terrific team victory.
Now 5 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Randall, a screen on Dort. Ooh, he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. Lou Dort picks one up.
The length that McDaniels brings gives him an advantage against the smaller defender, sometimes drawing a foul like he did there.
First free throw is good, and that brings him within single digits. And the second free throw, no good. Tough break there. Gilgeous-Alexander against Edwards. There's the three. And Gilgeous-Alexander good for 3. And so it's the Thunder taking care of business in this one. A competitive game. You have to feel like this crowd gave him a little extra edge.
Yeah, they really fed off the energy. You saw their activity level go up. Just a tremendous performance.
Thank you for joining.
Teams that want to slow things down and run their offense in the half court.
Yeah, both sides are methodical. They want to get into their sets and create quality looks and also have floor balance. I'd be surprised if we see a ton of fast break opportunities tonight.
And now the opening lineup for Phoenix. Okogie and Durant are the forwards. Morris is out there with Devin Booker, and it's Bull in at the 5 spot.
Well, this guy keeps learning from each and every coverage on the pick and roll. Trae Young getting some serious chops playing out of that set.
Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Well, I was able to speak with Quinn Snyder just before the game. Now, I asked Coach about what he has in store to try and slow down Devin Booker. Now, he laughed and told me they've lost sleep over how to defend him. They mentioned how, with and without the ball, Devin can hurt you. So Booker will have their total focus on defense. And Devin will have our total focus as well. Kevin?
Thank you, David. And always hovering around the 50, 40, 90 mark, Kevin Durant is both prolific and Greg efficient.
And Kevin, you want to talk about guys in this league who make winning plays time and time again? KD is right at the top of that list.
And that one's good.
Hunter in rhythm is a much better shooter, and that shot looked nice.
And we're about a minute and a half into the first quarter. Buries the long-range jumper.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, both of them looking towards the three-point line, and I like to see that, especially when the results are made buckets.
Here's Buffkin. Another three for Atlanta.
Looking for some friendly competition as Hunter responds with a three-pointer of his own.
Booker outside. Bull setting the pick for Booker. Down low. And Capella sends it back. Here's Buffkin. Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down.
Love seeing a point guard who can explode to the rim like that.
Oh, great attitude and even a better finish.
Well, just seeking out weaknesses in the defense and then exploiting it.
And Bull wide open. He shoots. Another one falls for Phoenix.
Well, his length and then his quickness, Durant, you just can't cover the guy. An absolute nightmare matchup. And then you add the pick and roll to it.
Now, here is Young. Hunter on the wing, defended by Durant. Durant with the steal. That's his second shot and his second basket. He's 2 for 2.
Not fair of a coach to send out one defender against Kevin Durant, skilled at fighting through whatever challenges the D wants to throw at him.
To the middle. Here's Capella, and he uses the glass on the lane.
And a nice job here early of establishing an inside presence.
Morris against Young. Bull is screen on Young. Morris kicks to Bull. Out to Morris. And Capella sends it back.
Well, that's just great timing. Interfering with those long limbs. Capella with another shot block.
Young passes to Capella. 1:10 left to play in the first. Lays it up off the glass.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
Yeah, APB sent out to try to find out where the defense is. Inexcusable.
And then Durant with the jam.
Athleticism and soft hands. Just a couple reasons why Durant is so lethal rolling off the screen.
Young outside, inside. Here's Capella. Nifty move. And the dunk by Capella.
Yeah, undersized guys with athleticism do these kind of things, playing above the rim. Love to see him get up like that.
Booker the pass to Bull. And the dunk by Bull.
That's just too easy for Bull. Once he gets the right position, his focus there is on the finish.
Here's Young. Takes it inside. Makes it off the glass.
How about how he sets his man up there, runs him right into the screen, and then gets the basket.
Atlanta foul. Roddy, his first. Team's first.
So it's Phoenix now, trailing by 2. Right side, Kevin Durant.
Feels like DeAndre Hunter can just swarm anybody shooting the ball. That time, no options.
Bulls setting the pick for KD. Over Hunter. And at the end of one, both teams putting up some points. Hawks ahead, up 2. 2K Sport. And it's been a pretty even game here after one quarter of play. And to look at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for Atlanta.
I like how they've worked the ball inside, getting looks closer in there, and that really helps your offense.
Well, not only that, but you love how unselfish they've been to start this game. That's going to get all the guys in a great flow and feeling good. So moving that ball around and scoring off assists, it's a nice way to play.
On the court right now, second quarter starting for the Suns. Up front, Durant plays the 4 with Nurkic at the 5. Bradley Beal is out there with Lee, and it's O'Neal in at the 3.
Yeah, KD attacking the rim. Hard to imagine anybody's going to get in the way of that.
Atlanta leading by 3. And with this score of the Suns, you know, Greg, you never know who is going to initiate the offense for them.
And that can cause problems at times, Kevin. Can run you into issues keeping the ball moving. Turnovers can be their Achilles heel as well.
Johnson, and then Johnson with the dunk.
Oh, he just punches that one down with a fury.
He rubs it in a little deeper with the hanging finish. Beal against Bogdanovich. And finished off by Beal.
And Bradley Beal, because he's such a good scorer, becomes such a tough player to defend in pick and roll.
On the wing, Daniels, covered by Lee. Okongwu with a screen on Lee. Johnson outside. Three-pointer. Score the basket, his second of 2 attempts.
Now that's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
Well, coach over there just asking for one simple thing, and that's some effort. Got burned on that one.
And, Gray, you've seen the way the game has grown over the years. The skill level of the league is higher than ever.
Yeah, the talent level, Kevin, that is on display on a nightly basis in this league is staggering, but a lot of kids out there watching what's going on. They're going to push this game even further. How exciting is that?
Daniels passes to Johnson. It's hauled in by the Suns. Outside, KD. Hits. Got that one from Nurkic.
Nurkic using his body that time. A polished move.
Here is Daniels, covered by Lee. Daniels passes to Johnson. Four on the clock. And then Johnson with the dunk.
And some hang time on the rim. Puts a little cherry on the top of that slam.
Well, those kind of displays of strength can get one team rolling. And Beal kicks to Nurkic. And poor shot selection there. Not a high percentage look for him. Fast break, the Hawks. And Okongwu slams it in.
Oh, inflicting some punishment with the two-hand flush.
They're going for the throat. An intentional foul committed, but for what purpose, Greg, I'm not sure.
A scene of confusion right there. I can't imagine why he thought it was a good idea to foul there.
O'Neal looking around. Pass to Nurkic. Okongwu grabs the board.
And typically he has the touch to finish when he's in tight, but not sure on that possession. Right side, Bogdanovich. And Bogdanovich throws it down. Total letdown by the D. Can't leave the bucket unprotected.
Absolutely. And it takes an easy 2 points onto the lead.
will not find a higher percentage opportunity than that.
And he'll shoot free throws here. Clearly fouled on that shot. And here we go. Coach's challenge happening right now. This one in regards to the personal foul. Seeing if that was the right call.
And this is the time now where the officials can review in closer detail what
After review, the ruling on the floor stands.
angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replays, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
And the Suns making a change here. Okogie's checked in for Durant. Allen comes in for Royce O'Neal. Devin Booker, he's checked in for Bradley Beal. And Morris subbed in for Damian Lee. First one falls for him.
And you think about Nurkic, 7 foot, 300 pounds. When he gets around the rim, who's going to move him off that spot?
Atlanta leading by 6. 1:09 left here in the second. Johnson surveying the floor. And the shot no good, a bit short.
I saw a green light there. The D's not going to get away with that kind of lapse all that often here tonight.
And the foul on Dyson Daniel. That's his first foul of the game, and the bonus will go to the free throw line. Free throw good for Morris.
And Morris is the kind of guy who occasionally you trust him to run the offense through, and you hope he avoids mistakes.
For Atlanta, they've gone 6 of 8 from the field in the second quarter. 36 seconds left in the first half of basketball.
Yeah, maybe could have tried for a more memorable dunk than that one.
And we know he's capable of those memorable ones. Booker against Bogdanovich. Fantastic finish by Booker.
Devin Booker will score by any means necessary, and that time over decent defense, getting the contact.
Johnson with a screen on Morris. Daniel, and a strong finish with 2 hands.
And credit the screen for giving him the space he needed to get to the rim.
For sure, GA allows him to come in with the sledgehammer.
Yeah, well, I settle for the layup when you can attack the rim and rise up like that.
Here's Nurkic, and a great assist by Booker as that one goes in. Booker's got 3 assists in the game. Got it off in time, and he hits the buzzer beater.
One eye on the rim, one eye on the clock. Nice job.
Yeah, it's almost like he's playing with the wristwatch.
Thanks for the great interview, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of basketball following halftime. Second half of basketball upon us. We may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game it's been so far. What a game we're seeing from Kevin Durant.
Yeah, and early on, he has been feasting in the paint, and you have to think they're going to keep feeding the big fella.
Oh, man, pouring it on right now, and why wouldn't you?
Here's Morris. Clint Capella is out there with Hunter. And it's Young, and it's Roddy in at the 2-guard spot. So that's the lineup for Atlanta. Pass to Bull. It's hauled in by Clint Capella. Young with the ball. And Allen picks him up defensively. And the foul is called. He intentionally grabbed him there for some reason. I don't know.
Kevin, all I can think of is that he's trying to slow the game down a little bit.
Right.
That's a stretch, though. Definitely a strange move on his part.
To the paint. Here's Buffkin. Drops in the layup for 2. Buffkin's got the lead up to 8 now for the Hawks.
That's a good, solid heads-up play from Hunter. Finds the spot-up ready man.
They set the pick. Hunter against Booker. Pulls up. Rebound, Atlanta.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good a look.
It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Kevin, thanks. Devin Booker is a 3-level scoring threat. He said, "I'm just reading coverages and taking what the defense gives me." That's a mid-range jumper, which analytically people say isn't the highest percentage shot. But for myself, it's a good one. I've shot it pretty much my whole life. Kevin?
And David, doesn't it show? Wow, he's something else. Hey, thank you. Shot clock at 6. Young against Morris. Young, no good. Suns trail by 6. Booker looking around. There's the 3. Rebounded by Capella. Capella's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. 2 minutes gone in this 3rd quarter now. And an intentional foul right there.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Young with no one around. And the 3 ball is good. Young's got 7 points in the game.
If you're going to allow Trey to squeeze off a 3, he's going to squeeze hard.
And one of those guys, Brent, who can take over a game, sometimes from beginning to end, is Trey Young.
It is remarkable, Kevin, especially at his size in today's game. It reminds me a lot of playing against Allen Iverson, a guy who could dominate the game as a small player, and that's what Trey is. But what he can do offensively, the instincts that he shows, the way he can get it going offensively, he's truly a remarkable talent in terms of a small guy dominating a big man's game.
Atlanta leading by 9. A touch over 2.5 minutes of basketball played here in the 3rd quarter. Bucket is good. 8 points for DeAndre Hunter.
Nice roll from Hunter. Good feel on that one.
Booker the pass to Bull. Booker outside. Bull setting the pick for Booker. Back to Bull. And the dunk by Bull.
They worked hard to get this lead. Can't start giving up easy slams all of a sudden.
Yeah, GA, that's right. And that was easy. Gift wrap for him.
Yeah, we see this all too often. The team gets a huge lead, and then their guard gets let down.
Inside. And the dunk by Capella.
And that's where you want to feed Clint Capella deep down on the interior part of the paint. Let him power it through.
Allen outside. Bull setting the pick for Allen. To the inside. Count it, and the Atlanta lead has been cut down now to just 9 in the bucket from Bull.
Yeah, inside, Bull does a great job just making subtle adjustments and utilizing that length.
Hunter with the screen on Morris. Young dishes to Hunter. And it's Hunter with the jam.
And this is how you want to come out of the half. Prolific and efficient.
Well, the thing is they're controlling the pace right now, and if that was the mantra for them at halftime, they've carried it out.
Booker outside. There's a good screen. Just 5 to shoot. Pass to Bull. Fires from deep. Booker, no good.
There's some defense for you. For someone who's as good at shooting the 3-ball as he is, you need a defender who's equally good at guarding against him.
Young for 3. Rebounded by Allen. Suns trail by 11. Here's Booker, and he drives in, and the dunk by Booker.
And athletic play right there. Devin Booker on the inside.
The Hawks have gotten 5 of 8 shots to fall for them in the 3rd quarter. A nice 62% from the field. Capella with a screen on Allen. Here's Buffkin. Off target from the baseline. Doesn't go that time. And so it's Atlanta in control with the 9-point lead to end the quarter. Fourth quarter of action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. On the court now for the Suns, getting going here in the fourth. Up front, Durant plays the 4 with Nurkic at the 5. Lee out there with Bradley Beal. And it's O'Neal in at the 3. Durant with it. He's picked up by Reza Shea. And so they choose to intentionally foul.
His second. Team's first.
Hawks on D. Nurkic setting the pick for Beal. To the middle. And stolen by Okongwu.
Well, a little head scratcher there, guys. There's no reason to force the ball inside like that. I understand the thought process, but the pass just has to be better.
Johnson against KD. Johnson kicks to Daniels. Johnson with a screen on Lee. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Three-pointer, Daniels. And it's Phoenix with the rebound. Durant's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. And it's sent back by Okongwu. A little over a minute of the fourth quarter gone right now. Reza Shea with it. Now guarded by Nurkic. Johnson inside. O'Neal's there. Johnson, good.
Another good play. This is how they built the lead, calling on the right guys at the right time.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running plays that turn into scores.
It will go down, and the Hawks' lead is cut down now to just 9 on the basket from Bradley Beal. Bogdanovich looking around. It's hauled in by the Suns.
I don't know what happened there. That was an easy 2 points that he just threw away.
Durant. KD, so efficient in there.
What an unreal scorer Kevin Durant is.
The Hawks leading by 7. Down low. There's Bogdanovich. The shot's good on the assist by Daniels.
Great job of screening there. Nice job to take it to the rim and get the finish.
Lee kicks to Nurkic. Johnson against KD. Nurkic setting the pick for Durant. Back to Nurkic. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. It's going to go on Onyeka Okongwu.
You have to be careful when Nurkic attempts those kinds of shots. He's very skilled at drawing contact.
Atlanta's gone 5 of 8 from three-point land. 15 points and a deep ball for them tonight. Pass to Johnson. Five to shoot. Shoots it. Rebound by the Suns. Durant's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Makes that one his 6th of the night. Shooting a very healthy 6 for 9.
Love the way Durant just goes after the jugular there. He's used to nailing those game changers.
Inside, here's Johnson. Lead pass was put in just the right spot. Johnson's got 4 points this quarter.
If you came to watch a scoring battle, you're in the right place.
Both of these teams locked in on the offensive end. It's going to be a high-scoring affair tonight.
O'Neal against Bogdanovich. O'Neal passes to Nurkic. Doesn't go for him. They can take their time on this possession.
It wouldn't be a bad idea. Just give themselves a little bit of a break.
Lee against Bogdanovich. Pass to Johnson. For three. Rebound by the Suns.
And not sure they've got enough time to save themselves.
Looking unlikely right here. That time ticking away.
Durant against Johnson. Durant raising up.
Despite a laid-back nature, Durant demands the ball in crunch time. This is why.
And that one's good. Ricochet.
Give them credit. They've worked hard all game, now looking to finish it.
Oh, great job of getting in position to win a game. It's been an all-out effort from the squad.
10 seconds. Team starters.
29 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Lee kicks to Nurkic. Yes!
Nurkic. Assistant. Damian Lee.
Wade, Greg, they're sharing the ball tonight. Mesmerizing.
Everyone's getting to touch it, and everyone's contributing.
Ricochet with the steal. And stolen by Okongwu. Offline. And so the Hawks take the win. They didn't make it easy. All right, David, thanks so much. And that'll wrap it up, folks.
Rudy Gobert is out there with Julius Randle. Then there's McDaniels. Then it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And it's Edwards in at the point guard position. Well, Doris, we got a clash at the 5 spot here tonight. Can't wait to see these centers go at it.
BA, there was once a point in history where we were talking about is the 5-man phased out of the game, and all of a sudden now you have several MVPs who occupy the position. It is unequivocally going to be a special matchup tonight.
Tatum from long range. Oh my, came close to a 4-point play. He'll head to the line for 3 free throws.
What's impressive to me about Jason Tatum is how he attacks his weaknesses in the offseason. This guy is committed to greatness.
You know, Grant, in interviews, Jason Tatum often seems understated and soft-spoken, but that's just him, isn't it?
That's true, B.A. Tatum has a quiet confidence about him. He doesn't feel the need to be loud or act out. He lets his work on the court do all the talking for him.
Randle, a screen on Tatum. Down low. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by McDaniels.
A sloppy turnover. When you're not locked in, you pay the price.
And White has got the ball here for Boston. Allie LaForce had a chance to catch up with head coach Chris Finch. Allie, what do you have to say?
We discussed Jaylen Brown and what makes him such a hard player to defend, and Coach said to me, Jaylen is a freak athlete and has become a really good shooter over time too. We can't give him clean looks, and we have to guard him closely. Let's see if the defense is up to the task.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Alex. Randle, White with a steal. Now the Celtics on the move. Back to Porzingis. Tatum passes to Porzingis. Brown with it. Checked by Randle. Back to Porzingis. And a slam dunk by Porzingis.
In a pick-and-roll game, the length and athleticism of Kristaps Porzingis is going to be a big-time problem.
Pass to Edwards. Randle deciding where to go with it. Picked by Gobert. Tries again, and he takes it up and lays it in.
We always know this has been a strength of Rudy Gobert, getting the offensive window. Nicely done.
It's Walker on the wing, covered by Alexander Walker. Pass to Porzingis. And a slam dunk by Porzingis.
Just fundamental basketball from Kristaps Porzingis. Establish yourself inside and finish with the jam.
The Timberwolves have gone 1 for 3 so far. White with a steal. To the inside. Here's Walker. And he floats it in for the easy 2. Credit the sweet setup on that one.
And they may have talked about shot selection coming into this.
Timberwolves trail by 6. Randle, a screen on White. Here's Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
Oh, give you a little sauce, Anthony Edwards. Rise high and finish over the defender.
One thing you can say about Boston, Grant, they know how to put a team together.
Yeah, the Celtics' consistency of winning is just impressive, both now and throughout their entire history. They are really the gold standard in this league, and it's mostly because of great draft picks and great trades.
And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up.
Well, Julius Randle is never going to back away from a defensive player. He knows he's got the strength to play through contact. Nice job drawing the foul.
Reed's checked in for the Timberwolves. Conley comes in for Edwards. And Randle drops them both. And White has got the ball here for the Boston Celtics. There's the drive, and he jams it home with authority.
Well, Derek White showing you I can put it on the deck and finish off a pretty drive. Nicely done, Derek.
Here's Conley. Soft touch off the glass.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
And I think defensively, that is not the way you want to start. Giving up high percentage looks, that doesn't typically end well.
Oh, not the defensive effort they need to cut into the lead.
Boy, good call. You have to at least try to protect the rim.
They're just too slow to react. You can't afford to sleepwalk through possessions. What's going on out there?
And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair.
First personal foul.
I like that. I mean, some physical play inside. He's not about to give up any easy baskets.
And a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the Celtics.
In the early goings, their effort level has been exceptional. They're speeding around the defense and opening up options with good penetration.
The other thing I love, how they're making the extra pass. They're not settling for the first shot. They're going from good to great.
Here's Alexander Walker following the bucket by Boston.
Listen, that's a shot he can make, but obviously the defense okay letting him shoot it.
Here's Brown. White, the pass to Brown. Porzingis with a screen on McDaniels. And here's Brown for three, on target from range.
And they're building on their lead, doing whatever they can to blow this game open.
One of the things they're doing is identifying favorable matchups and then going at them.
White with a steal. And he lays it in off the breakaway. White's got 10 points in the game.
And early on, they've been on a tear, just getting whatever they want offensively.
Well, what I love is the game plan has been solid from the opening tip, and guys are making their shots. That's critical.
From deep, Conley. And it's Jason Tatum with a rebound. Jumps up, and finished off by Tatum.
The offensive game plan is clear. Get it inside and go to work.
They have used their size and their strength to get off any shot they want.
Derek White getting it done for the Celtics. He put together 10 points in the quarter. Back to the game after this break. We welcome you back to second quarter action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. And guys, we've seen the Celtics really take control here.
Oh, what I love was that first quarter was all about leaking out and capitalizing in transition.
And why wouldn't they? You see their effectiveness in the open floor. Very difficult to slow down.
McDaniels out there with Naz Reid. Then it's Dante DiVincenzo. Then it's Joe Ingles. And it's Dillingham in at the point guard position. So that's the Timberwolves 5.
Boy, you gotta appreciate the move. I know I did. Going to the finger roll to get the ball over the D.
And here's Walker. Tatum inside, working on McDaniels. Tatum gets the bucket. He's got 6.
Well, there's a mix of strength and agility that Jason Tatum is taking advantage of. Nice work in there.
Doris, it seems like every year Tatum's name is right atop the MVP ballot.
To me, Brian, it speaks not only to his talent, but also his consistency and the work ethic. The game is important to him. He's versatile. He's clutch. He's everything you want in a star player.
Walker passes to Holiday.
Minnesota foul. Dillingham. First personal foul. First team foul.
DiVincenzo with the steal.
Oh, that's some pesky defense. Should have thought twice before attempting that pass.
McDaniels passes to Reid. Here's Dillingham. Pass to DiVincenzo. 5 on the clock. McDaniels from long range. The shot, no good. He got him. No doubt that's a foul. And it's going to be a transition take foul. Well, Doris, for a while, the amount of three-pointers seemed to grow exponentially. I think it's plateaued now.
You know, B.A., I'm not sure I agree that it's plateaued. What we do know unequivocally is these organizations have defined how to be the most efficient basketball team. And each and every year, we're setting records in that category. They're just getting smart about the kinds of shots you want and when. We're seeing more shots at the rim, and we're still heavily emphasizing the three-point line.
Outside Tatum. 4-3. It's rebounded by Minnesota. We're now about 2 minutes into the second quarter. Pass to Reid. To the paint. Outside McDaniels. Reid to screen on Tatum. Here's McDaniels. Oh, a rim-rattling two-handed jam.
And just a great screen.
And they got a high-powered finish out of it.
And my question is, where was the help? Someone rotate over and challenge.
And that puts them just one foul from the bonus.
Tatum from long range. No good there. Timberwolves trail by 12. It's an even 3-on-3 break. Out to DiVincenzo. Beyond the arc. Hauled in by Brown.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
Here's Holiday. And Holiday powers it home.
And striking without warning. Holiday can be so sudden.
And so it looks like the Timberwolves will retain possession here.
He clipped the ball there, but not enough to nab the steal.
But a really good read on his part, being disruptive at the defensive end right now.
Boston on D. Outside McDaniels. Pass to Dillingham. McDaniels, a screen on Holiday. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Dillingham. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line. Minnesota shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game. And he drops the first. And that's good as he hits both shots. So it's Boston now. A 12-point game. DiVincenzo against Walker. Pass to Cornette. It's rebounded by Minnesota.
That's their plan, to get him an opportunity to finish in tight. That's a miss they can live with. The big-time throwdown.
Check him out. Keeps the grip on that rim after the finish. A little extra emphasis. Closing in on 4 minutes played here in the second quarter. And finished off by Tatum.
How about that? The quick feet, quick thinking makes the play an easy one in screen and roll action for Jason Tatum.
And Reed with a basket on the assist from Dillingham.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
Tatum can't hit.
What a nice individual defensive effort right there. Did a great job contesting.
The 3, DiVincenzo. Counted from distance. DiVincenzo's got 6.
Well, the versatility he possesses makes him a very tough cover, guys.
And Holiday powers it home.
Nice one-handed jam. Simple and effective, B.A.
Hey, with the lead, I'm surprised he didn't come up with something a little more creative. And for some reason, he decided to foul there.
Yeah, B.A., that's an odd move. Maybe there's something else behind it. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
And Minnesota making a change here. Randall is checked in. There's 42 seconds left to play in the first half of basketball. Here's Holiday. Pass to Hauser. Stolen by Ingles. Here's Reed. Here's Dillingham. It's stolen by Holiday. And here we go. The Celtics on the run. And Holiday powers it home.
And they've made themselves easy pickings. Sloppy ball control creates an easily converted turnover.
And here's Reed. Now the Celtics on the move. And Horford gets it to go. And it's a 12-point Boston lead. Oh, got a piece of it. With 1 on the clock. And it's laid up and in by Ingles.
What an effective, efficient offensive possession. They'd love to get that shot every trip down the floor.
And so it's the Boston Celtics ending the quarter up 10. Just pounding the painted area. That's helped them build an advantage. All right, now let's check in with Allie LaForce. Allie, what do you have?
Well, Jason, you hold the lead going into halftime. What's been your advantage?
Thanks, Allie. After the break, we'll see you right back here to begin quarter number 3. Well, for those just tuning in, thanks for being with us. Second half of this game still to play. How about Derek White really making a difference here?
He was getting into the lane easily that first half. It's just relentless.
Now, this guy is such a good finisher on the move, and so far, the defense has not been able to counter it.
Celtics lead by 10. On the court right now for the Celtics. They've got Luke Cornett, Drew Holiday out there with Al Horford, and it's Hauser in at the 3 spot.
Yeah, in the paint, Holiday's agility makes him tough to contain. He just needs a little space to go to work.
Doris, even as he gets up there in age, Drew Holiday is still an elite defender.
Brian, it's really remarkable how valuable a piece he is. They call him the Swiss Army knife because he is one of those rare individuals that can guard all 5 positions. He understands schemes. He's willing to mix things up. Drew Holiday is elite, period.
Randall outside. The 3 is up. Hauser grabs the board. Well, the Celtics shooting has been ridiculous. 75% in this game. Springer. Back to Cornett. Here's Horford. Anthony Edwards with a rebound. And it's Edwards with the ball for Minnesota. Down by 12. The triple hits for Edwards.
Anthony Edwards getting into that pull-up game. Nicely done.
Holiday looking for an opening. Out left to the wing. Here's Cornett, defended by Gobert. Count it. Cornett's got his first points of the game.
Probably a play they drew up in the locker room at half.
Well, there is nothing better than catching a rhythm as early as possible, and boy, that's a terrific start right there. I'll tell you, that vertical ability he has puts him in select company in NBA power forwards. May not have great size, but boy, he plays bigger than it.
Here's Springer. And count the basket. He was fouled, and he's going to the line for one more. Porzingis has checked in for Cornett. Boston shooting their 5th attempt at the line in the game. And Doris, you watch Anthony Edwards year to year. He just keeps reaching a new level.
He wants greatness badly. He's putting in the time, BA, to get there. Anthony Edwards, the shooting, the confidence, the leadership, everything's growing. He's now producing like an MVP. Look out, everybody. Here he comes.
Horford into the lane. And Horford takes it all the way to the rack.
Well, the display of a little quickness on the drive. Al Horford, sensational.
Here's Edwards. Second shot opportunity. Can't get it to fall. Celtics lead by 14. To the middle. Ooh, Gobert with a steal. And here we go, the Timberwolves on the run. Here's Randall, and it's Randall with the jam.
Wow, excellent explosion off his feet by Julius Randall.
The Celtics have gone 4 of 6 from the floor in this third quarter. Pass to Horford. Oh, they get a hand on it. And stolen by Edwards. And here we go, the Timberwolves on the run. They get it back. And Porzingis with the block.
Kristaps Porzingis has proven over the course of his young career that he is willing to be a force as a shot blocker.
Right around 3 minutes into this second half. Shot clock at 5. Randall outside from deep. Rebounded by the Celtics. At one point, they led by 16. Holiday finds Horford. Here's Holiday, and Holiday powers it home.
Terrific night for Holiday so far, and I have to pin it on his energy. He's given this game all he's got.
Randall, a screen on Holiday. Oh, Edwards just pulling his way inside.
Great timing and coordination. Lays it in coming off that pick.
So Boston going with almost an entirely new group here. Tatum, he's checked in for Horford. Jaylen Brown comes in for Hauser. Walker, he's checked in for Springer. And it's White in for Drew Holiday. White against Edwards. White, the pass to Tatum. It doesn't go for him. Good work defensively by Randall. Pass to Alexander Walker. Fires the three. Knocks it down from distance. Alexander Walker's got his first 3 points of the game.
Coach is loving the ball movement.
Porzingis with a screen on Edwards. Downtown, Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown with the immediate answer from three-point territory. Yes, sir.
And stolen by Brown. Here's Tatum. And the shot. Counts. He's fouled, and it's a chance for a three-point play. Boston shooting their 6th attempt at the free throw line tonight. Timberwolves trail by 15. Edwards, the pass to Gobert. Here's Dozier. He's guarded by White. Walker with the steal. All alone on the break. White, good. White's got 12.
Well, that's what you call speed, being the difference in transition. Off the steal, Derek White so heads up.
7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock.
And even from where we're sitting, you could clearly tell it was a foul.
Boston shooting their 7th and 8th attempts at the foul line tonight. And he makes a first.
We talk about high-effort players. Well, Derek White embodies that very description. Always working hard, always looking to outwork his opponent.
For Minnesota, they've gotten 5 of 12 shots to drop in the third. Pass to Dozier. Back to Alexander Walker. Driving in. To end the run. And that's 2 points on the layup. 5 points in the game.
Boy, you have to be cognizant of where people are when the shot goes up. Defenders not blocking out in that instance.
Walker for 3. The shot, no good. And so it's Boston leading by 17 at the end of the period. We hear teams talk about wanting to get the ball inside. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, just shredding the defense with that feed. Zero chance to stop that.
Well, that's what a great pass will do, right? You love the unselfish play.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works, or if it's more of the same for the first 3 quarters. We've got Julius Randle, Nickeil Alexander-Walker out there with Edwards. Then there's Rudy Gobert, and it's Dozier in at the 3. So that's the Timberwolves 5.
First team foul.
All right, guys, what's your take on the hustle stats for Boston?
Well, their D has been a major story tonight. I mean, those steals and putting pressure on the ball, clogging the passing lanes, impressive.
And their fast break has also been a key metric in this one. They have had a significant advantage in transition over the course of this game.
Here's Gobert. Porzingis grabs the board.
Yeah, we're not used to seeing him get bottled up like that. Wow.
And here's Brown for 3. Knocks down the long J. Brown's got 6 points in the quarter.
Jaylen Brown has tightened his handle, and that allows him to be effective as a pick-and-roll option.
Edwards. Missed inside.
Timberwolves foul.
Well, Doris, you watch Kristaps Porzingis at the defensive end. He changes a lot of shots.
There is no doubt, B.A. At 7'2", it isn't just simply about sending shots back. It's about changing the trajectory. But I think, as importantly, guys don't want to go in the lane because of his presence.
And it's a completely new group for the Timberwolves. Here's Tatum. And finished by Tatum. Wow!
Oh, my goodness. Jason Tatum, you've got to be kidding me. How pretty was that?
DiVincenzo. Ooh, nothing falling for them right now. And Walker's got the ball here for the Boston Celtics. Here in the fourth quarter, their defense has been very strong. No baskets allowed. Doesn't go for them. For Minnesota, they've gone 0 for 3 in this fourth. Not good. Nice shot by DiVincenzo. Boston has gone 1 of 2 from deep in this quarter. White with it, drives to the hoop. He gets it. He's 7 for 8 and really going at him out there.
A sneaky good scorer. I don't know that you define Derek White as a scorer. He's sort of jack of all trades, but boy, he's cooking right now.
Reed, a screen on Walker. DiVincenzo with it. Porzingis picks him up defensively. Pass to Dillingham. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. That one on White. First one falls for him. And he makes both free throws. The Celtics have gotten 4 of 5 attempts to fall so far in the fourth. Oh, Tatum slams it home.
Oh, how easy it is to get off your feet. How about the spring from Jason Tatum?
DiVincenzo on the wing. McDaniels, a screen on Walker. Pass to McDaniels. Back to DiVincenzo. 6 to shoot. And here's Dillingham from the arc. The rebound by Jason Tatum. Tatum's got 4 rebounds now. Walker for 3. And finished off by Tatum.
One of the hardest, most prideful players out there. Jason Tatum ready to help out on that play.
Here's Dillingham. He's guarded by White. Reed, a screen on White. And it's good. Fought through contact, hit the shot, and will go to the line. For Boston, they've gotten 6 of 8 shots to fall during this fourth. And a slam dunk by Porzingis.
Yeah, the evolution of Tatum as a passer is evident. This guy more committed than ever to making the right play.
And it's the Celtics ball. They're on a 17-7 run. Outside White. A deep 3. Minnesota with a rebound. Fast break, Minnesota.
Well, the scoreboard tells you everything you need to know about this one. A great showing here for the Celtics.
And the disparity in the talent was obvious by the end. Sometimes you just don't have enough ammunition to compete.
Yeah, B.A., just a total beatdown. And the next time these teams meet, I can't imagine it'll be any different.
And as it was happening, as it was building, you knew this was a monster game for Jason Tatum.
I think it would be impossible to overstate the influence he had on this basketball game. He was the centerpiece of what they did on the offensive end and the anchor of their defense. That's as complete a performance as we've seen.
Here's Brown. Good. And it's Walker who picks up the assist.
Showing us that killer instinct right now. No letting the foot off the gas for them.
And you want to save your best for last. Tonight, they've done that and then some.
This guy is putting on a clinic for the people.
Man, I'm shocked. I can't believe he pulled that off in a real game. Outside Walker. Here's the 3. And again, Boston with the triple.
What a performance tonight. Getting a win like this on the road is such a boost.
You've got to be able to block out all distractions in enemy territory. This team did a tremendous job staying focused on the task at hand.
They can simply hold on to the ball here.
No question, B.A. They deserve the win.
I tell you, at 7'3", to have that kind of body control, Kristaps Porzingis makes it look easy.
DiVincenzo against Porzingis. Another shot. Porzingis grabs the board, and Dante DiVincenzo is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul.
It's just a bad foul. Gotta be smarter than this.
So we see the Celtics taking the W here to walk into enemy territory and deliver a performance